Hello and welcome to another episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast, where I'm hoping that while recording, the dog that has been screaming for the last, let's say, 40 minutes in my neighbour's backyard finally shuts up. As always, I'm Spamiel, quietly choking on my own rage. And joining me, as always, is Nathan. How are you, buddy?
Well, I'm good. You seem mad.
Can you hear the dog?
I can hear the dog.
Yeah.
I will tell you that I know the person who lives a couple of doors behind you, and I've got them to just blow a dog whistle for the majority of the night. So it's self-sabotage because it's going to affect the podcast, but it is funny, and that trumps everything.
That doesn't shock me. So, Nathan.
Yes.
How are you? Let's keep it tight. I'm keep
good.
it tight. You are good? That
Done.
is good. I am also good, friend.
Oh, I didn't ask.
No, I'm not. I'm not. So, I have had several people very angrily inform me of the different ways I pronounced Layman Russ in our last episode.
Lord. Was I one of them?
You were one of them.
Yeah.
Our boy Simon from Second Best Guides pointed out that I'd given 5 different interpretations. Someone specifically said, stop butchering the French language.
It is very deliquation of you.
It is very deliquation. I have a bit of a peeve here. Nathan, do you know what the French word for bird is?
Flappy?
It is very close to flappy. It is spelt O-I-S-E-A-U. How would you pronounce that word?
O-I-S-E-A-U?
Correct.
O-I-S. Walsara? Waswa? I don't know.
Wazo.
Ah!
W-A-Z-O. Wazo.
I was pretty close then because I
You
was
were
like...
very close.
Yeah. Okay. Wazo.
Wazo.
It sounds like a comical name for a bird. What's that you see on the horizon, my French brother? It's a wazo.
It's l'oiseau.
L'oiseau. Nah, mate, come on. It's a serious chat.
L'oiseau. So, next time people want to accuse me of butchering the French language, first, learn some French. It's butchered already.
Wait, did you pick a single word and you just went, yeah, that's a crap way to pronounce that. I'm going to use that as my defense.
Correct.
Do you know what? I was going to employ you as my lawyer, but
Nope.
you sound like a vibes lawyer rather than a facts lawyer, so
Petty
I think I'll
is
pass.
its own kind of revenge, all right? And I'm cool with it. But no, we've had a fantastic response to our Lehman Russ episode, and
I know we forced somebody to buy Lehman Russ.
Yes.
And I've tried to tell them to build it as an atlas. Just actually like man up and take it as something you can't take.
It was
So
Jimmy,
we'll build
wasn't
it as
he?
something
He's like, look what you bastards have made me do. No, you did that because you're a good friend. You're a good friend, a great listener. I've always said you're very handsome.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's positive reinforcement, Nathan. It's
Right,
positive.
yes.
I'm positively reinforcing Jimmy's choice to purchase just whatever he wants.
Well,
Especially after we talk about it. And this episode is on Reaver Titans.
and Reaver Titans and metal Thunderhawk gunships. Let's be very clear.
Cow Mantas.
Yeah. Good luck, Jimmy. Say goodbye to your house.
Speaking of Tau Mantas, so you know how I will take part in happy conversation with our audience over on our Discord?
Yeah, the abuse channel, yes.
The abuse channel. I just want to point out...
wait a second. You brought up Discord. Let me just make it very clear. This is not a discussion, because I'll let you continue, obviously.
Yep.
You claim that you're Australian in that. You're not. Don't do that. Anyway, moving on. Well, that's a beautiful derail, isn't it?
Yeah, I just want to point out Eric plays Tau, and not in an ironic way. For those of you who aren't aware, for some reason our Discord is a place where our community comes together and internet bullies me. And yeah, Eric, you suck. So, what else?
Nice. Great stuff.
Yeah, great
well,
start.
We're keeping it short
We're
and
keeping it
sharp.
short and
but we do
short and
need
sharp.
to mention what has turned into a bit of a tsunami. I think
We accidentally created a cultural movement.
we did. We tongue in cheek created partner peeves in the last episode, and nobody understood. Well, no, do you know what? We didn't say it was tongue-in-cheek, but we sort of like, we said to ourselves after the recording that if we got one or two, yeah, we'll read them out. We've got a fair few more than one or two. So partner peeves, I think, has created itself into something. So please keep them coming in, and we are going to address partner peeves in the not too distant future, I think, is our
Some
plan.
of them have been glorious.
Some of them have been. Some of them have been incredibly petty, but that's what this
Those are the ones I'm
forum is
talking
for
about. The petty, the amount of petty. And I'm reading a bunch of them. I'm just like, oh man, your partner sucks. And then I'm like, oh, that's my wife's email.
Yeah, she did send me a peeve about you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just like, are you going to adopt him? No, I'm sorry. Not anytime soon, anyway. If you win the Powerball, I might adopt you. I will take you on board.
Okay, here's one for you.
Oh no! Don't do this. This breaks your heart.
If you won, let's not be stupid. Let's just be like, you won $20 million. All right, you've won $20 million from scratch. What Space Marine chapter would you start? Like, if you were gonna do an entire chapter.
That is, no word of a lie, the best question I've ever been asked when somebody said, if you won X amount of money. That is by far the best. Oh. There's a chapter that I love because they were in one of the first White Dwarfs I ever bought. It's the Howling Griffins. But I don't like what they did with the Howling Griffins. They made them all like right grudges on their armor, and that made me feel like they were dwarves. So that kind of annoyed me. The Aurora chapter is always a beautiful one. That amazing green. I would think of them purely as painting projects, is what they would have to be. And this is because you can build that chapter with all the time to paint it.
Well, you've got like $80 million. You've got all the time you want. And you can buy any kit.
No. It'd be Howling Griffins.
Howling Griffins?
I would go back. I tried to build a chapter many, many years ago, but I probably didn't have the painting skill or patience that I do now, and it sort of fell away. But I would do something. I can't think of the bloke who did the army, but it was in one of the, as I said, I think it was in like the first White Dwarf I bought, and it was Howling Griffins versus Orcs, and he was annoyed because he had this wonderfully large army, but they only gave him like 2,000 points to play with, and in second ed that was like nothing. So he didn't get to field his whole miniatures, and it wasn't until many years later I got one of the previous White Dwarfs where his army had been featured, and it was beautiful and glorious and massive, and that yellow and red pattern was just phenomenal. The blue helmets, that imagery of Space Marines imparted upon me that Space Marines go into battle not thinking about where the best cover is and where's the best lines of fire. They stomp down in front of their enemy and just like, kill me if you can, fool, because if you don't, I'm going to wipe you all out and, barely break a sweat. But that is a brilliant question.
Yeah.
In response, what would your, and they can't be Iron Warriors or Iron Hands, what would your chapter be that you would build from scratch?
Weirdly enough, it comes down to two that I'd really have to choose through. The first, weirdly enough, does have iron in the name. It would be the Iron Snakes.
Oh, they're
because
cool.
of the Brothers of the Snake by Dan Abnett. Do you remember that book?
Yeah, it was ridiculously good.
But they
Ridiculously
had
good
the
book.
spears that would hunt the giant sea worms, and they had like this little scrimshaw talismans on their armor. I would love to do that. Do like a proper 1,000-man chapter. Like you just it'd be so good. Or and this would be an absolute 50-50. The Executioners.
No,
I know.
No, that's the. Oh, I forgot
they're
about
a
them.
successor chapter of the Imperial
No.
Fists, boo.
Yeah.
But they are just so good. Like they are the chosen sons of Fafnir Ran. Like the most probably the most badass. Oh, maybe top 5 badass Imperial Fists, boo, from the Heresy. But for what they did during the Badab War.
Oh, no.
Like the Executioners, dude, they would be so much fun to do.
I almost want to change my choice because the Executioners, and I've said this before on the podcast, that moment where they're just like, we made our promise to the tyrant.
Yep.
We're going.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, hey, this has nothing to do about, this is not to do about loyalty. This is, we made a promise. We're going. Yeah.
It would have to be, I would do it. Oh, I now kind of want to change it to, it would definitely either be the Executioners or the Astral Claws. Like the Tyrant's Legion right before the...
Oh, I was about to say, it's got to be before they go.
Before they turn Chaos, like where they were a chapter defending their zone. Like, yeah. I just thought about... I thought about that then. I'm just like, if you won a whole bunch of money, what would you do? And I'm in my mind, I was sort of like, I would do an entire chapter of Space Marines.
Yes.
Like 1,000 Battle Brothers, then... You know, the Rhino Drivers, the Predators. Like, I would do them all as Firstborn. I would do, like, a proper chapter, and then I would add on top of that.
Oh,
because that lifted a lot of those chapters beyond the 1,000.
Yeah.
Because Guilliman all of a sudden didn't like the Codex Astartes. It was just like, it was a guideline. What are you doing?
How many people did you kill just to keep it down to 1,000? You don't want to know, boss. You don't want to know.
The Black Templars are standing there just like, you guys took that serious? Wow.
There's like 50,000 of us. Like we launched crusades just to lower our numbers.
Yeah, we made that whole company charge Gazcol earlier. Like, they were naked. We were giving Gazcol reloads.
We run out of armor and weapons for our guys. Like, we're doing something wrong, but it doesn't feel wrong. No, great question. Loved it. That's and do you know, if anybody's in the chat, in Instagram, Discord, whatever, just tell us which chapter you would do. And oh man, that's such a good question. And it's so like 40k centric. You can't go up to one of the blokes you work with and just be like, so if you won like 20 mil, man, which chapter do you reckon you'd okay, I'll stop talking to you. Okay, bye. You know, they just like wander off on you easily. You know, but no, I love it. What a question.
I thought you'd like
You
that.
started with a ripper. With a ripper. Right. Okay. What are we doing, Samuel? We're doing something.
Yeah, I guess that's everything leading up. It's pretty cool. 15-minute intro.
There was a spammy correction that you haven't addressed properly.
There was?
Yeah. Did you not want to bring it up?
I didn't know there was one.
Oh, no, I just got a lot of people telling me that the way you pronounce Lehman Russ is atrocious.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, Frenchie. So, if you do enjoy the show and you're interested in supporting the podcast and possibly us now starting a chapter of Executioners, please shoot over to patreon.com/the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. We are 100% funded by the goodwill of our audience, though we do this for the love of our hobby. Each month we have a Patreon exclusive episodes, as well as competition, polls on episodes, and other bonus content. And if you are looking for another way to support us, get onto our social media, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. A like, comment, and subscribe helps us grow and get our particular brand of lore out into the world. All of our links will be in the show notes, and don't forget to give us a 5-star review on your preferred podcast platform.
Let's just reiterate a couple of points, though. Our Patreon, our Hobby Diary is free on there, guys. Just jump on, have a listen to it. We love feedback on the Hobby Diary. It's something I think we do with a lot of passion, because it's just talking about the hobby, talking about things that, different aspects that make up what it is to sit down, paint miniatures and play games against opponents and so forth. And it's a series that we do that I really love. And remember, we do still have our merchandise available as well on
our link tree. It is on the link tree, which is on our Instagram and all of our social media and in the show notes of the episodes. Yeah. I don't remember who we changed our shirt company to, but they make a Kraken shirt, and they actually deliver the shirts, unlike the first company we were using, who took 6 months to deliver shirts.
Yeah. So the reason I bring this up is one of my friends at work was saying to me, "Oh, you guys should do merchandise and stuff." And I was like, "We do. We just never talk about it." Yeah. So I've made a mental note.
Shirts, cups, dice mats.
They do pillows.
Pillows, blankets, bandanas? I don't know. Go check it out. Go in the show notes. Check it out. Check it out.
Yes. There we go. Right. I think we need to jump into the episode.
Yes, we do. Now, we are going to be doing... It's a weird sort of combination episode of... It's a mixture of gangs of yesteryear, gangs of current year, weird sort of outdated lore. We are, in fact, talking about some people who are always happy because in the Ash Wastes, there are nomads.
Oh, that was so good. I have been talking to Sam about how I want to make a ridiculous pun with nomad, and you have done an absolute ripper. They're always happy in the Ash Wastes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the greatest lie Helmore ever told them, that they're always happy.
Head out to the waste. It's like, you guys have seen holo feeds where they go to the beach. Yeah, the Ash Waste, it's because there's a lot of sand. It's the beach without the water. And if there's no water, can't get eaten by a shark. What's a shark, Lord Helmore? Just get out.
Well, just know you're safe from it. That's all you need to know.
Just leave. But I don't want to leave. Then I have to, unfortunately, ask you to step into this room that definitely smells like gas.
Yeah. So it's the old adage of gas them or kick them out and lock the doors.
Yeah. Head out to the wastes, never to be seen again.
Yeah. But eternally happy. Right, yeah. So yes, we are doing the nomads and as Sam alluded to, they are, I think you would have to say they definitely have had the biggest jump in terms of what and who they are within the sphere of Necromunda. Do you know what I mean? Because from where they started in N95 to what we know of them now, they are such a dramatic shift. We went from a group of people that I think the term nomad was applied almost literally. They just wander the wastes and so forth, to now having, I guess, the current iteration of them is, no matter how much you read the book, the current iteration still is quite vague of exactly what they are, but we'll get into that at a later point.
And that's the thing. Tribes of the Wasteland, we'll touch on this first, quite specifically mentioned the fact that nomads are a very broad group of people. It's not just people who are literally living a nomadic lifestyle.
Yeah.
So one of the most important things we need to look at when it comes to what we're talking about of nomads is that the earlier iteration specifically has them as people who live a nomadic lifestyle. They were, nomad gangs or the bands of nomads were literally people who wandered the Ash Wastes. They were nomadic in their lifestyle of they had no permanent settlements. They were nomadic in their lifestyle of everything they had with them was everything they owned. And like a lot of traditional steppe or desert nomadic peoples, they were made up of many different groups. So they were, back in the N95 lore, they may have been the original inhabitants of Necromunda, but with the coming of the Imperium, they were also people who'd chosen to leave the hives, whether it was something they chose to do or they chose to do that because they didn't want to get shot in the face. It was a group of people that sort of went out there, or they were people who had been expelled from their settlements and had banded together as bandits, as vagabonds who had then taken the actions that we're doing inside the hives as thieves or murderers or gangs and being forced to go outside the hives and do the same thing. One of the best examples of this would be in both the older lore and newer lore. Do you remember the Catalyst Civil War when House Catalyst basically split itself down the middle? One side fought the other, and the victorious side basically said, all right, you losers, bye. See ya.
The standard treatment.
Yeah. Head out into the wastes, never to be seen again. Because that's what a lot of the original nomads back in N95 were. So there was a House Catalyst ritual knife. It was a double-bladed knife. Remember?
I know this weapon.
Yeah,
yes,
it's in the marketplace.
But like I'm just jogging my memory back to the days of seeing this stuff come out in the White Dwarves, and just going, oh yeah, what's that? But there was that particular ritual knife, which was like something extra scary, I don't know what exactly it was used for, because I wasn't really delving too deep into Necromunda at the time.
But that's exactly it. Like, this was something that was way back then. And back in N95, it was this horrific looking combat knife that had one basically where a normal knife blade is, and then one on the other side. It had like the punch grip and that sort of thing. Yeah. But it was during the exile of that half of House Catalyst, when they were basically sent out, the double-bladed knife became this symbol of of rising against sort of injustice. It was the symbol of the exiles, of out-hivers, individuals who were no longer part of the hives themselves. Which is where it sort of said that a lot of these nomads had those knives. And it's like, well, the natural jump was they were obviously former members of House Catalyst. And
of course, because if that's a great way of doing it, actually. It's like, they all have this weapon or this particular ritual knife or whatever. And like, obviously the connection is they you don't just happenstance upon crate loads of these weapons. They do come from your history and from your origins. And
don't get me wrong, if you kill a nomad, you can take it and you'll have it. But the most common way to get them, because you'd always be able to tell the difference between a real ritual knife and a toothbrush you've sharpened on both sides. But sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was going to say, like, from my first inklings and knowledge of the nomads, it was generally those who were booted out of the hives, who were basically pushed into exile because you don't have a place within the hive anymore, or you are under so much threat that it's safer to be outside than Correct. It is to be within the hive. So, and that's what the unifying factor was. So for me, when I first engaged with the nomads, it was almost like they don't have a choice but to be together. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if they were to fight amongst each other, then all they would be doing is allowing their greater enemies to win. They'd be whittling themselves down. They'd be destroying whatever semblance of cohesion and unity they would have, and it would just obviously lead to them being wiped out. So there was this unity through necessity, but it was always under the premise of, as soon as I become more powerful, I'm going to dominate whoever else is underneath me. And so that the way I viewed the Nomads was as something that could be quite easily brushed off, something that should probably be ignored, because they could never be a genuine threat to the hives.
Yeah, and I loved that origin of them sort of from back then, because it gave sort of an understanding as to why they hated the people who lived in the hives so much, because these were nobles, these were people who came from privilege and had been thrown out into the wastes and basically said, you know, you're lesser than the scum we have bringing us our meals, because we're kicking you out of the family, we're kicking you out of the hive, we're kicking you out of society. You are no longer part of what makes this planet. You are nothing to us. We flush you out with the trash and the detritus that not even the Cawdor want. But then, so that was one sort of origin there. But one thing that was very cool in regards to the Nomads from N95 is they were still this very cool, very diverse group, obviously because of all the origins.
Yes, yeah, you're right, actually, about the diversity, yeah.
But you had the wandering groups that would literally only be on foot. Like, they refused vehicles altogether, because like I said before, they carried everything on their backs. Then you had there's this great way of describing it. In this way, every nomad is a fighter and a bearer, ready to defend his own part of a caravan. And when walking the wastes, do they not tether themselves together, since that is a good way for one person's mistake to kill everyone. So
that's cool.
It's very much that that idea of, like, in my mind, when I think of that, it's when people go to like the South Pole or the North Pole and that, and they tether themselves together. So if someone falls down a crevice, everyone else can pull them up.
Yeah.
I genuinely picture that sort of bit obviously not with a physical tether, like they're tethering themselves together as part of this caravan, as part of a belief and part of like a tribal association.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I see that. Yeah. So I am with you for not only my safety, but your safety, and consequently a community safety, which will protect us from not only the things that are coming out here to kill us, but the things that exist out here that could quite easily kill us.
Yes.
Yeah,
now,
right. I like it.
That being said, back in N95, Nomads also used vehicles. So much like when the Ash Waste expansion came out, and you could start doing vehicles and that sort of stuff back in N95, Nomads had that option, and the Nomads employed vehicles of all shapes and sizes. You know, they were used wheeled, tracked, walkers, skimmers. Some bands preferred. Yeah, man. Imagine like
that's cool.
Like the land speeder from Star Wars: A New Hope. When Luke,
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Because it's sick. But then some bands preferred to have like a myriad of light buggies or bikes, focusing on speed and maneuverability, whereas others would have like a single armored, like slow moving transport crawler. You know, they would basically your modern day ridge hauler. It was remember that idea we had a little while ago of the traveling bands with separate caravans and things, so much like sort of modern Romani travellers and that sort of thing where they'd effectively be travelling in that fashion. Like they always had that. And then that being said, back then you also had them talking about the different groups who, instead of vehicles, much like the modern day nomads, would capture animals and
and use those.
they would actually live life very much kind of like the rat skins of the Underhives, where they had these mutant creatures and animals that lived naturally on Necromunda.
Yeah.
They would follow those herds. They were much like the Native Americans following buffalo herds. They would live sort of alongside them. They would hunt them for food, but they would also protect them from predators.
Yeah.
And so they were maintaining these herds, and it was a very
it was almost symbiotic.
Symbiotic is the word I'm looking for. And so that sort of bound the two, but because of this origin, you had groups of nomads that would be traveling from settlement to settlement, town to town, the outskirts of hives to other hives, because they were traders. They would be able to trade things that they found and scavenged for essentials, food and water, weapons, all of that sort of stuff. And it was very dystopian future style, Mad Max. The Nomads.
I didn't get into it that much when they first came out, because I was, I still wasn't completely tied into Necromunda, and if I was going to go, it was going to be 110% to collect an Escher gang. But from what you're telling me there, that diversity that they had, that sort of the out of places, the travellers, the traders, the in-betweeners, there's so much depth there. There's so much option and variety. It's almost like, and I know it's a weird sort of sentiment to look at them with, there's too much choice. Do you know what I mean?
There's so much.
And so the modern iteration of the Nomads, I can understand why perhaps it was taken down that pathway, but that is taking an Imperial planet, a place with hive worlds and so forth, and there is a certain sort of structure and hierarchy and, a sort of organised chaos that is the hive world. And then outside of that in the Ash Waste is just completely free game. Do whatever you want, however you want, whatever you want, provided you don't get in the way of the Palanites or the Arbites or the Enforcers, whatever the case might be. And otherwise, it's the wild, wild west out there. And I think perhaps that was the inspiration for it. It was like, the great beyond, the great expanse sort of thing. But that freedom just seems so much fun to play with. And as a person who's played Necromunda for quite a while now, somebody who's embraced so much of 40k lore, that seems like an amazing place to start with something, to just get the genesis of one very small gang or just a campaign or an idea and build it into the Ash Waste and just evolving around these nomadic groups, evolving around these travellers, these elements that are so very, very divergent, very different from what you see in the hives. But as I mentioned earlier, if I was just fresh starting into it, the Nomads would be such an intimidating option, because I would just be like, wow, where do I start? Are they nobles who got kicked out? Are they the fourth or fifth generation of nomads that have lived here? Are they gangers who have been excommunicated from their gang and now need to live out here? So do they still keep some of their old iconography and imagery?
Yeah.
It's almost too much to make a choice as where to start in that N95 nomad sphere,
See, but this is something that's insane, because we know, sort of sitting outside the actual setting of Necromunda, we know that the Nomads come from all these different origins. They are very, very different people. But so they were really introduced in Necromunda magazine from, years and years and years ago. It was number 3. And an excerpt I've gotten from this, this is something that really annoys me. The nomads are seen as dangerous and undesirable vermin by the hive dwellers. Helmor's soldiers and guilders attack nomads on sight because of the danger they pose to road tunnels and convoys. Nomads have also been known to raid the hives themselves on occasion, infiltrating deep beyond the spire shells and retreating into the ash waste before any resistance could be organised. Nomads sometimes get into the Undercity via derelict tunnels uncovered in the ash wastes, and any storm that breaches the shell of a hive will give rise to anxiety in expectation of an imminent nomad raid. That portrays them as predators. So
it really does,
They've got an extermination order from Helmor. Like, it's basically saying, you see a nomad, you shoot them.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to read you the paragraph before that one. Okay? Yep. So we've read that where it's, you see them, you kill them because they're going to come to your home, they're climbing in your windows, you're going to hide your kids, hide your wife, because nomads, they're killing everyone. Now, nomad gangs ambush convoys from the hives and other nomads when they can. Once again, violent. They frequently attack travel tubes and disrupt trade between hives. The nomad routes cross the planet and bands migrate from one hive cluster to another, following the good weather and trying to stay ahead of the fierce seasonal ash storms. A gang's long wanderings can take it to many hives and the surrounding shanties, and the nomads make a living carrying trade goods between the hives. The goods nomads carry are small, usually exotic, and always costly. Rare drugs, special ammunition, strange things found in the ash wastes, and secret messages from distant hives. Many gang leaders prefer to use nomad couriers, valuing secrecy above the speed and ease of using road tunnels. It starts out, once again, they are a violent, disruptive force to Necromunda. Oh, but by the way, they're also excellent traders, and everything they trade in is super expensive and great. Like, make your mind up.
Yeah, but they're the classic, like, you know, if say Helmor needed political clout, he could go wipe out nomads left, right, and centre, and gain.
It's an easy win.
Exactly, it's an easy win. Gain branding points left, right, and centre. But to say I'm going to keep a permanent execution order going on these nomads.
Yep.
That's all good, but to enforce that execution order is a completely different kettle of fish. If his enforcers, his Palanites, are going out there murdering left, right, and centre on the nomads, then the traders are going to start to go, okay, well, maybe we might intercept some of these Palanites here and there, or some of these execution squads, because we need them. You know what I mean? So there was, as we were saying before, this symbiotic relationship that needs to happen, where the hives of Necromunda need the nomads because of the rarity of what they can bring, whether that be information or materials or supplies. But at the same time, they don't want to be seen actively trading with them. They don't want to have like the open banners, like you come in through the back entrance, or we'll meet you outside the gate, or something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
But if we're told we have to kill you, well, we're going to kill you because, the bosses have said so. So they're seen as something that is valuable, but very, very easily expendable, which is, you've seen that sort of trope happen in many different sci-fis and fantasies and so forth. But it's always such a sad thing as well. It's like, yes, it's almost like the Ratskins in a way as well. Yeah, we need you as trackers and as traders and all the rest of it. But now that we've got everything we need off you, boot off out of this area. You don't belong here. So
see, that's exactly it though. It's like so many different aspects of Necromunda. The nomads in this description of them being the traders, being the scouts, the couriers, reminds me of Fallout New Vegas, where the courier is shipping the platinum coin to Mr. House. It turns out it's a doomsday weapon. But I love this. I love this origin for the nomads. I love this idea of the absolute hard asses they must be to be living out in the wastes with everything we know the wastes does.
Yeah.
And not just surviving, but thriving.
Yeah.
Where these networks and these tribes are traveling on foot, and maybe not necessarily in the wastes, but in the tunnels, in the underways, like, secret nomad paths from hive to hive, settlement to settlement. The
relationships.
The symbiotic relationship.
We were both thinking the same thing, yeah.
They all have. Like, I don't know how many times we talk about this. Goliath need Escher, but they also need Bansar. And Delark need the Orlok, but they also need... Like, everyone needs everyone. And in this case, everyone needs the nomads, because if you don't want to go through the guilders, because the guilders are going to be too bloody expensive, you can get it from the nomads. And it's illegal, but...
There's another layer to that as well, in that need. It's, I want to have access to the nomads as well.
Yes.
Do you know, and I want this connection happening. I want this trade route happening. I want to be able to deliver messages that don't go through the normal channels. So I
know the
need
Delark
them.
are not going to get this because the nomads won't let them.
Yeah, exactly. So as I said earlier, I wasn't really privy to a lot of this previous history of them. I love this version of the Nomad a lot more than I love the modern version of them. But I'm happy to, as we go over the episode, it might change. We'll see how we go. But at the moment,
talk about these guys again.
At the moment, I'm waving the N95 flag. Yeah. But the Nomads in this sphere, in this makeup, just become like this thing that you go, I want you because of everything that I need from you. This is going to be so good for what I can do in terms of making money, in terms of spreading my influence and so forth. But at the same time, the moment the order comes down to wipe you out, you're gone. You're done, because the threat of Helm, or the threat of looking like an associate of the Nomads is 10 times worse. You know what I mean? And it's such a blurry line that you would have to have with them. It's like, do I trade with you? Do I not trade with you? Do I it would have to be this subtle and nuanced balance of a relationship that you would need to maintain with the Nomads. But then as exactly what you said, the hardy, hard-assed type of people that are Nomads, you can't see them as, balancing these subtleness and balancing this like intrigue. They'd just be like, we got gear, you want it? You don't want it? See you later. They would be uncompromising in the way that they manage themselves.
But I also love the fact that they attack the hives as well. Because that original Nomads gang list was insane. Like, they had back in N95, starting gang lists, everyone had the same sort of stuff, but knives, double-bladed knives, you had pistols and las guns, auto guns, that sort of stuff. But then heavy weapons, it was like heavy stubber, heavy bolter, missile launcher, las cannon, heavy plasma gun, and auto cannon. And then you can just imagine them firing the missile launcher into the side of the hive, blowing open this hole, and then just streaming in because someone from that hive was taking pot shots at them as they were travelling past. So they left, came back at night, and went through and just killed everyone they could to sort of take revenge.
And you could see it as a lightning raid, maximum 10 minutes. Yes. Go in there, kill, loot, leave. That's it.
We just wanted to trade for water. You robbed us. We left. That's fine. We left. But then your settlement went to sleep, and we didn't.
Yeah, we came knocking.
Yeah, but there's a line sort of in this in Necromunda Magazine 3 that I love because it describes exactly what we've just talked about. Nomads commonly live, travel the wastes, and fight on foot. just as their fathers and their fathers before them. They accept the hardships of the waste and see them as the punishment for the wrongs their ancestors committed. Nomads despise hive dwellers, and the feeling is mutual. Like, oh,
yeah.
that is hard.
But that would be, as I said, that would be I can't remember, not the propaganda, but it would be the gospel of the hive.
Yes.
We despise them, we hate them, blah blah blah. But there would be a lot of elements that would just be like, yeah, I know, I work with them, I need them, they're part of who I am.
But I get my best gear from the nomads. Like, I don't trust them. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. But every 10 cycles, I go down to the shanties, and one of their bands shows up. They know, come straight to me, because I don't cheat them. They bring me tech. I trade them water and ammunition. I make a tidy profit. They leave, and, they get to fight for another day. It's a relationship that benefits both parties. Yeah. But I wouldn't want to live next door to them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, 110%.
They eat babies.
Yeah.
Like, because you can just imagine that's exactly what these hivers would be doing. It's like, they when they kill another tribe, they kill the men, enslave the women, and they eat the children. Yeah. No, I know. Enforcer told me. Yeah. No,
and he saw it. He saw it happen.
Yeah. They eat the pets.
Yeah.
Oh God, we're sounding like propaganda at the moment.
No.
Jesus.
Anyway.
But that's so that is sort of the main example of what the N95 nomads and really where they came from. A lot of this was obviously based around N95 and confrontation and sort of that age back then.
I really want to do an N95 nomad gang. I really, really do. Like hard-nosed travelers.
Every single one of them, because the confrontation sketches that were done by John Blanche, they had the big hats. They had very ostentatious clothing and that, but it was all very utilitarian at the same time. Rebreathers, lots of ammunition, long rifles, because they were very Tuscan Raider. They were all, because they'd strike you from a distance and then come pick the bones clean. They were.
That's right.
They weren't wanting to get in close combat, but when they did, that double-bladed knife worked like a sword, so they could parry with it. They could parry and hit you back, and they were. That would be such a cool gang. Instead of long rifles, do them with Giselles, with big overstated scopes and silencers and all that sort of stuff. You could do some real cool things, but then at the same time, you fall into that Mad Max idea. The the ones on the dirt bikes and Furiosa. Not Furiosa, Fury Road.
Fury Road, yep. I know.
Then,
where they're sort of the chasers sort of thing.
Or the ones whose cars looked like hedgehogs. They were you could do some insane stuff like that where everything you own, very Mad Max-like, is on the back of your vehicle. You just, your life and death relies on that carburetor holding out for just 5 more hours.
I've got to raid here to get what I need to move on to the next settlement to get more of what I need. Yeah, I really and when you're talking about their homes on the backs, this N95 gang, I can imagine just you would have a magnetized backpack, I think, just so that it wouldn't be silly in gameplay. But I would feel you'd have to do it to just have this a bag of gubbins on their back. And
every single one of them would have to.
Yeah, most recently I was looking at the troll mother from Warhammer: The Old World, right? Or the troll hag.
Hag. Oh, so good.
And she's got this bag, a net sack over her shoulder, and it's just got all the bits of armor and bones and everything she's collected, and she probably doesn't need them, but she goes along with them, and that's where I can see these nomads, this big backpack of just nonsense, bits strapped to the front of them and so forth. But when it gets down to business, they can easily detach the backpack. Yes, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, once the show starts, they pop off the backpack really quickly. They drop anything that they don't need, and then suddenly they look like an incredibly, elite soldier. Not in that elite level, but they have got the bare minimum of what they need.
Almost like you see paratroopers. When they jump, they've got that twisting sort of locking mechanism on their chest. They hit that and rip it off. They can drop the parachute and then they're mobile. I'm now imagining these nomads, they'll be travelling and, they come up to a ridge and there's one of these convoys or maybe someone's coming after them and you just watch them. A bunch of them hit the chest piece, the bags drop off and they run forward. You can imagine some of the kids or the sort of the older members of the warbands would grab those bags and drag them back, almost creating a small bulwark of belongings. So the warriors who have dropped their equipment can then quickly disperse, start shooting, or start running at the enemy that's coming for them, that would be cool.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
It'd be so sick. Imagine that, just like dropping their gear and getting into it. Amazing. But yeah, as I said, I want to play N95 Nomads. I'm sorted. I'm done. Take me back 30 years.
So then we have... So that's basically N95.
Yep.
That is everything that we have there. Now, this read here comes from Lexicanum, and I feel it portrays a lot of what we're going to talk about here very accurately. Different origins to the nomads have been given. That they are the descendants of rural settlers who were long ago reduced to nomadic scavenging existence due to the pollution of their lands. That their ancestors committed a crime and were expelled from the hive to die, with their descendants, the nomads, still being punished for that crime. They are exiles living with the shame that their ancestors cast them from the safety of the hive, the surviving descendants of the losing members of the House Catalyst Civil War, exiled into the wasteland. It is possible that different nomad groups have different origins, but whatever the case, it has been stated that they accept the hardship of the wastes and see them as punishment for the wrongs their ancestors committed. Now, that there fits into a perfect segue between N95 and modern Necromunda Ash Waste Nomad lore. Because, it's Aaron Dembski-Bowden, I think, was one who said it. And in fact, I don't know. I think he's just someone who I've read saying it again. Everything you read is canon, but not everything is true.
Oh,
where
I've never heard that.
I think it was him. Someone's going to correct me, and I'll just be like, it was obviously that person. So the N95 Nomads, as far as I'm concerned, 100% still exist, because the different origins and the ways of becoming a nomad haven't changed since N95. I mean, we've been talking for like 40 minutes about, about lore from 30 years ago. And we've not really
that wasn't even our plan. I think we sort of pre-show we were like, we'll knock it on the head in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes, just knock it out. But these groups of individuals, because every book we've read about so far, every timeline we've read from one of the house gangs or anything like that, there's always been people that have been kicked out into the wastes, that have been exiled to go and live as nomads. And I even joked, are they nomads or are they nomads? It's an ongoing theme, that expulsion from the hive. You have to partake in a nomadic lifestyle. And, this is everything so far that we've been told. And it's all leading up to us now looking at Tribes of the Wasteland and the modern Ash Waste Nomads.
Yes, yeah. And for me, now knowing what I know, a very, very different beast. And what we see them do in the Aranthian succession as well, like they are completely... This is the Ash Waste Nomads from now to N95 are just almost unrecognisable to their origins, you know what I mean? Or their, one of their origins. So it's going to be very interesting to see where we can map them back to that original N95 way that they were.
I have several theories that I'm going to sprinkle in throughout this episode.
Yes.
And if you people thought I was unhinged before this, I've been brewing some of these theories for months. In fact, I almost broke and told Nathan about one of them. I'm like, no, I'm gonna hold that bad boy in for a while.
He has mentioned to me many, many times that you wait till I start talking about it. I'm like, are you threatening me? I don't know. Is that what's supposed to be happening here?
I don't know. But I think we probably should start
the episode. Yeah, the episode. Yeah. For those wanting the Ash Waste episode, here it is.
So everything we've talked about so far is pointless. There's no point worrying about it because that is from 30 years ago. It's now a completely different faction to the Nomads we know and love. That being said, everything we've just talked about is also incredibly valid because the concept of people being thrown out of the hives or having been there since the beginning of time or being simply people whose settlements and hives have been destroyed or overrun or whatever, it's all still true. Everything you've heard is a lie, but everything is also incredibly true. What is it? I think, did I say this just before? Everything is canon, not everything is true.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. You said that to me before. I don't know. You did say it before. But that's, you bang on the money there. But I think a lot of it is, it's the sort of tropes that they've used to shape N95. And, the Nomads were just assisted in that. And I guess that, you need to follow, like you can't have the Nomads of N95 crowbarred into N17.
No.
For me, it just doesn't work. So, but we have some reading to do.
Yes.
Do you want to do some reading?
So, before we step into this, for anyone who hasn't read Tribes of the Wasteland, you really need to, because there is so much in this book in that first lore section that actually it breaks down the fact that the Tribes of the Wasteland book is told from the perspective of effectively 3 separate authors, or a single narrator reading their information and giving this information from 3 separate books.
I was going to say, I was going to mention a little bit later, but you brought it up now. The way this book is written is so different to the other house books.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's sort of like saying we're writing about the Nomads, but we're writing about them like we don't quite understand them.
We don't get it.
Yeah, we don't get it. We don't know what, who, where they are, sort of thing. So it is from a historical / sort of almost analytical way that they've looked at them, and they begin to process them in that faction, in that way. And the way that it's written is just, it's really cool. Like, if you haven't read it, it's just a different take on how to tell the story, the background of this particular faction. And it's not done in a way that, we know everything about House Goliath and we're able to tell you the smallest details to the most vague things. This is sort of...
There is literally more information about House Delark than there is about the Nomads.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. It's like I think it's anthropology where the study of cultures and civilizations and stuff, and it's sort of like, well, we know about this culture that lives in the jungle, and there's 4 or 5 authors who have been able to write about them, but they all have slightly varying viewpoints on how they are. So Tribes of the Wasteland just sort of goes, well, that author's good, and that author's good, and that author's good. So we're going to we're going to put all of those together to create effectively like a compendium of the best bits.
So a lot of so we're obviously going to have our reading, which is taken from the timeline within the book. But a lot of the side information, a lot of the stuff me and Nathan are going to be talking about, is literally based on Necromundan anthropology. And there are 3 different sources for this. So this is all in Tribes of the Wasteland. And the 3 major works are on the subject of the Nomad, Apocrypha Necromundus, Addendum 9, and Tales Around the Gunk Tank. The first on the subject of the Nomad, by Lord Vetrus Cuthelfex, Historia Noblius to Jar Halmea. It is written in 211 of M36, just before the creation of House Helmore. Now, the way it describes this book is fantastic. A venerable text, it gathered together what current knowledge existed and was regarded as the definitive guide of its time, and for millennia afterwards. Despite claims Vetrus was a terrible plagiarist, and the book was being largely based on the works of other scholars. So, I'm assuming, much like all anthropologists, he was a thief. Anthropologists, you're my new target.
A Welsh anthropologist, do not raise your head above the parapet. No, exactly. It's not necessarily a thief, but more of like, you okay?
A Welsh anthropologist with a passion for the French language. Get out!
Yeah. How dare you, sir? Oui, no. Out.
Wazoo.
You're not using the bathroom. Right. So, yeah, I think, and this would be an awesome source book to, like, if it was ever written.
I would love this.
It'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? But from what I understand about this first initial book, this is for Halmea. This book, this is like, I'm going to collate, and so it is thieved and pinched from all these other sources and resources going around, so that centrally there is a source book on the nomads or the nomades.
This is some upper hive nerd who wants to go out there and he wants to do the safari thing. He's rich. He's got the backing of like a family militia or family money. He can hire mercenaries and hire actual tough nuts and go out there, and he's writing on his little data slate, and he's he's getting all this nonsense from these other actual like scholars, and he's basically chat GPTing it and putting it in his own book. But it's an early version of chat GPT where it just stuffs things up.
Yeah.
And everyone's just
100%.
like, this book is nonsense, but he's celebrated amongst his fellow Uphive nerds.
Yeah. But this sets the tone, because this is the first book you explore in the lore section. And we will get to read, folks, but this is important to understand the vagueness of Tribes of the Wasteland.
Yes.
So because of the nature of how that Nomads book was first written, it sets a tone that everything you know is at best hearsay.
Correct.
Everything that's known about the nomads amongst the hive dwellers is more sort of like speculation, a good guess, an educated guess as best as they can do, because there isn't solid, hard, definitive evidence that says X, Y, and Z about the nomads. Other than the beast they ride, but in terms of the social structures and the tribal cultures and so forth, we get more probably direct understanding of what they're like from the Aranthian succession than what we do out of Tribes of the Wasteland, because the Aranthian succession talks about Asingar, the character
Lady of
that they
Ash.
got.
Yes.
Lady of Ash, that's it. And it's taken from her point of view. It's also taken from the tribes of the wastelands,
Yes.
from the nomad point of view as well. Whereas this book is very much observers. So it does have that level of, I guess, sort of, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, because all anthropologists are nerds. But basically, about 2,000 years later, 176 of M38, Serverator Psychus Gellin would pen his famous Apocrypha Necromundus, which includes the now much-quoted Addendum 9 on what he learned about the Ash Waste Nomads, a good deal of which directly contradicts Lord Vetrus's work. So it's basically the evolution of, like, I'm really picking on anthropologists, but it's the evolution of anthropology. They go in and they're now seeing, with a more modern perspective. And he's also saying, listen, we're seeing this stuff which goes against what old Vetrus said, because he didn't see any of it. We all knew he didn't see any of this. He just made it up. He stole it. They're bar stories that he's passed on. And so it became the sort of scene to work for another, 3,000 or 3,500 years until just 6 years ago in 993 of M41, when someone with a very famous surname, Maria Savant Medina, daughter of the legendary Slate Medina, penned Tales Around the Gunk Tank, something originally conceived as a chapbook gathering together centuries of Orlok experience, and it quickly became accepted as the most accurate representation of the wastelands and its peoples. And there's one reason why, in my opinion, and Nathan, tell me if you disagree with me. It's because they were actually there. They've actually seen it. I was about to swear, and I didn't. They actually went out and were like, someone should write all this stuff down. Because, as Orloks, we know that if you see these sort of totems in the wasteland, you don't go there, because that is the territory of this particular tribe. And they hate us. We can drive around.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the modern iteration of the understanding of the nomad doesn't come from a desire to educate necessarily. It doesn't come from a point of we want to counter the already established understanding of the nomads. This is not some work that we're bringing about to say, oh, well, actually, in this paragraph, you said X, Y, and Z about Helamites, and that's not how they function, and that's not how they work, and so forth. And this book is exactly what you just said. This is an educational piece of saying, we are drifting further and further more into the wastes, and as Orloks, we understand. And we understand that Escher have enclaves in the Ash Waste.
Yep.
We also understand that there's Vansar tech hunters out here, and there's these out here, and this out here, and this out here. And we've all seen nomads. We've all fought against nomads. We need to begin to collate this information, not as a source of saying, oh, let's have a wonderful study and, from our high ivory towers, let's work it out. This is about trying to understand how to not necessarily defeat, but how to combat a common enemy. What it is, what are the warning signs?
I don't even think it's that complicated at all. I think it's simply... These books are big, thick pieces of junk that give more lies than actual information. We can condense everything down to a pamphlet or like a cheap 20-page book printed on scrap that we can hand out to our gangers, to our house allies, to traders. We can sell them out the Lucky Six. We can sell them out the back of Ridge Hall when we pull into a settlement, saying, hey, if you see these signs, it means this tribe, go this way. If you see this, it means this. It's super simple. It's them breaking it down with actual experience. It's them turning around and saying, enough of the crap that those Uphive weirdos are putting in their big, thick books. This is all you need to know. We got rid of the fancy words. We got rid of all the nonsense. There's even pictures for the Goliaths. Like, super simple. But yeah, that's what I think it is. I think it's just them having enough of the nonsense and going, we're just going to print this, because obviously she's a Medina. She isn't, she ain't here to fire truck spiders, as we say in Australia. Like, she just wants to get it done. She wants the information to be passed to her audience or her people in the simplest manner, because as an Orlok, she understands the utilitarian mindset of get everything as simple as possible to pass it on from the one to the masses. And so that's our rant about higher education and why it is ruining society. People, go out there, get yourself a trade. That's all you need to do. Don't worry about those nerds. Anthropology.
I will say, though, that is the core of a gang idea, though.
I've had two gang ideas already.
the book peddling gang, you know what I mean? So it's all about, like, selling pamphlets and books and then, like, selling little knickknacks that go along with them as well. And so, like, we're buying the pamphlet about this, but you're going to need this holy icon, because if you go near one of those signs, if you don't bless yourself with this holy icon, they will get your scent, and then they'll be on you.
I'm just imagining they're like, well, you've got the information on the Ash Waste Nomads. Now, hey, you know what you need yourself? A genuine nomad detraction charm. Do you mean repellent? No, it's detraction. So what it does is they see the charm and they leave, because it's been blessed.
From it.
It was actually blessed by a saint of the Imperium, Celltrance. That's right. Blessed by old Celltrance. She was a gal of war. That's right. And it's just like, I don't trust you, but I'll take 3.
Yeah, I better take 3.
I better take 3 just in case one of them's faulty.
Yeah, exactly. I was born and raised in Necromunda. I understand that holy charms can fail. And so you're just going to have extras. But yeah, I could really see this as like a book peddling. So like you'd have a little wagon of books with them and so forth, and pamphlets and all these different types of things. And you would have like the Uriah Jacobs sort of preacher shotgun type thing. So like rolls around with a shotgun, big book in hand, and just spouting absolute nonsense. And they would have books on all the different gangs and all the different houses and so forth. Yeah. And you're having delinquation issues. Here you go, read this. And it's mostly blank, but like,
just
there's a few pages.
Nomads and wrote Delat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I can see them doing. It's like, you're having trouble with Goliaths. It's like a book that comes with a free pack of crayons and all this other stuff.
It's a 5-pack of firecrackers. If you see Goliaths, you light them and throw them in the other direction. The Goliath hear the popping noises and they're like, "Oh, popcorn!
Oh, gunfight! Gunfight over popcorn! Let's go!
I want a poppy cigar."
I could see this as like a snake oil merchant from the Wild West sort of thing, but a gang of them.
Yes.
And then like the Jews would basically be like pickpockets, working the crowd, walking through, talking about. They would be the ones muttering in the background like, "Oh, do you know? Actually, I saw 3 nomads the other week just tearing down a ridge hauler all by themselves. Like, we need protection from them." And as people are fussing and fretting, they're pinching their goods and their wares and so forth. But yes, anyway, let us move on. Sir.
So let's get in to the first read, and strap yourself in, scummers. This one is a doozy. Rumours and hearsay. Necromunda's history, following its rediscovery by the Imperium, is littered with tales of reavers and cloaked raiders. The Ash Waste Nomads present as far back as its earliest records. It's literally just people in the desert wanting to kill you.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also a message to say that that maybe they are more native than we truly understand. But when the Imperium did come, they did boot a lot of people out into the wastes. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
From the very first step of what we're going into and what you experience in the book, it's the vagueness of what's going on. It's like, were these the ones who got booted out of the hives? Were these the ones who already lived in the desert?
Yep.
Where exactly did these people come from?
These people, so they've, let's go with both of the theories there. They've been booted out of the hives, or they've fled to the hives. My first theory, these were people who, at the coming of the Imperium, remained loyal to the Iron Lords.
Right.
I will accept no further discussion on this matter.
So you're saying they fled into the waste, understanding that they didn't have a chance against the
Imperium came.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we are discussing this. The Imperium came, and when the armies and fleets of the Iron Lords were destroyed by the Imperial fists, those who remained loyal fled into the wastes, into hidden enclaves, possibly striking out as a guerrilla force against the Imperium or against Imperial interlopers as the original Ash Waste Nomads.
That's crazy. So they had all of those gorilla suits already pre-prepared in the Ash Wastes.
Yeah, but they'd have bow ties. Some of them would have regular ties. Sometimes top hats or those glasses with the mustaches.
You've got to be able to define rank.
Yeah. But then you take the glasses off and they're like, that's not a large, hairy Albanian man. That's a gorilla.
Don't. Okay, that's fine. It's been nice knowing you.
Anthropologists, Albanians.
You'll vanish. But anyway, not being funny at all. But I think that's a sort of a stable theory as well, because the Imperium, and we know this from the Horus Heresy, is that even after they militarily defeated a world, there still was the point of compliance as well. So making them compliant, making them bend to the will of the Imperium. And you could see that entire communities, almost entire civilizations deciding not to live under that guise, but choosing this sort of lifestyle instead. And if there is the fanaticism of the Imperium imparted upon these citizens, as in the way that they worship the Iron Lords, then you're going to see that kind of guerrilla rebel warfare that you're talking about.
But when you witness the let's be honest, destructive power and fury of a Space Marine Legion, even one as, let's be honest, restrained as the Imperial Fists, though. They weren't the savages of the Space Wolves or the destructive capability of the World Eaters. They weren't consuming the blood of the Fallen like the Blood Angels, or they weren't, surprise traitors like the Dark Angels. They were actively partaking in war, but they had rules, all right? And
it's a bit more methodical.
It is. Yeah. It was methodical. Say what you will, the Imperial Fists were fantastic during the Horus Heresy. They were, personally, one of the better legions during the Heresy.
But, by all means, they had no real rivals for what they were capable of doing either.
It's true. Honestly, it's true. They, when it came to fortifying, when it came to building walls, they were the best. Iron Warriors still brought them down, but only ones who did our job during the Heresy. But anyway, during the assault on Holy Terror, sorry.
Yeah.
But when you witness a legion like the Imperial Fists destroying these people you viewed as gods, because remember, the Iron Lords ruled their part of the galaxy as gods. Their entire system was part of their empire. They were torn down methodically and let's be honest, very easily.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't care who you are, unless you have your own Space Marines in your back pocket, and I don't think any of these loyalists were Trazen the Infinite, they realise that they can't fight this, so they've fled into the wastes and have been striking out at the Imperium ever since.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm totally for that idea. I think it gives you the correct motivation going forward into the future of why there is so much hatred towards the Hive Dwellers as well.
Yep.
But let us talk about an unheeded lesson.
Go.
Hive Warlord Serbilant, a hand taker, unleashes the storied mech brigades of the Scarlet Lancers to purge Hive Sinar's trade routes of the foul Nomad. And the mounted duelists are repeatedly ambushed among the ash dunes, clashing with savage beast riders in a series of brutal engagements. Contact is soon lost with the regiment altogether, their Dark Age walkers buried beneath the shifting ash. The imagery of this is phenomenal, and because of one thing for me, and that is the Halamite riders.
Yep.
Yeah. So I envisage this like a full blown cavalry clash, and the walkers I imagine as the AdMech. I think it's a June Stalker. So, but the AdMech ones I see as the what are they called? The Iron Strider. I can't remember. I think it's called
Ballistarius.
That's it. Yeah, Iron Strider Ballistarius. Right. That's what I see. That's what I see happening here. This clash between the two, and it would be, I guess the Iron Strider. You know, we have the impression of it with guns, but there's also like I think there's the one that has like a shock lance type thing, and that's more what I see them as. So legions of these going at each other with shock lance, or regiment, not a legion, but going at each other with shock lances, Halamite riders chasing them down, and just this mechanical, like a terrifying cavalry force being sent out there to suppress the local nomads, or sorry, not necessarily local, with the Hive Sinar's trade routes. So heading out into that region saying we are sending out there the Scarlet Lancers, and everybody's like, whoa, that's it. This is a PDF regiment, or this is the warlord's own personal, elite regiment. You don't get in there unless you've killed 3 men or whatever the case might be. And then just to lose contact with them. So they just get picked away, burnt away, they're just getting withered away over time, that this once glorious regiment of, nomad killers just vanishes into history. So it's such cool imagery, and you could imagine the nomads would have fought them in their own style, but there definitely would have been times where that traditionalist method of like, they're charging at us, let's charge them back. Let's give them something that they don't expect.
And because those walkers, there's the Dark Age walkers, they've been around since since the Dote, which is what I'm now calling the Dark Age of technology. Damn it, Doubt. Since the Doubt. But I'm now picturing that some Cawdor gang has uncovered one of these, which is where they get their way walkers.
Yeah, the Ridge Walker thingy.
Yeah. So they've found one of them, which became like the prototype for their Ridge Walkers. But I love what you've said there about they're going to have guns and that sort of stuff, but you are going to have those ones that the Scarlet Lancers they're going to have the big lance, and it'll be like an electro goad, and they'll have a shield, and I'm picturing what are they called, like squires and that on smaller ones.
Oh yes,
like riding
absolutely.
up behind them. But like this warlord is just sit there going, he's affecting my income, which is possibly bringing the attention of the Imperium on me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lead my Scarlet Lancers, and unfortunately he gets thumped.
Yeah, well, and so the imagery that I'm talking about is, have you ever seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven? I've asked you this before, you probably haven't.
One of the best.
Have you, and I've probably mentioned this before, but I have an old man's memory these days. So, did I ever ask you about watching the director's cut of that?
Yes. You told me what the director's cut, and I said I refused to. And then I got internet bullied into watching it.
That's right. But anyway, there's
Still
a
haven't
scene in
watched
that where... which is just... doesn't make sense. But there's a scene in that where the Crusaders go out and then they end up finding their heads on spikes and so forth.
Yes.
So this would, I imagine, would be what would end up happening is that they would find bits and pieces of the Scarlet Lancers left behind, and then over the coming years or weeks and years and whatever have you, bits of Scarlet Lancer is seen on Nomads, like an armor plate, a shoulder pad, a particular lance that they use, and they're just like, oh yeah, we understand the hurt that happened out there.
I'm picturing Hellamite riders quite brazenly, like marching down single file past a settlement, and the settlements, their scouts or their watchmen are looking out over the fence, and they see these Hellamite riders with those big, beautiful electro-goad lances, but they've got material tied around them that show that the former owner unfortunately didn't die easy.
Yeah,
Getting
exactly.
very dark here. Speaking of dark, let's make it so dark that we are underground. Maybe the Under-Earth War. The Great Restoration of Necromunda reveals the true extent of its ancient bore tunnels. The Snorag mining clan battling nomads and all manner of nameless horrors beneath the surface. The squats and nomads begin a long and bitter struggle, collapsing tunnels, flooding chambers with effluent, and fighting ferocious close-range battles, spawning a legacy of violence and hatred that will last through the millennia. Very similar to squats and orcs, or squats and night goblins, or squats and skaven, or squats and squats.
It's dwarves and night goblins. And that was the exact analogy I was going to use. Right now, folks, we're playing a lot of Warhammer the Old World. We love it. And I'm running my night goblins. And all I hear here in this is that there are heroes. Nomadic heroes taking on oppressive stunties who only wish to see the downfall of their fungus empire.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So a shout out to Trent, one of our friends. From the moment he wanted to play Nomads a while ago, and we just, we had maybe one or two games, and we just couldn't organise enough time to have a campaign and so forth. But as he read the Nomads, he just said to me, he goes, "They're just goblins."
They're just goblins.
That's why he already saw the true heart of who and what they are. Maybe that's an origin story that we haven't explored. That maybe there are Gretchen on Necromunda.
We'll hold off the crazy conspiracy theories until the end.
Whoa.
But I'm just going to say, I currently like yours better than mine.
So maybe the orcs got thumped, right? And the Gretchen, what do they refer to them now?
Groby. Oh, that's what the dwarves call them.
In 40k, they are definitely called something else, and I think they're grots.
Yeah, they're grots.
Yeah, so let's not actually. Do you know what? They don't need to be grots. They can be Gretchen, the old school, second ed style Gretchen. So they're Gretchen that have taken on the mantle of being a nomad. They've managed to, they sit on each other's shoulders. They don't quite understand how their weapons work, but they're very different to the Imperium. They're also very aggressive and nasty because it's just natural green skin behaviour. And then that
implies all Hellamites are actually just really weird looking squigs.
Tell me that's a bad thing.
Oh, it ain't.
It ain't. If I saw an army of red Hellamites, I'd just be like, cool, squig bash, let's do it.
Yep.
All they need is a nomad swinging a ball and chain, and I'll be like, I get it. I see where you're at.
Do the next raid. We're not talking about we're not talking about phonetics. Just do the next raid.
But let me just one last point about this. This is a classic like stunties versus the disorganized masses and the rabble, and it does. I know we want to go into the next read. I just want to say one very small thing about this. This particular read, sort of, I don't know. The impression that you get is that maybe the nomads aren't necessarily as organized or as ruthless as they are perceived to be in other sections of the book. And this is that vagueness that we talk about. Like we talk about this, this ongoing under-earth battle against the squats, which is sort of, it goes against what we know about the nomads in the sense of that they're raiders and they vanish into thin air and so forth. But here, it sounds like protracted warfare against an enemy. So for me, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, we will actually pause the read there because you've opened a can of worms here. Because that is their territory. They have gone literally underground. They've been forced from the hives, forced from where humanity lives, out into the wastes. You can't survive on the wastes unless you have a settlement. They can't build a settlement for fear of persecution from Imperial invaders. So they go underground where they are hidden. We saw that in the ruins of Yardlin, when in the caves, the Lady of Ash, there, and it said there were millions of them in this cave, in this network of caves. They can grow and train and arm and, go from these different groups, and we'll talk about the different sort of tribes and that later on, but they can become an army down there. And when the squats move their way into the Necromunda and underways, into the bore tunnels, into the mines, the nomads run the risk of being discovered. They can't allow that, which is why they fight back so violently, which is why they're flooding tunnels, they're raiding in the dark, but they're also in a standing warfare. They're not fighting their regular type of warfare they have to do on the surface, because down here it's desperate.
Yeah, they're protecting their front door.
Correct.
Yeah. I see that. I really like that. That would make sense as to why they would change tact and why they would, go into these almost like pitched battle type of scenarios. That it seems that's what happened in the Under-Earth War.
Yeah.
But I like that, Sam. Wow, it's a really good point. Man, we've gone like more than 2 years and finally we got one. All right. Poison Sea Raiders. The Bak Nun launched devastating attacks from the coast of the Poison Sea. Faer's deep is assaulted by haunched, howling warriors and amphibian beasts, while the penal garrisons of Zalkspire and Blackwater Watch are all but wiped out. Guards plucked from the walls by long, pale arms reaching from the depths, as nomads and some creatures swarm over the harbour defences. I was waiting for this read. Right. Now, we know, and our canon is that these are displaced followers of the Iron Lords, right?
Yep.
So their connection with Necromunda has been established for such a long period of time.
Possibly 10,000 or more years.
Yeah. Yes. I believe there is a connection with them and the Silent Ones.
Wow, okay.
So being able to get these sump creatures, for me, and I would dare say this is, as Deadpool says, an educated wish.
Yeah.
I don't see these sump creatures as necessarily like mutants and horribly distorted and deranged things. I see them as perhaps like the very weakened state of things from those Pisceans that went underground many, many moons ago. And maybe that psychic link, that connection that they have with the Dalark is not something they're able to do with the nomads, and that's why they don't have an influence on them. but they are able to assist them in destroying the humans near the poison sea. So, and it's more like a base level type of Piscean thing. It is a creature that needs to be goaded and herded and sent forth. It's not just necessarily some mutated monstrosity, because for me, the idea of them using the mutated monstrosity, it just feels, I don't know, it feels like they're using something that was created from the destruction of their world, if you know what I mean. Like, you don't get that mutated mess without the Imperium doing what it has done to Necromunda.
Okay, I want to say yes, but counterpoint. Do you remember earlier when we were talking about the N95 Nomads, how they had a natural affinity for like domesticating and training the beasts of the wastes?
Yeah.
So, what if during the reign of the Iron Lords, back when it was Arrhenius Prime, all right? What if this particular tribe, what would they call the
Buck
Nun? What if the Buck Nun were possibly just a group who lived on what is now known as the Poison Sea? Because you got to remember, it was a industrious, and it was actually it was a good world. Like, it was still a place you wanted to live.
Well, that's we know that from the Van Saar read, where they were coming to Necromunda.
Yeah, they were coming to Arrhenius Prime.
It was a jewel.
Yes.
It was a jewel to go to for learning and understanding.
Correct.
And all the gardens and all that other stuff.
What's to say, let's go back then, all right? What's to say the Bucknun weren't possibly a group dealing specifically with oceanic and amphibious animals and have developed this affinity with them while retaining their loyalty to the Iron Lords? And with the coming of the Imperium, they too have gone underground, but in their case, undersea.
Under the sea, as Sebastian said.
They've gone the Sebastian way. They've retreated underneath there, possibly in, let's say... Do you ever watch a... it was a show from like the early 90s. I believe it was called Seagate DSV.
Seagate? I don't think it was called DSV. The DSV bit sounds right. Wasn't it called something else? It was called...
Sequest DSV is what it was called.
Yes, I do remember
where basically
that.
it was... oh my God, they're making a new one of it?
No, really?
Yeah, starring... Who? Oh my God. We're not... starring Liam Neeson!
No.
Yeah, Liam Neeson and Timothy Chalamet. All right. That's certainly a name.
Not. As a TV series or as a movie? Folks, for the regular listeners, this is pretty standard derail. This one's actually pretty light, but really divergent.
Oh, wait, no. It's fake. It's a thing made by someone on the internet. No, Sequest DSV is basically... It was starring Roy Schneider. There was an undersea research station where they were basically then investigating the ocean and looking at like sharks and like plankton and stuff. What's to say the Buck Nun back in the day weren't doing something along those lines? The Imperium
like ocean researchers.
Yeah, ocean researchers. They retreat back under the sea. And given their affinity, given their training, their relationship with these sort of oceanic animals, they've then, when they've become the quote-unquote nomads, they've attacked the Imperial invaders using the animals that they've now spent thousands of years training and breeding, and almost using a form of directed breeding to create deadlier animals to better serve their objectives.
Yeah, I really like that. I still think they're Piscean though, because yep. No, that's fine. I love the theory of it though. I think it needs to open your mind to the idea that the nomads are still citizens of this world, in the sense that you had your marine biologists, you had your forestry workers, you had your experts on the mountain ranges and whatever the case might be. So that information and that knowledge wouldn't necessarily just be thrown away and discarded. This is passed down over eons and eons, and some of it may not be usable at all in the modern world of Necromunda, but it's just like the experts and knowledge that existed on a peaceful planet. That knowledge gets passed on and then is transformed into a weaponized form. How do we use this information and knowledge? How do we use these beasts? Yeah, I like it.
And to make the Bucknun, you take any Nomads kit and then anything from the Identis Deepkin and just kit bash.
Yeah, just go for your life.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Perfect. All right, so the silence of Victrix. Hive Victrix goes abruptly silent. The event is largely unremarked upon until the 5-year backlog of undelivered bolt casings is finally investigated by the Merchants Guild. They discover the Hive in the grips of anarchy. Many spires have been shorn away, as if by some great beast. Its people starved and driven half-mad by rumours of nomad invaders. Too scared to flee. The merchants hastily board their stratoplanes and leave the Hive to its fate. They literally
that's
didn't
the
care.
reverse. Yeah. No, that's the reverse of like kick you out of the waste and close the doors. They're just like, we're going to the wastes.
And hopefully you will never see it again.
Yeah. Good luck to that. Something ate your spires, by the way,
yes.
But we're not so concerned about that. We are actually still going to penalise you for the backlog of bolt casings. Bolt casings. But other than that, good luck to you.
See ya.
And yeah.
Bye.
As they're seeing nomads raid the Hive again, they're like, get on that stratoplane.
Bye.
We'll
send you a
heck out of
bill.
here. Yeah. Exactly. You need to pay for our fuel, our accommodation. We didn't have any, but we already had it booked, so came out of our account. There's not much we can do to. Yeah, right. That is brilliant. I really like that. That is, and we when we talk about the guilds, this is prime guild behaviour as well.
Oh yeah,
it's just like that's too much of a hassle. Move on. Let us find something else. The idea though that the spires could have been shorn away by some great beast. Are we... Yeah, and I've said it many times and reiterated, the vagueness of what this book does. Just goes, have this. Think what you will of it.
Here's just a giant cookie, and that cookie is made up of 19 different ideas. I will touch on my theory on this later on when we talk about some of the technological aspects of the Nomads. Further on in my theory that they are in fact the true descendants of the Iron Lords. I'm going to leave it at that.
You may get a cease and desist from Games Workshop. They'll be like,
another
how dare
one,
you spread...
bring it.
Another Stop playing Chaos Warriors. You're no good at it. Yeah.
I've literally been introducing myself as James Workshop to people. Their lawyers are I'm basically their speed dial.
Yeah. Right. We'll let Hive Victrix die as it did and move on to our next read. A famous rescue. The Adventures of the Blades, the Nomad cycle, is set at this time, detailing Celestria, Sindira, and Solarana's quest to rescue the Ecclesiarch of Terror from the clutches of the Ash Waste Nomads. The apocryphal tale makes clear that without the Blades and their Tox Drake mounts to protect Primus, there will be little to stand against the vowed return of War Chief Red Skull and his kilometre-long Mercedes? Mercedes?
Yeah, it's a Mercedes of murder.
This is one of those things that Games Workshop went, let it just creep through from N95. It's okay. The Gene Stealer cults had a pimp wagon or a pimp mobile, basically. The War Chief Red Skull can have his Mercedes. Your Mercedes, yes. Right. This is like, more inclined to what we'd expect to read like 30 years ago and so forth.
This is fiction.
It's pulp fiction.
Yeah.
I was about to say that. This is just nonsense, and it'd just be this type of stuff that make people go, oh, the blades, and House Escher would hold it up and say, we defeated a Mercedes. I can't pronounce it.
I'm imagining this is some pamphlet created by some, pulp fiction writer, basically just saying, I can take these characters that we know of from history, that I'm making. It's basically Xena Warrior Princess, except there's 3 Xenas. And he's just going, yep, I need a bad guy. Who's a good bad guy? And I don't think they had democracy yet, so they were just like, nomads. So they get the nomads, and basically, they're just printing these things out, and you can imagine at the lower socioeconomic groupings of Necromunda would hear this, and it indoctrinates them into thinking this is their enemy. Because, can you imagine a world where media just indoctrinated you into hating a group of people for absolutely no reason? Like,
well, no, I can't imagine that, because our media is completely top-notch, unbiased. That's the main thing, absolutely. Completely unbiased,
So this leads on to the Second Nomad War. Attacks on lager trains increase in frequency before developing into outright war, the Ash Waste Nomads unleashing their full wrath upon the squats. The hives begin to recognise them for the threat they pose, with references to great spirits such as the Dancer in the Storm and Ash Mother appearing in the records for the first time. Little known fact, at this point, the Dancer in the Storm was also known as Snarsnik, which is ironic. And the Ash Mother was just known as Gobbler. No, this is a second part of really what solidifies the ongoing just hatred between squats and nomads. But this is also another point that I want to touch on much later on, in regards to the obvious weird frequency in which these spirits appear in nomad culture and warfare and timelines. Because we know, the Dancer in the Storm and the Ash Mother. Because this second...
Mate, I'm getting what you're putting down already.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't made the Iron Lords connection when I was reading the book myself. But now that you've run that into my head as like premiere theory number 1, these are survivors.
These are 8,000 years ago. This war is 8,000 years ago. Yet both of those characters were here this year in the Aranthian succession.
Yes. It's not a mantle. It's not you now are our Dancer in the Storm, or you are now our Ash Mother. That is the Dancer in the Storm, and that is the Ash Mother.
You are picking up what I'm putting down.
Oh man, I actually got goosebumps. This is a fantastic theory. This is so good. These are the remnants and the survivors, and it would totally make sense. We're going to go off, but I don't care. It would totally make sense as to why there would be so much fanaticism, so much loyalty, is that their gods still live.
Okay, screw it. Let's do this now. Exactly. These people, these spirits, these named figures, I believe are Iron Lords.
Yes.
I believe this title passes on from body to body. The actual being itself is a spirit, very similar to a Phoenix Lord, that is being transferred across consciousness, and it becomes not just the individual, be it the Lady of Ash. The Lady of Ash is the being that currently, in my opinion, inhabits the... what's her name? Asungar.
Asungar,
because... The Lady of Ash is one of the Iron Lords whose spirit has managed to survive, much like we have Ozyranthus.
Yep. So
this is technology.
This is a consciousness.
It is a consciousness that is transferring across.
Spirit Stone, but a more aggressive version of Spirit Stone.
Exactly.
So it's like this spirit's not just going to whisper to you. This spirit's going to take you over.
Correct.
And they willingly do it. Yes.
Which is why, in my opinion, Ozzy Aranthis is one of the Iron Lords.
Yeah.
That it was incredibly convenient that Ozzy has come and the succession has occurred. And at the same time, the Nomads have had their uprising because whether you like it or not, they are working together. Now, one of the main conflicts to this theory is that the Nomads were attacking the Archprophet of Redemption's crusades, right? Not because they were necessarily against each other, but they were trespassing in Nomad territory. Doesn't matter if you're allies or not. You stay in your lane when it comes to the wastes.
But also the prophet is a tool at the hands of the Aranthians.
Correct.
Right? So they and I was just thinking about this as you were saying it. They would use the best weapon that they can against the Imperium, and that is its faith.
Yes.
What can drive millions or potentially billions to their own to dying on battlefields, to just being sacrificial. It's this absolute belief in the Imperial Creed. But let's change that and change it and turn it away from this false Imperial Creed and have our prophet come along and say that. Not necessarily are they seen as a direct ally of the Iron Lords. You know what I mean? In the eyes of the Nomads now. Because they'd be looking at them going, well, they're still Imperials. It would not take very much for them to turn their heads and then view the Nomads as the great enemy, and then all of those mobilized millions begin to turn on them. So it is completely fine and justified for them to be fighting each other, because the Nomads would still consider them the enemies, and it would be so very difficult. Imagine the prophet turning around and going, actually, do you know what? The Nomads are our mates now. Don't worry about them. Like, we don't attack them. We don't wander into their territory. Although the years and years and millennia of indoctrination that we've done to say that they are the greatest enemy or one of the greatest enemies, we don't need to worry about that. That's not going to happen. But changing a sidestep to the Imperial Creed is completely understandable. So, from what I understand of what you're saying, the Aranthian succession, and I think we do mention it when we talk about the Aranthian succession, this is a return to power of those who had the power stripped from them.
Yes.
And not just, those who are Imperial allies or those who, were part of the noble houses. We're talking deep-seated history, the ultimate revenge, the ultimate slapback sort of thing.
Correct.
So, man, I love your idea that all of these spirits, they are the souls of the machines.
Now, that being said, I do not believe all Nomads are under the thrall of these spirits. I stand by the fact that we have these other groups, the Catalyst Civil War, the groups that have left the hives or been expelled from hives or simply chosen to trade outside of guild sanctions and live that nomadic trading life. I believe all of these groups are valid.
Yep.
But I think everyone knows when I say the Ash Waste Nomads are this voiceless, this faceless group versus the nomadic peoples of the Ash Wastes. So I do still see the difference between those groups.
Oh, of course. The nomadic people of the Ash Wastes are, I believe, a little bit more crazy cocoa bananas type stuff, because they're still having to exist and live out there without the aid of a clan or a tribe or whatever the case might be. But there are a difference, and they would almost be seen, like the nomadic people would be seen as somebody that we could work with, but definitely are still our enemy in the minds of the Nomads, the Ash Waste Nomads. They would just feel like they are still Imperials. And when the day comes that the Iron Lords return proper and we are able to overthrow the Imperials, those Nomads...
Oh, they're gone too.
they're gone too. They'll just go to they'll go to their happy emperor in the sky. See you later, sort of thing.
Perfect.
Filthy heresy.
Yep.
Right. Okay. I'm all on the Iron Lords bandwagon, but we do have some reads to get through. So let me go to Tribes and Tribulations. With the hives of Necromunda slowly being brought to heel by Lord Martek Helmea and his descendants, the hives turn their attention to the bountiful riches to be harvested in the Ash Wastes, despite the many risks involved in such an undertaking. So this is, like I just mentioned this a second ago, it's so easy for the Nomads to become the big bad.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? So because they have our resources, or they are preventing us from X, Y, and Z, or they're doing this, that's, it's very easy to create a narrative that you're going to be able to motivate the population of Necromunda to take on board and go out there and wipe out the Nomads. So it's not a difficult step to go, do you know how we were fighting against House Goliath? They were our big bad? Well, Guess what? They're not so bad anymore, because the real danger is the Nomad about to kick in the front door of our hive and steal all of our children.
So I understand that your ancestors and my ancestors came to this land separately, and we've been at war for generations. But you know who the true enemy is? That native people outside that's stopping us from taking the resources that they don't even own.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah,
imagine if a people said that in real life. It would be ridiculous. But they're using the propaganda, and yes, they are also using things that have happened. But they're using this propaganda as a reason to vilify the Nomads. And
of course, yeah.
It is genuinely now, hey, the enemy isn't that hive over there because they're with us now. And it's not that hive over there because they're with us now. But all three of our hives can come together and harvest all those resources that are literally just sitting there. And they're ours. And we get money for them.
Yeah.
But those people out there that live there, that don't even really live there, they don't want you to have it. So you realise they hate you. They don't want you to have money to feed your family. So you know what we should do? We should come together, all of us, for peace. We should strike those people. And that's what Helmea would... That's basically word for word how he would have done it. Because he's a warlord. He was a gang king. He's brought these peoples together under threat of, Imperial persecution. And he's now using his skills as an orator and, maybe as a way to rebuild his own momentum by making these possible enemies of his subjects focus on another enemy. Because nothing brings a people together like someone else to hate.
Absolutely. You create that common enemy. And, I don't think the Nomads would be too aggrieved at being seen as the common enemy as well, because they would consider themselves...
Come get some, Jimmy.
Come get some, boyo. You don't like me? Well, guess what, Susan? I got a whole list of reasons why I don't like you. So step up. But yeah, they going off the theory of them as in having some sort of relationship with the Iron Lords. Yes, this is our most hated enemy. This is our most vile opponent, and to kill them, to destroy them, is an important facet of who we are. Not just something we do out of defense, but something that we do to help us define who we are going forward. So I don't think they would have a problem with that, but they don't have the capacity or the numbers to stand up against a unified Necromunda.
Well, between the rediscovery of Aranas Prime, or now Necromunda, and Martek Helmea is about 4,000 years. So it's, the rise of gang kings and, the pacification, and then in M34 when you have Helmea's War, where he starts seizing the hives. He's basically he swears to the Imperial Fist. Remember, I can do this. I can make Necromunda a planet for the Imperium. And the Imperial Fist captain, what was his name? Galos. Galos is like,
that's right,
bro, you got this. I'll take your oath. You've got 100 years. You've got 100 years. If you don't, I will kill you so bad. So I don't even think Martek would be saying to the hives, "Hey, they are the Iron Lords." I don't even think he would know that.
I'm saying, definitely from his point of view, forget the Iron Lords. I'm saying from the Nomads, their history, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Their history is saying these are our enemy because they have always been our enemy.
And because our gods who are actually alive and just over there have been saying, we hate the Imperials.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, I'm totally with you. The understanding of why the Hivers and so forth would hate the Nomads would be completely lost to time, and it would be the relevance of why we're going out there to destroy the Nomads is from what we said in that read: riches to be harvested. They're just generally bad, or they raid things and they destroy things. So the concept, it's no grand idea or grand scheme as to why we hate them in some ridiculous history. It is, they stop us from being productive. They stop us from being profitable. So let's go kick them in the teeth, because it's the only thing that makes sense.
100%.
So I don't see them needing any greater motivation. Lord Helmaya could have just gone, you know what, we need to do stuff for the Captain Gallios, so we're going to go out there and stomp face.
It's perfect, because he can turn around and go, okay, we kill some Nomads, the Imperial Fist see that we're pacifying the wastes, plus it allows trade between the hives that I now control.
Yes.
More money means more people. More money means more food means more people means more soldiers means more hive means more control means Galos doesn't kill me dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple math.
Yeah, I should have seen it sooner.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, the death of a whole mess of Nomads is just the cost of business. And as the Great Road War rages, trade routes come under repeated attack from not only scavies and mutants in the employ of a rogue warlord, but also tribes of nomads. Now, despite great efforts to protect the trade routes, a number of Necromunda's social elite are left with staggering debts. Only once the uprising has been quashed do the nomadic tribes, who seem to hold no affiliation with the mysterious warlord, lessen their own raids. They are using the mutants and scavies to fight a proxy war. They are allowing this force to build, and I guarantee you that much like a filthy Tower water case member, there were nomads going out to the mutants and scavies and giving them weapons and giving them explosives and food and giving them plans. Basically, like the old world generals when they went into the new world and were teaching tribes how to fight each other, or when the Americans were arming Japan in the war against the samurai. They were made famous in not only history but in The Last Samurai, starring Tom Cruise. Fantastic movie. But you'd have
very historically accurate.
Historically accurate. Also, Shiroyama is a fantastic song by Sabaton. And it is basically, I'm picturing these nomads effectively saying to scavies, attack here now, and we'll attack from over there. And they've been hitting the convoys and hitting the trade routes and doing damage to the hives, whereas at the same time the nomads are actually getting the real targets, and in my mind taking back, because the nomads are taking back the essential trade routes, keeping their own territory safe, and ensuring that they are attacking when it's safer, because if anyone's going to die, it has to be the scavies and mutants, because even if they are of, old stock, they're no longer us.
Yeah,
They've been polluted by the coming of the Imperium, and that makes them lesser.
I mean, I'm totally agreeing with this. It would be, as you say, a proxy war where they're just saying, okay, and from what I mentioned earlier, they know they cannot match what the Imperium's going to bring.
Absolutely not.
Even the most modern iterations of the Aranthian succession, the Nomads still fight in a time-tested method, right?
Yes.
So back then, they would have just been like, okay, we need numbers, we need bulk, we need stuff that's going to take away and shift the eye of the, we'll call them Imperial forces away from what we're really needing to do and what our objectives are. Right, so I want to jump into our next read really quickly because I have something to say, but it sort of ties to what we just read about. So the Vanishing Workforce, Thunder Farm, a wasteland ironworks, is overrun by a great force of Ash Waste Nomads, causing thousands of slave ogrons to disappear overnight. The owners of the now derelict ironworks are forced to spend billions of credits to replace the workers and ensure industrial quotas are met. That is a very calculated, very, very meticulous type of warfare that they've done. They've sent ironworks, ogrons. Let's take it out. You know what I mean? Let's remove a great part of the mechanism. The cost of business and the great road war, using the nomads and the scavies. They aren't a desperate band in the middle of the wastes taking little pot shots at the Imperium.
No.
Right? And there's a part of the of the tribes of the wasteland I just want to read because I think it sort of speaks to what I believe the nomads are, and most certainly what the impression of the nomads are at this period of time.
Okay.
I'm reminded of a tale that reached me from the outer settlements of Hive Meridian, where a trader brought in the corpse of a nomad he had killed during a recent raid on the Makeda Gate. It is said that when the body was brought to the local surgeon for examination and its mask and cloak removed, they discovered a human as perfect in form as they had ever seen. More remarkable still, when the nomad was exposed to the outland atmosphere, its skin instantly began to blister and boil, and moments later the body itself decomposed, as if eaten alive by something in the air. So we're not talking about a people and a civilization that is struggling out in the ash wastes. We're talking about a civilization that can stay healthy, can stay fit, can stay in perfect form. And this is at this early stage. I'm laughing because he's raising his hand to have a say, but I haven't finished yet.
Okay.
So if you're healthy, right, and you're not struggling to gather food and resources and all these other things and doing all these raids and whatever the case might be, you can take the time to have a proper hierarchy within your civilization, a proper hierarchy within your social networks, but more importantly, a proper hierarchy within your military systems. This hierarchy is what I believe we can see in these two reads here, where it is targeted, it is specialized, it is not random, it's not desperate, it's not a case of raiding for the need of survival. This is raiding and attacking and fighting in very well calculated and very well thought out engagements, because they are not a dying force out in the wastes. They are not a struggling force out in the wastes. They are a perfect example of humanity pushing back against the Imperium.
Incorrect. They're not in the wastes. All right? You've just awakened a thought in my brain. Do you remember during the Aranthian succession, I believe it was Cinderak burning, when the mysterious army came from underneath the city in perfect armor, in perfect warlike ability, with weaponry unmatched.
Samuel.
And we came up with the theory that they were possibly in cryogenic stasis underneath the city.
as
Now,
Aranthians,
if you
but they're not
lived,
necessarily Aranthians.
if you lived in a Fallout-style vault underneath Necromunda, in effectively a perfect society underneath there, with its own environment, therefore its own germs and radiation levels, etc., and it was your turn to put on the rags and go and attack this Makeda Gate. You happen to die, and they've captured your body and they've taken it out. Then something in the atmosphere literally forces you to decompose.
Yeah.
So, firstly, I believe this event never occurred. I don't believe there is a person that melted. I believe there would possibly be a person that became very quickly burned.
Yeah.
I would believe there was a person who was maybe dressed as a nomad. This is the only real instance of the book telling us that a corpse has been found. We know, even after conflict with nomads, you don't find bodies. You don't find wounded, nothing like that. You might find weapons, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, you would.
Maybe.
You'd be
That's
able
a
to
big
find
maybe,
weapons,
yeah.
or you'd be able to trade through, through with some of the lesser tribes, but you don't find bodies. So that's why I don't believe this. But for every lie, there's a kernel of truth. We know that about Warhammer 40,000. We know that especially about Necromunda. If it's a rumour or there's a tiny little throwaway line, there's a tiny bit of truth to it. I believe the Nomads are likely a perfect example of human genetics. I believe they will be undamaged, without mutation, completely along standardized genetic lines, because I believe a lot of their population is kept pure underground, and only small segments are coming up to the surface.
Yeah. Well, you've got me with that, and then as soon as you started speaking, I just started to think their weapons, their technology is out, it's so different to what we see the normal hive is using, and it's not this clunky, cumbersome type of thing. It is something that can be quite destructive. You're almost talking, like when I look and read about their weapons, and it's a weird correlation to make, but I go, that's a sort of tantamount to like Dark Elder type weaponry, to like very basic Elder, basic Necron type of weaponry. And so to create perfect specimens, to engineer and create these creatures underground, or these people underground, and keep them in a perfect state, it must mean that their technology is at the right level, because they're holding back the outside air from destroying their own civilization, or from even just being that, like, that's what they regularly breathe. Yeah, right.
Now,
oh man, you've got me with the Aranthian thing.
Yeah, that takes us on to the concept of the vanishing workforce. So, you need to introduce new genetics to any sort of gene pool, or else you wind up with a gene puddle.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, stealing Ogryns isn't introducing anything to the human gene pool. I didn't really want to do this, but it sort of has to be said. Everything we're currently talking about, because it's in that pre-M38 era, is really sort of us leaning onto the historical inaccuracies on the subject of the nomad.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas post, M38, we have Apocrypha Necromundus, which gives us, as we said, the more sort of logical and, let's be honest, like, scientific view on what's actually going on with the nomads and all that sort of stuff. And in that sort of section, it specifically talks about population harvests. Now, this read here from Tribes of the Wasteland. After reading various accounts and other scholarly works of nomads taking prisoners, I was compelled to look into the subject myself. An examination of a recent nomad raid on the Magniformis, known locally as Big Hole, great name, revealed a number of conflicting stories. Speaking with the survivors, I was informed that along with their dead, numerous locals were subdued and tied to the back of Hellamites to be taken away, while others said those lost simply ran into the wastes or jumped into the great open-cut mine from whence the settlement gets its name. If indeed the nomads are taking prisoners, then what could be the reason? Do they use them as a food source, or is this how they maintain their population? I believe the food source comment is false. It is fear-mongering. It is possibly something that has been passed down. You know, nomads, they're cannibals. They're obviously going to be eating people. They're not going to eat their own people.
Well, it's almost like an editorial at the an editor coming through at the back end and going, oh, they're maintaining their population. That's terrifying, but not as terrifying as becoming a food source.
Perfect.
You know, so let's put that in, even though it has no semblance of truth.
So I believe it is them maintaining their population. Now, are you saying, Samuel, that when they kidnap people, they basically sit them down and go, all right, now, Timmy, I understand you had friends and a family and a life back at Big Hole, but we've kidnapped you now and you're going to be one of us. No, that's silly. Remember like 15 minutes ago when we talked about how I believe the nomads the spirits are single consciousness, very akin to the Phoenix Lords being passed down from body to body?
Yes.
What if the nomads, because we know they communicate without speaking. Mm-hmm. Theory number 2.
Righto.
What if, that way back when we talked about the Iron Lords and Necromunda and Arrhenius Prime, about how I believed that the technological ascendancy of the of Arrhenius was due to sort of stolen Necron technology. When the Imperial Fists finally destroyed the warp gates, the unknown Xenos ship, they just happened to look very similar, from what I recall, to a croissant, which is actually very similar to Necron technology. They came in and basically just scorched the Earth, like, you know, screw you guys.
I get it. The Necrons are French, yes.
Correct. Le Necron. Treizen Le Infinite. Wazoo. Now, what's to say that these prisoners aren't being infected with some sort of nanite technology which takes over the personality and allows communication wirelessly and without vocalization between the nomads?
So what are you saying the prisoners are being used for here?
Population growth. But they no longer maintain their existing personalities when the nanites clamp onto them. Because the Necrons have technology that does that. It takes control of the lesser races and allows Necron overlords to... I believe back in the original Dawn of War game, one of the pariahs was actually a human that had the nanite scarabs inserted into his body. And what's to say that when the population is being taken, they're being taken down, infected with this new nomad personality, and then joining the clans, joining the tribes, and continuing to grow the army under the control of the Iron Lords, who, as we've originally stated, as we've confirmed, is canon / our idea, that they are using stolen Necron technology. Because I believe somewhere on Necromunda is a Necron tomb.
What?
So, I was right. Let me rephrase that. Somewhere within the original Arrhenian continuity, then the Necromundan system is a tomb world,
I'll buy that.
Or at least a tomb outpost.
Yes, okay. A tomb post, yes.
A tomb post.
Right, okay, because my initial thought when you were going through all of this is the individuals that they're taking from Necromunda, so these people who are born and bred on the planet and so forth, they are not necessarily perfect beings. I think they're not necessarily, and I'm not getting how caught up on the idea that there is a perfect being, and that is what's underneath the robes and the faceplates. Yes. Do I do a different show? Oh, wow. That's amazing. I didn't know I did. I'm that good. So it's not necessarily that I think there's a perfect being, but I think the genetic makeup and the very essence of what the people are on the planet would clash with, let's just call them the Aranayans for argument's sake. So maybe they're not necessarily using the Necromundan population and saying, okay, well, you're now part of us. But maybe they're actually breaking down their biological matter to make more people for them, making more babies for them, like test tube babies.
Yeah. So they almost distilling it in the form of the Goliaths.
Yeah, so what because I can't see regular people, like they're infected with all manners of radiation and mutation and all this other kind of thing, being just folded in to that nomad population, the Aranayan population. I think it would corrupt who and what they are. And so they would sort of dilute who and what they are, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to stay away from being really dark, but I'm just going to go down the pathway. I think they're just using the biological matter to create more, and then using the gene pool this new gene pool and integrating that into their species, rather than necessarily going, hey, you're one of us now. Would you like a wife, a husband, so that you can have more babies underground? No.
As in, so, yeah, I believe that almost the nanite infection, because when it takes over the personality, they're able to then use that individual in conflict as opposed to using one of their own.
Yeah, you're saying they're using them as fodder, basically.
100%.
Okay. I thought you meant as in they were re-establishing their population or just growing their population.
No, they're able to maintain those perfect beings that we've described earlier in their cryogenic chambers or, within their sections. I'm convinced it's a city underground.
I think the Aranthian succession is a clear piece of evidence for that, for the cities under the ground, because we're talking about things rising up from underneath the ground and they're in good condition. They're not, as the nomads are.
Yeah.
Where we're talking about a civilization that is still able to maintain itself.
Absolutely. I genuinely believe that they have a full-blown society under there. That's what I'm saying. And so when they're capturing these people and they're grabbing them, they're taking them down there, it brings them down and it's just like, cool, you get infected and now you can do our battles. We can control you from our city because the nanites are in your bloodstream now. Because everyone knows the Aranayans were more technologically advanced. In fact, it talks about it in Tribes of the Wasteland, about Aranai technology. It has been observed that the weaponry used by the Ash Waste Nomads differs significantly from that produced by the Hive cities. In my investigations, I have also come to see connections between nomad technology and certain types of Dark Age archaeotech. Delving into Imperial records, I have found correlations between the energy blast guns and bombs used by the Outland peoples and the arms and armour employed by the Aranaeus continuity at the time of its conquest. Yes. There are, of course, many reasons why the nomads might use the technology of the lost Aranai, having found forgotten stockpiles in the wastelands, or perhaps handed down and repurposed weapons and war gear over countless generations, that they have an understanding of the function and use of these technologies could speak to such theories, the knowledge passed down with the objects. As a logician, it would be remiss of me not to add the possibility that the Nomads are more technologically advanced than is believed, and that they manufacture their technology somewhere out in the wastelands. Certainly, given the number of weapons involved and standardization seen across the planet, this is not inconceivable. Games Workshop is telling us right here.
Yes.
They have the technology of the Aranai, which I think is a great name.
Same. I heard that as well. I was like, well done, James.
Yeah. But it's not being passed down like, from generation to generation, father to son, mother to daughter. It's just there because this is what they've had for 10,000 years.
Yeah.
For even longer, when they fled the oncoming Imperium to their vault, to their safe house, to their underground city. Like, it's there because it's what they had back then, and they've simply kept the standardization. They've gotten more weapons from the Imperium, absolutely, but they know what they know, they love what they love, and they will always fall back on it. Yeah, we've spent so much on this point. So that's why I think they're stealing people.
But I respect your decision, your thought point on that they're stealing the people to use as cannon fodder, because if they are Aranaean, or what was the beautiful term to use? Aranai. If they are Aranai, so they don't want to, for use of a better term here, dilute their population with Imperial citizens.
Yes.
But from what we see in this book, and I believe that the throwaway line in there about, they found stockpiles of weapons, is just a way of saying...
They found stockpiles in their armory.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it would be put in the manifest to say they aren't as dangerous as we think. They've just found a lucky stash. Goliaths could find... plasma cannons one day, and they'll become very dominant for a while. But that'll be the end. That'll have an end process to it.
Yes,
an end date, and that's what that throwaway line is in there for. But it is clearly Aranai. It is clearly an Aranai population, and the theft, the capturing of citizens. That is a way. There is a link. There is something
There's
there.
got to be.
And there's got to be. And I see it more in my brain. It is that they're using the biological, I guess, not even data. It's just like a resource they can
biological
use.
material.
Material, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. And so having Ogrins makes sense as well.
Yeah, going back to them stealing the Ogrins.
Yeah.
It's multi-use. It steals a resource from the Imperium, but also... they take it back down to that underground city of theirs. They infect them with those nanites. And they're then able to say, hey, go to work. And the Ogren nanites go, you got it.
Yep.
And
then when they become too old, too useless, or,
they're broken down.
They're broken down, and their biological material is brought back into the fold to create more.
Make it even simpler. When they get too old or too useless, they just feed them to Helamites. They feed them to the undersea creatures. Like, we don't have to sugarcoat this bad boy. It's grimdark. It's Necromunda. Life sucks. And you know what? Occasionally you get fed to a Helamite. It is what it is. We've all been there.
Right, do we have another read?
We have so many reads. This one here is Ghost Towns. So ash storms rage for a number of weeks, resulting in loss of contact with a number of wasteland settlements. Once the storms subside, resupply convoys arrive at the settlements to find them totally abandoned with no signs of what happened to the inhabitants. Literally just what we've talked about. We've talked about it for like 16 weeks. The population has been stolen and turned into mined prisoners with jobs / definitely not something that rhymes with eugenics / protein mush.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. We don't need to necessarily harp on this, but I think the key point here is no signs of what happened to the inhabitants, right?
Because
so we don't see a battle. We don't see
there's no damage.
The impact. So this is the next level of what is such a powerful weapon of the nomads. is the fear, the terror that they're able to create within this environment. So much so that perhaps the inhabitants of the settlement went, it's safer out in the storms than it is in our own home because we are going to die here. So and perhaps the storms are nomad manufactured to the point where they're like, okay, well, we cut off, but we don't leave our settlement. Their settlement becomes such a terrifying environment for them. They're like, that's it. Time to boot, scoot, and boogie out of here because we are done. And like that, they're gone, vanished.
Perfect.
Right. Conquest of the Ash Road.
Can we just have like 3 or 4 minutes of complete silence because that we finished that reading point far too quickly?
Yeah, just fill up the space. I've got something I can click here. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Does that help?
Just no.
Conquest of the Ash Road. Those in the employ of House Athenos come into frequent contact with the denizens of the Ash Waste as they make efforts to secure the Great Ash Road. Despite seasons of violence and many of the House of Athenos workers claiming to have slain dozens of nomads, not one body is recovered, leaving many to whisper that the Outlanders were creatures beyond death. I guess this doubles down exactly what I was saying before about the fear causing. So taking the bodies or whatever they do with the bodies, the nanites maybe have a little supper, chomp, 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 take them all away.
Yep.
Then that just adds to the fear, adds to the mystery, to the point of what are we? We know we're fighting humanoid creatures, but, there's so many humanoid type of creatures in the 41st millennium. What are we fighting? And they can't be human because when I've seen a gang war, there's bodies left in the street. There's clear signs of violence and of impact. But when I fight the nomads, everything is gone. Everything is taken away. So there is another whole element of fear, another whole element of the unknown. I think that's the key factor there. It's the fear of the unknown. And that's what a lot of this book is built around, the fear of the unknown. It's just only coming to me now because even the way that it's written about the unknown and what we need to fear about that. Shutter your windows because they will come for you sort of idea.
I also think it's that peasant style of what's the word I'm looking for? It's peasant superstition that the hivers and the imperial citizens have regarding the nomads because. They're like, I definitely shot them. It was bolters or it was lass weapons, and I hit them. I saw them go down. Then where are the bodies? Well, obviously, we've hit them, we've shot them, and then when they've seen the battle isn't going to be won, they've gotten back up and fled. But you said you killed them, but I must have killed them, but there's no body. So is it that the nomads have taken the bodies, or have the bodies just gotten back up and walked away because they can't be killed because they're beyond us? Yes. Sorry.
I was going to say, they're creatures beyond death. And this is something I was thinking about earlier in the episode. The nomads, it's almost like they understand the belief system of the Imperium.
Yes.
There is a full understanding of this and how important that is and how manipulative you can be because you apply certain pushes and certain fears and certain undermining to the nature of what the Imperial Creed is about. So these creatures beyond death and the denizens of the Imperium start to think, well, demons are beyond death, but we don't, demons aren't real. The faith in the Emperor is the only thing. And then, all the stories they hear about off-world things and all the horrible things that they hear about what's going on in the galaxy through hearsay and whisper. And now it's happening on their doorstep. And it's almost like the nomads are able to manifest the most terrifying parts of the wider galaxy into a very small microcosm of their little battlefield and turning it into absolute terror, very much like the ghost towns. Then you have the conquest of the Ash Road as well, which is just a consistent and permanent amount of terror that they're trying to inflict upon the citizens because they know they're susceptible to it because of the Imperial Creed. Thank you very much, Lorca.
But it's also, we love you, Big L. But it's also a big thing about that peasant superstition where this is the boogeyman. This is the spirits in the night. This is, don't go out in the wastes at night because the nomads will get you. Well, it's not nomads. It's like, I don't know, conjunctivitis. But you get conjunctivitis because nomads have been drinking from your water supply. Everyone knows that.
Yep.
But that's you're absolutely right. They've had thousands and thousands of years to learn the superstitions and the weaknesses of their enemies because, let's be honest, in 10,000 years, the Imperium's really gone backwards a lot. Whereas from what we can tell and from what we're hypothesizing, don't give me that look, nomad society has done nothing but either not necessarily stagnate, but it's stayed at that same level. It's stayed at that same level or it's made advancements. It hasn't gone backwards.
I firmly believe they are part of the key facets behind the Aranthian succession. Yeah. So I would not necessarily say that it's been a tremendous advancement, but it has most certainly been more growth than the Imperium because to develop and build and do what they've done underground, you cannot be as backward as the Imperium because you will not survive it. Perfect. But you also are a heretic, so...
Yeah. Well, much like the Imperium, on Necromunda you have neighbours and nuisances. As Junkertown stamps its influence upon the surrounding area, run-ins with the nomadic tribes of the Wastes become ever more frequent. Whilst some of the tribes seem content to come to the settlement's bustling scrap markets to trade honestly, other tribes make no effort to be such courteous neighbours, launching repeated raids against both Junkertown and the trade caravans that traverse the surrounding highways. This is the difference between Ash Waste Nomads and Nomads of the Ash Wastes. The nomadic tribes coming to trade honestly are those N95-style exile tribes, Nomads of the Ash Wastes. The ones that are killing and looting and attacking everything, those are either Ash Waste Nomads or the bad versions of the Nomads of the Ash Wastes.
They're all bad versions, by the way, because they would happily kill you for your rusty auto pistol.
Yes, so, but this is where, we talked about this a little bit in the Ratskin episode, where a lot of the Ratskin lore got folded into the modern Ash Waste Nomads, where this is where you had those tribes of Ratskins who were willing to sort of quote-unquote pollute themselves by speaking and associating with hivers versus those that were immediately hostile. What were they called? They were the bad skins, I believe, were the ones that sort of infected themselves with clan society. But this... we don't really need to talk about that too much. We've mentioned it a lot so far this episode that there were the different facets of Ash Waste Nomads, but I think this is a great throwback to the N95 Nomads of the Ash Wastes versus the modern Ash Waste Nomads.
I also have a belief that not necessarily all of the fallen Arani or Aranthians, Arani. Not all of the fallen Arani necessarily adhere to the belief system or adhere to the greater goal. The larger purpose. So you may have those who want to trade. So I'm not necessarily saying we need to explore this too much, but I think when you have something like the Aranthian succession and they're fully motivated, then they hitch their wagon to that great movement of the tribes, right?
It's almost a comparison between. You could almost compare it to Native American peoples or. Even like Gallic and Celtic peoples with the expansion of America of the British and the French and then eventually the Americans, or with the Gallics and the Celts with the Romans, etc., where you had many tribes who were openly Celtic or Gallic or whatever. And when it came to war and ongoing war, they would side with their own peoples. But when conflict wasn't necessarily required, like they were willing to trade and sort of barter, and eventually 2 or 3 generations down the track, they became Roman, just they had beards and fancy pants.
Yeah.
Is that sort of what you're saying there?
Yeah, without we became Romans, or we became Necromundans. Do you know what I mean? We still hold our allegiance true to where we come from, but we can see that our overall greater goal of taking back the planet is a task we may never see, is a task that may never happen. So we need to do what we think is the best for our small particular under-earth empire, or our small little under-earth settlement that we have. So we're going to trade with you, and we will give you good stuff, and we'll give you fun stuff, but we're going to demand good coin in return, and we use that to fund our own war
against your people.
Against your people. Because they understand the weakness of Necromunda is it needs trade. It needs to be constantly bartering and changing things up, because the planet is so resource deprived. So they again, it is a weakness of the Imperium, of this structure and this system, that I believe the Nomads would have recognised and gone, yeah, we can trade with them. We can give them junk, or we can give them good stuff
We can give them what we decide are baubles that they believe is amazing archaeotech, but in reality we're manufacturing this crap.
Yeah, or we wiped out an enforcer patrol. We've got loads of stub pistols and bolt guns and high quality stuff that we will never use because it is trash in our eyes, or not in adherence with our belief in our style of warfare. So we're going to trade all this stuff.
Never can. They're defeating enemies because obviously they're able to trade amongst themselves across the planet. They're taking stuff from the Minerva cluster for where they defeated that Enforce Patrol, bringing it all the way into settlements around Primus, or not necessarily Primus, but like the Needle, etc., and trading it to them. Dude.
And they would not be seeing it as a betrayal of their people. They would just be saying,
that's simply your role.
We're getting rid of this junk. We get credits. Now we can do more with the credits than what we could have done with 15 stub guns. You know what I mean? Or whatever we managed to pick up. So we trade, but when we flick the switch, when the dinner bell rings and we get pulled together by our great spirits, all that trading stops, all that nonsense, that interaction stops, and we all become warlike. And we all go to war. Yeah.
I love that.
That's like where my brain went with that part of the Nomads, because I was like, I believe you would be able to tell the difference between Nomads in the Ash Wastes and Ash Waste Nomads. Like they would hold themselves differently, they would operate differently, and sometimes it might be really subtle, but an expert in the area, or somebody who's seen enough Nomads, would go, you're not like a Ash Waste Nomad, you're like a wanderer of the wastes.
But part of me also says that Imperial racism would not allow themselves to view them as too different. They would still look at them and go, you're just another Ash Waste Nomad.
Yeah, I didn't think of that aspect of it. So yeah, that obviously that's quite a distinct possibility, but I think I just feel like there is a finality to life on Necromunda. We all understand that. So people who have fled into the Ash Waste, it's all about survival, where I feel like the canon that we've created for the Ash Waste Nomads, it's like the survival is not in how long my lifespan is, but how long the cause continues. How long we can maintain our objectives under the guidance of the Great Spirits. Yeah. So this concept. So this concept of I need to survive, as opposed to the cause needs to survive, would change the demeanor and the I guess the ideology of the person who they're trading with. Yeah. And that would change what and why they would be trading. So you would have Nomads who would find a very tasty, enforcer bolt gun and go, actually, that's mine. I'm keeping that because this is going to save my bacon. Where you'd have an Ash Waste Nomad who would turn around and go, what a piece of trash. I have much better weapons. I have much better uses. And this doesn't fit into to my methodologies, to my understanding of how we make conflict, this can go. You know what I mean? So I think to I totally agree with you. To the untrained eye of an Imperial citizen, they're all the same. They're all desert dwelling folk, whatever. We trade with them. But I think to those who had been around them long enough, there would be a discernible difference between the two.
Yep. I love it. I love it.
We're creating categories of subcategories of subcategories.
Yeah, we really are.
We apologise.
We're about to do it again. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah. Right. Scavengers and claim jumpers. As the clan houses of High Primus indulge in turf wars over the city's industrial infrastructure, refineries and mining operations are left to be reclaimed by the wastes. Seizing their opportunity, both nomad tribes and squat mining clans move into the area. One seeming to only be interested in salvaging abandoned materials, the other seeking to jump on the derelict mining claims.
Which is which?
Which is shock horror.
But this speaks so much to what you literally just said, where they're grabbing that material, not necessarily because they want it for themselves, but they know they have another use for it straight away. They can trade it to these idiot Imperials.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting so excited about insulting the Imperial. Stop it, Samuel. No, but what you just said works so well for this.
Yeah. I mean, and it makes total sense. Let's go gather their resources and use it against them.
Perfect.
Or let's strip this down, and it can never be used again. And that would also work very well in waging their war against the squats. Like completely destroy and salvage this building. You know, like rip it all away, take away all the infrastructure of this mining facility, and the squats come in and they have to build it from nothing. So that makes their job 10 times harder to start their mining operation, whilst also being harassed by nomads at the same time, if they are even able to get to that point.
But it also feeds into the conflict that already exists between the two of them. Are the nomads going in there just to grab those materials so they can on-trade them and, you know, use them to fuel their war like you've talked about there? Or are they also doing it because they know squats are going to be there as well, and they want the squats to see them taking the materials? Because it's a spiteful attitude, but through spite, all things are possible. I mean, look at my marriage. But with just with those actions, like they're creating further animosity, which in their minds is that just going to drive the squats into doing something dumb? Are they going to rush out without
blood.
Preparing? They get the bloodlust. We're to kill these nomads. We're going to capture these mining implements, and they rush out, and all of a sudden they run into a very well prepared nomad ambush. We don't know. I love that.
But also, like, when you think about the concept, this is the remnants of the Arenaeus Prime.
Yep.
Right? That the salvaging of resources becomes important as well, because steel is still steel. You know, like we can still take these metals and these other elements that we need because our great under earth cities need them.
Yeah, we need metals for more buildings and weapons you know.
But then there'll be Imperial trash that they'll move on, and to do it in the front. To do it right in front of the eyes of the squats is perfect. It is a perfect outcome for them. Yeah, I definitely think we're talking. I definitely think there would be fractured elements within the Ash Waste Nomads tribes, but still an overarching total end goal and total, almost like an Imperial type of belief system of, you know, when push comes to shove, I'm an Imperial citizen and I will fight against whatever great enemy is pushing onto me. And that is, I think, the same mentality of the Ash Waste Nomads as well, which was created by, obviously, the Imperium coming down and putting the boot on the throat of the Arenaeans.
God damn. Well, this is a nice, easy one to discuss here. Bail for the Wastes. The rulership of Necromunda takes steps to assert control of the wastes. These attempts are largely unsuccessful, mainly serving to strengthen the tribes who grow in experience fighting the forces sent against them.
Well, just before you go on, this was like, there's a little bit of background to this. So the Necromunda forces that were sent out were like, they didn't quite understand what they were fighting for. That was the problem, right? I'm
waiting for the joke. Yep.
They thought it was about weight loss because it was a battle for the wastes, the wastelands. Yeah, good one, Nath. Yeah.
I hate the fact I found that funny. It is once again Imperial and Necromundan hubris. Remember when they led the militias and the house militias out to Secundus and just stood there and just destroyed their own forces, and they're like, "But we've tried nothing. We're all out of ideas."
Yeah.
It's, you can just imagine them going out and being told, "Yep, go and find the settlements and find the armies," and very similar to, you mentioned Kingdom of Heaven earlier, when the Crusaders go out to attack Salahuddin, and they just led them further and further and further into the desert, and eventually the Crusaders started to die, and that's what I'm imagining is happening here. They're leading them out further and further away from society. They don't have food, they don't have water, the logistics have been thrown off, and then all of a sudden these leaders and these soldiers of the Nomads are able to attack the Imperial forces and gain an experience and knowledge, and let's be honest, from that, loot. And they're sort of building up their skill set as well as their bank accounts, and it's all because Imperial hubris.
Well, and exactly to follow up on what you're saying, the Ash Waste Nomads would then look at this as almost like a training operation.
Yeah.
Once they began to assert control, they start to say, "Let's get our soldiers out there, let's fight, but we still fight in our method, so we can teach them, because the soldiers that are coming out to meet us, we're driving them so far out, or we're forcing them to come so far out that they are depleted of food, of water, of resources, of ammunition, or any other thing that needs to keep them as a coordinated fighting force, and they become weaker. And this wounded animal becomes perfect for our Jews, our young'uns, to have a go."
Perfect.
Speaking of fighting, the enemy of my enemy, the Orc Empire of Calverna, attacks Necromunda. The Ash Waste Nomads exploiting the chaos to strike against isolated outposts and supply lines. Unlikely saviours, the tribes also destroy several Orc landings, their Halamite riders tracking and slaughtering the Xenos before they can spread further across the planet.
All right, do you want to go first here?
No, I want to know your brain here, because I have a very strong concept of why they did this, but go on. And I think we're on the same page.
Can you imagine just how amazing it would have been watching Speed Freaks and Halamite Riders?
Oh, we're not on the same page. This is amazing, yes.
In Gorka Morka style, just straight up race murders. Was it Death Race? What was the Orc set where you went around the racetrack? And
right, man, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but that's genuinely how I'm picturing it. Like these speed freaks coming out from these landing sites, and all of a sudden just being swarmed, like these scuttling monstrosities tearing their way from outside, from underneath the dunes or the ash, and these squigs just being just ripping at each other like fighting hounds. And then at the end of the day, I think the Ash Waste Nomads will be looking at this going, this is another invasion by another enemy force.
That's exactly what my point was, yes.
And they would have quickly gotten in there and attacked them. That being said, they're also saying, hey, this Imperial outpost is cut off for a little while. Let's quickly wipe them out, and then we'll go kill those green guys.
Yeah, the overall message is to the Imperium of, we're saving you, we're not your saviors.
Correct.
Because once the fungus is dead, we're coming back for what they were coming to get.
Yes.
And we're going to take that because we don't want another problem on Necromunda. And I'm sure they're aware of the skull, the Ash Waste Nomads. You can see how devastating and negative an effect orcs would have, almost like polluting the planet. So they would understand that this orc empire needs to be stopped dead in its tracks. But the concept of the type of battles they would be having would be amazing. You know, I still think the Ash Waste Nomads would definitely be still fighting in their guerrilla warfare style and that hit and run type tactic and that
100%.
strike from the shadows, which for any, you know, red-blooded orc would just be driving them absolutely cocoa bananas.
Except that one group of death skulls who are the whole time just being like, "This is amazing."
Do you know?
I want to steal the bug.
Yeah, yeah, true. Do you know who would love it? What are the? Is it the Death Skull or Commandos? Are they Death Skulls?
No.
I don't know who they are, but like Snickrot and his lads. Yeah. They would love this kind of fighting. They'd be like, "We find you, you find us." You know, yeah. The imagery of it, you can always have like three-way fights where the Imperium are like, well, the Nomads are sort of fighting the Orcs for the moment, and then suddenly the Nomads see that the Orcs are definitely losing, the Imperium's getting the upper hand, and they start blasting the living daylights out of them whilst withdrawing from the Orcs, and then just trying to play both sides. So this is definitely a case of get your dirty feet off my planet. This is
Correct.
my planet, and I have one terrifying foe to already fight. So you can boot off. Thank you very much, Mr. Green.
Ah, yes. Goddamn. Oh, I'm now picturing a bunch of orcs that have sort of orcs always seem to like adopt the when they loot stuff, the death skulls. I'm picturing them with the big rebreathers and the sky mantles and stuff, and just being like, we as nomads now.
And then just like forcing the squigs to have like extra long legs, like just tape, like getting a mad doc to fit a squig with extra long legs, and just it's like when you put you put socks on a dog or something and it doesn't know how to use its legs. Yep. That's how I imagine a squig would be. It's like, I want to bite things, but what's happened to me? I want to bite things,
but you've given me mandibles. Yeah. So, eyes in the wastes. Marginally worried at the famine caused by raids upon the Minerva cluster, Nistera Helmore tasks House Delark with tracking Ash Waste Nomad war parties back to their hideouts. Most agents are never heard from again. After nearly a year in the wastes, the last known operative is found, bound outside the gates of Cinderak City beside a Hellamite leather sack filled with Delark eyepieces. Listen,
right.
I don't know who I'm really going for in this fight. Like, that is creepy. You can just imagine that last guy banging, because he wouldn't have said nothing to no one. Like he's just sitting there with the sack next to him, filled with the eyepieces that have obviously been ripped from most likely the still very upset Delark agents, and that's horrific. This is a very simple message. This is a warning. You cannot follow us. Like, stop looking for us. You know, we're better than you at this. Like, I'm totally.
You're bringing your style of infiltration, sabotage, whatever the case might be. You're bringing that out here.
Yep.
Well, my friends, since those yellow nasty boys kicked us out of the hives, we've been doing this. So we're gonna done teach you a lesson or two out here. And that's exactly what happened. And they said, you won't need your glasses, so we'll put them in a little bag, and we don't want to fight this particular one, so we're going to send him back home. But yeah, I think that's exactly what would have happened. The knowledge, experience, and total like affinity that they would have with their environment would just outstrip whatever the Delark are trying to do. No matter how sneaky they are, they're not going to be able to match those centuries of experience, those millennia of experience. Yeah.
It's also great. It's like, hey, you've seen stuff we don't want you to see, so we're going to take your ability to see. It's unnecessarily cruel, but at the same time, it sends that message. I think it's great. I think it's great. But this one you're about to read is phenomenal.
A forlorn nobility. The scrap fortified township of Primus Secundus, founded by exiled nobles, survives for almost a year, its archaeotech-wielding populace fending off nomads of the Gashtun tribe in increasingly deadly raids. Running out of supplies, they bribe dust-flayed scav mercenaries for a safe escort through the nomad lands, who in turn waste little time betraying their charges. The Primus trade route soon plagued by gown and wig wearing mutants.
Forget the Ash Waste Nomads episode. This is now an entire episode based on mutants and scavies in huge wigs and ball gowns.
Yeah, foppish mutants and scavies. It's like from Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, where the two dress up in the ladies' costumes.
Yes.
You know, they're waving and so from a distance, you're like, oh, there's some nobles out in the Ash Waste. And as you get close, you're like, oh my word. I think I'm in love.
But, you know, this is just a great little flavour piece. You know, it sets up so much. Primus Secundus, you know, it's that atoll from Waterworld, but in the middle of the Ash Wastes. It's put together with the detritus and metal, and, you know, you can picture the type of settlement it is, and these nomads that have been thrown out, and they have all this amazing weaponry and equipment and gear, but unfortunately they can't feed themselves. And
it's sorry to cut you off there, but it's not even about feeding yourself. It's being able to maintain your little population.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, can we resupply with weapons? Can we maintain trade routes? This is the things that I was talking about before. It's like, can we do our standard Necromundan behaviour out here, which is trading, supply, survival?
Yeah.
You know, we can't. But, sorry, I did cut you off.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly it. And the nomads have seen it and gone, we're going to isolate them, we're going to attack them, we're going to start wearing them down. And they've eventually seen that the only way for them to possibly survive is to make an agreement with scav mercenaries and say, hey, help us out, get us out of here. Okay, that's absolutely fine. But, once again, in my mind, the nomads have said to the mutants, we're not going to touch you. Get your payment, but make sure we don't hear from them again. And the mutants go, no problem, boss. And now they're rocking around in the latest Louis Vuittons from 3 seasons ago. And the nomads have cleared out another infestation in their territory. That's all this was.
Yeah, and I would see that as, you know, they would look at the weaponry that these particular nobles are equipped with and gone, we're talking about another tier of weaponry coming out here. This is real nasty stuff. Do you know what I mean? So we need to do everything in our power. Oh, look, there's scavies and mutants who are willing to fight our enemy. Perfect.
Correct.
We'll get them on board and we will stomp their faces. And at this point, it's use whatever resources are available to us to make this outcome happen.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, getting into this one here, the Trials of Ash. Rothko Daly, cast out naked into the Ash Waste for the failure of his leadership, is discovered 2 months later by an Orlok road crew. Miraculously, still alive. He tells strange tales of rescue by Ash Waste Nomads and of a wondrous society built around an underground oasis. Quickly bored of his delirious ramblings, the gang abandon him in an outland bar in Halfway and continue on their journey. Well, all I'm going to say is we've been saying that basically this exact situation, minus the naked Orlok, for about 6 hours now. Yeah. And yeah, I genuinely believe they've found this guy, have gone, okay, let's take him home. Let's what is it? Remember in the Delark episode they talked about, hey, everyone knows that sorry, not Delark episode, the Vansar episode. Everyone knows they've got an SDC. Everyone knows.
Yeah.
Which means if everyone knows, it can't be true.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
The Nomads have said, here, we're going to take this guy, we're going to show him home, we're going to keep him alive, we're going to feed him, we're going to set him free. And he's going to be so blown away by what he saw, he'll tell them all. And they'll all think he's a nut job.
I have a slightly different theory. I like your theory. I have a different...
Okay.
Perhaps the 1 in 1 million chance where the nanites fail. And so he wasn't brought in as an honoured guest or anything, but brought in as another slave, another biomass material. And then the nanites just one time they just don't work.
And so the Nomads have said, just let him leave?
No, he escaped, but not because you imagine if you've got nanites, you don't need walls, yeah? So he's probably just wandering around, and suddenly his nanites stop working.
But he's naked.
They have some weird parties down there. No, but I'm maybe, and I'm really taking poetic license about this. He's trying to strip the nanites from him. You know, he's tearing, or he can feel them failing. He can feel this foreign entity within him, and he's ripping off his clothing.
He was cast out naked. They threw him out naked. It doesn't necessarily imply that he's naked when they find him. They kick him out into the wastes after stripping his clothes off. They cast him out naked.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so...
Maybe their parties are quite tame.
Yeah, so this is just regular, good old RNA and tea parties. So yeah, he's cast out for a failure of his leadership. They don't find him like that. But I want to imagine that the nanites have failed, and this Orlok was taken to be just another servant, another slave, has managed to wander away because there are no walls in this prison, and has this story, this miraculous story to tell, but nobody will believe it, because if it ain't rising high up into the stratosphere, how possibly can it be this wondrous society? How can it be this wondrous city built on Necromunda?
Perfect.
If somebody tells you, it's like us. Imagine we see an amazing city, but it's not the skyscrapers that we're used to. You're not going to be able to believe it. You know what I mean? It's going to take too much.
I love it because it also feeds back to that theory of there are oases and underwater water supplies on Necromunda, because everyone keeps talking about them. We know the Delark have one, you know, whether that is necessarily fresh water, etc. But what's to say that this oasis isn't just a supply of fresh water that the Aranai saw when they built that vault around? They built that vault underneath there, knowing that when they had to get down there, when the Imperium got there,
that oasis is actually protected by a wonder wall. It's amazing.
I said maybe. Just do the next read, baby.
The March of Folly. Tristan Helmer.
And after all, it's a nomad wonder wall. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Yep.
And that's to you and the greater audience. The March of Folly. Tristan Helmore petitioned several regiments of ferals to scour the Ash Wastes. The campaign is a disaster almost from the outset, with desertions and a near full uprising of the Themaclus Grox Dragoons after an administrative error delivers their mounts to the Trasior ration factories. The warbands of Xenonia enjoy some success against the Nomads, but are mostly remembered for the off-worlders' influence upon Uphive fashion. So this is, let's be honest, this read's not about the Nomads at all. This is classic Necromundan.
It's classic
tomfoolery. It's classic Imperium shithousery of themselves. Oh yeah, we've got all these Grox Dragoons. What are we doing with their mounts? Well, they look very tasty.
But you can imagine the actual soldiers came down on one lander, and then the other lander came down, and they've looked at it. What's in here? Grox? Why the hell are you landing here? You're 4 stations down. Come on, mate. Oh, okay, sorry, lift, go 4 stations down. They unload, and they start unloading the Grox, and they're like, Grox? All right, I guess it's going to the ration factories.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, these Dragoons are like, where the heck are our horses? I mean, Grox.
Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, ration quotas are tripled in the next month. It's just like, we have got a lot of fresh meat recently. This is fantastic.
There's one corpse grinder. He sort of looks. He turns to his fellow corpse grinders and just goes, "I've been waiting generations to say this." He clears his throat, goes, "Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys." And then it's
As
like,
he's murdered.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Step. Yeah.
I reckon the Themaculus Grox Dragoons would have had at least some of their Grox returned back to them. Obviously
lunch,
it's food.
Dinner.
Yeah, it's like, we give you back at least a third of your regiment. What are you talking here? How dare a lot of you. But I do enjoy that the influence is upon Uphive fashion. So these are clearly nobles from another planet who have accidentally found themselves on Necromunda. And are just like, ugh.
Well, they're described as ferals, so I'm picturing them as somewhat more brutal regiments, and it's possibly where the warbands of Zenonia have come in, and they're possibly going back to that Gallic and Celtic reference I made before, where the nobles, in this case being the Romans, are looking at them going, the leather pants, the sort of more brutal aspects to their clothing. Maybe we should start dressing like these Zenonians, and all of a sudden at nightclubs and discotheques, whatever you kids do nowadays, with your TikToks and your hip hops. Yeah,
that's it.
Pepe the Frogs. I don't know, man. But they're wearing these. It's like, this is genuine Zenonian. They're almost. They get the haircuts and the earrings, the tattoos. They sort of culturally appropriate Zenonian culture. But much like with most things in the Imperium, to the victors, the spoil. Contrary to expectation, Cawdor exploitation of the spoil results in increased profits for House Orlok. Now facing massed caravans of poorly armed and ill-equipped pilgrims, the Nomads turn their attention away from the Orlok's heavily armed cargo eights and instead go after easier targets. This, in turn, only encourages the Cawdor, who flock to battle the devils of the wastes. What better way to prove your devout belief in the Emperor than killing the unholy heathens from the wastes? It's perfect. It's Cawdor. It's Nomads playing to their strengths. Why attack these big heavy vehicles when we can kill these idiots in rags and that guy who just has one shoe, literally just one shoe? Make another shoe, bro.
They give him a shoe so they can kill him. They're like, okay, now this feels justified. Look at old 2 shoes, Harry. Bang, gotcha. But the bit that I pull away from this is that this in turn only encourages the Cawdor, who flock to battle the devils of the waste. Like, they are orcs. They're just one mushroom away from being orcs.
They're pink
really.
orcs.
Yeah,
they are.
They're just like, there's a fight out there. Yeah, fight. Let's go. And they just go towards it. But again, this part of the read is talks. This is more about just like the arrogance and the stupidity of the Necromundan society as a whole.
Yes.
That it's just like, well, just keep pouring our people into the meat grinder because that is our greatest resource, and we can tap that out. So
100%.
Yes,
it's exactly it.
Yeah, they don't mind the casualties. The Orloks don't care either. But
the Orloks are loving it because more of their cargo eights are getting through. And dead Cawdor. When is it not a good day to celebrate dead Cawdor?
Yeah, they're very, very true. That's exactly what the Orlocks would be thinking.
Give me one
They'd probably
second.
shoot 'em
Give
up.
me 1 second, sorry. I've just got to punch this drudge for absolutely no reason.
I reckon you would definitely have in this period of time, you would definitely have Orlocks just blasting the hell out of some corridor and just go, cheeky Nomads, gotchas.
Nomads got here.
Yeah, I'll give you stuff. But I could see you're all like, oh, you shouldn't have spoke. That was silly. Bang. Dead.
Yep.
You know, and then just go, well, we definitely know it was Nomads because we couldn't recover any of their bodies.
Yep. Oh,
Classic
perfect.
Nomad. Yeah. Right. Rise of the Great Spirits. With 7 millennia of prosperity under the rule of House Helmore, rebellious leaders seek to claim dominion over High Primus, and corruption is rife at all levels of the Hive society. This allows the Ash Waste Nomads to grow unchecked until they appear in numbers unheard of, led by the great spirits of Necromunda. This is that grand plan. This is the we will kill Cawdor and we will raid settlements and we will steal Girl Scouts cookies. We don't care because we live for the great plan. This is the great spirits going, all right, pack your linen, start your grinning. We're doing some serious business now. We're reclaiming back the planet. But obviously, you know, from the outside looking in, as soon as they reclaim the planet, unless they do it, which they have technically in the Aranthian succession with the guise of, you know, Imperial support, they can never claim it back in the name of the Aranaeans, because then, you know, the Imperial would just go, okay, that's fine, reclaim it, because we're going to take it back. And remember how hard you got kicked? Well, we can do that 100 times harder, and we're going to.
It's this is in the modern era. This is M41, and
yes,
it's almost that the plans are coming to fruition. Everything is coming to its whole once again. In the wider sort of 40k galaxy, you have this like the 13th Black Crusade, the Cicatrix Maledictum. That's all coming up, but it is weirdly coincidental. And I get it, it's a setting and they want things to sort of work out. But it's also weirdly coincidental that the Nomads' plans and everything they've been doing has been coming to this same point. And we can talk about my theories at the end of the episode on that and sort of what that means, but we will continue moving through this because otherwise, Nathan, you know me, I am all talk. A champion of House Goliath by the name of Gundrak Chainsplitter vows to purge the wastes of any nomadic clan who would dare take up arms against the outposts of his house. The ganger races from Hive Primus astride a custom mauler, alongside a cohort of young Juves eager to earn a place amongst the House of Chains. Alas, despite his bravado, Gundrak is next seen hanging from a road sign with his tongue removed and eyes gouged out. I don't want to nitpick on this.
Yep.
I don't think he purged anything.
No, it doesn't sound like he was. What's that word I'm looking for? Successful. It doesn't sound like
a bit of a stuffy uppy.
It is most certainly a bit of a stuffy uppy. He's had a whoopsie doozy, as they refer to it in Goliath talk.
It's a bit of a whoopsie doozy.
Yeah.
As my old grandpappy used to say, he'd say, "Spamuel, talk shit, get hit." Unfortunately,
destroy.
Unfortunately, our boy Gundrak got hit.
Yep, got hit. I just imagine him just going, "We're not losing another outpost. You Nomads, the next outpost we come to, we're going to stop." And that's it. End of transmission.
They lost the outpost.
They lost the outpost, and he lost his eyes and his tongue, but they did leave him with a necklace of crayons. So, you know, he got something out of it.
It's the ultimate insult. He never got to taste them.
Yeah, exactly. Right on.
Never got to see them or taste them. Oh, the first bite is with the eye.
Yeah. I have another Reaver that was very funny. I like that. It's just like, that's why I always choose red. It reminds me of the furnace. Are they hot? I don't know. They taste like nothing. Bloody Goliaths. They are the golden age of comedy in Necromunda. But anyway, let's push on. We only got a few more to do. Stop being silly, Samuel.
Sorry.
Nests and warrens. As the Genestealer cult ravages Secundus, the forces of Necromunda battle to push them back into the hive. As Imperial assets seek to gain the upper hand, they find strange markings left upon rocks and road signs, leading them to Xenos hideouts in subterranean caverns and hidden paths that lead to ridgelines overlooking highways heavily trafficked by the Genestealers and their abhuman thralls. Though the nomadic tribes are never spotted leaving these signs, the intimate knowledge of the Ash Waste needed to find these locations is possessed by few others on Necromunda.
We talked about it already.
This is my land. That's exactly what's happening. It's like
This is exactly it.
Yeah, they can see how threatening, how dangerous a Genestealer cult is, because it is not just the physical imprint it leaves on the environment, it's the psychic deafening that it does to the entire region. And they understand how important, and especially, the Malstrains from Secundus, because they are right proper weirdos. They're like, as we mentioned in our Genestealer cult episodes, even the Tyranids are like, whoa. No, you're yucky. We don't want anything to do with you. So you can understand the leadership of the nomads, the Ash Waste Nomads, making explicitly clear, you don't touch them, you don't get in contact with them, we don't take from them, we just kill them. And what's our best weapon to kill them? The Imperium. So we will lead them to these easy, low-hanging fruit for them to get.
It's another case, not necessarily of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but the enemy of my enemy is also my enemy, and I can use my enemy to defeat said enemy. They're saying to the Imperium, you can go into these holes and fight these Genestealers or these monsters and these invaders. You can do that, but I'm happy to lead you there, but I'm not doing this fight, because if anyone's going to take the losses, once again, it's not going to be me.
That's exactly what I was thinking when you're saying it. They understand the fanaticism of the Imperials, coupled with the capacity to take casualties.
Yeah,
we have that fanaticism and love for Necromunda, but I could think they would almost blame the Imperials for this as well. You know? It's like, the only reason Genestealers are here is because your people did it, So it's your problem, but you're too dumb to work out where they're coming from. So we're going to guide you there. And as I mentioned before, you can take the hits, and you're also crazy enough to go take those hits.
Yeah.
Perfect match. See you later. Go get some sun. Yeah.
Well, Secundus rises. And as the Imperial forces engage the Xenos cults on the Dust Wall, the activity of the Ash Waste Nomads lessens and nearly ceases, allowing the house gangs to step up their own activities outside the hive. Whether the Xenos cult's attack and the disappearance of the nomadic tribes are linked, nobody can say. But once the Genestealer cult retreats back into Secundus, the Nomads soon retaliate against the house gang's aggressive expansions. We've just touched on this. It's once again, they're going, hey, we can take a step back, recoup our losses, rearm, redeploy. You can fight the aliens, you can both take losses, and then as soon as one of you steps back, we attack. And this is it's what they've done. It's perfect.
Yeah, so they would be reclaiming their territory and just saying, we've taken a time to recoup, but also there's no need for us to be fighting during this period of time.
Yeah.
There's too much fighting going on Secundus. We will let that be, and we will come and claim and take what we want, and probably setting up plans and actions and long-term goals that will eventually see all these losses as just part of the greater expanse.
Yes.
Minx's mischief. Rumours begin to emerge from the waste of a tribal chieftain uniting scattered clans of nomads and mobilising them against mining operations and fuel refineries. Desperate to protect their investments, House Orlok sends word to notorious firecracker Vesper Minx Medina to crush the rising nomad chieftain before they can gain any more traction. With a fleet of quads, ridge runners and bikes at her side, Vesper races into the nomad camp with weapons at the ready and scatters the gathered tribes in a single night of rocket fire and exhaust smoke.
I love her.
I wonder if she claimed any bodies. Isn't she the one who took the potato gun to the head? No, it wasn't her.
It was that poor Games Workshop rules writer. Last time he ever goes to Queensland.
So, do they recover bodies in this? This is one of those ones where you're just like, hey, you've got a crushing victory here. You've scattered the nomads into the night. Where's the evidence? Where's the and when we say evidence, where's a body?
Where's a body?
Yeah, show us a nomad. Don't just scatter weapons on the battlefield. You member of the worst house on Necromunda.
Fires of Rebellion. No. But you're 100% right. They okay, you've shot them. Cool. You two, grab that thing and put it in the back of the Ridge Runner right now. No, let's just keep killing. We don't even know if we're killing. We're just blowing stuff up.
Yep.
Fires of Rebellion. As unrest grips the wider Imperium, Necromunda is not free from its own troubles. As the cinders of rebellion begin to catch a flame, and the tribes of the Ash Waste grow restless at near constant incursions into their lands. Despite the best efforts of House Helmore, the flames of war might soon engulf Necromunda. This is bringing us up to date for where we are. Obviously, the rebellion led by Ozzy Aranthus and Lady Credo against House Helmore. At this point, Lady Hera being the the remaining ruler of Necromunda. And I just realised earlier we said that Ozzy and the Nomads were possibly aligned. I've just remembered, no, that's very wrong.
Yeah. Did we? I don't think we actually said they were aligned. I said, like the same... Oh, we did actually.
We know they're not. Because in the Book of Desolation, let me get my Book of Desolation. I've just clicked onto this. I swear, in the timeline there... And it is going to be super professional and have everyone wait. Ghosts of the Past. With the return of House Aranthus to Necromunda, old enemies stir beneath the ashen sands. Out in the wasteland, the great spirits of the Sungar gather to conjure up ghost memories of their ancestors, who deliver a dire warning to the Ash Waste Nomads about the creature known to the Hive dwellers as Azostium. Okay, my theory changes. Yes. Ozzy Aranthus and his army are the original dwellers of Aranas Prime, all right? Are the Ash Waste Nomads and their spirits.
Yep.
But there was a schism at some point, and Ozzy Aranthus and House Aranthus have been forced to be killed because they were moving too far into Necron technology. The Nomads know that this other line is now broken away and is loyal to Ozzy Aranthus, which is why the Nomads and their spirits are acting against Ozzy and his forces.
Yeah, right. Okay, that would make sense. I think that there would still be some remaining history and remaining, remaining endeavours that they need from their past, and they can see the threat of it. That makes sense. I like your theory.
This here, it brings us up to date, where we know the Nomads are being forced to deal with everyone. They are dealing with the armies going to and from Cinderak City. They're wiping out the squats in Yardland. They are not necessarily wiping out. It was I know it was the Gene Stealer cults sort of attacking Yardland, but they were the Nomads were there wiping out what they could. They were attacking the Dust Wall. They, remember with the Lady of Ash, they attacked Lady Hera, and then we had that interaction there. We'll talk a little bit more about the Lady of Ash later on.
Our man from the Dust Wall.
Oh, Logan Kane. I've sung a lot in this episode so far. But this brings us to now, where... And I love these books that Games Workshop is releasing since the Aranthian Succession books, because it's bringing everyone up to date into the current lore. And this is where I think we're going to start seeing the setting just bounding forward, because we just had the Enforcers, obviously, with Bastions of Law. Who's left? Gene Stealer cults, Corpse Grinder cults, Chaos cults.
Chaos cults.
Like, you can do a single cults book. Do a cults book and be like... Hey, remember when all those cults did their uprisings and scavies and mutants and stuff, and they all got shot in the face? Cool. No one gives a crap. What's Aussie doing? But this brings us to now. This brings us to the point where we are looking at sort of the Ash Waste Nomads and where they are now. So this is where we're going to go into like the makeup of the gangs and society and a lot of stuff from the tribes of the wasteland. Pausing everything here, at the end of our sort of first hour and our spiel about the N95 Nomads versus the Nomads here, are you still thinking the N95 Nomads are better in your opinion?
Right, I was waiting for this. Right.
I want to touch on it after sort of each segment with you.
The N95 Nomads are better for building a gang, not even a gang, for building a collective, for building a group, for attaching a really weird and obscure story, or, just being able to bolt on some lore, some background that you can develop quite freely because your canvas is so large with them. But if we are to say that the Ash Waste Nomads are Aranai, then I prefer that because the history is a lot more to get your hands into.
Nice.
You can really, really take a bite of this history. You can understand what you're fighting for. You can understand your hatred of the Hivers and the Imperium at a large, and there is this overall arching plan. There is this desire to be part of this bigger picture. In terms of creating a gang that has such a very unique and built-up story, and that uniqueness is passed into each and every individual, I think that, for me, in the way that I envisage the Ash Waste Nomads now, is not as good as N95. The lore is much better. It's thicker. It's full of chunky bits. Do you know what I mean? But it lacks this individuality that you see within N95, where N95 is anybody who got booted out becomes an Ash Waste Nomad.
Yeah, dead.
Or dead. Yeah. So those nomads, you can throw a pin at an idea, and whatever idea you've hit, you can turn that into something that now belongs in the Ash Waste. And we talked about that. There is nomads out there who are like that, but the N17 Ash Waste Nomads, I think, and it's clear there is an overall goal, and I imagine that 80 to 90% of those Ash Waste Nomad population would be fighting for that overall goal. So that needs to be something that carries across into your gang, carries across into your understanding of how they operate and how they work. Very much like the gang houses, House to Lark gangs aren't going down to the local scrap heap, scrummaging around with House Cawdor. It's not part of their operation. It's not part of how they see themselves. So you are constrained by what you imagine House Deluxe needs to be like. And that's what I think the N17 Nomads are a bit like that. So at the moment, I'm sitting on the fence. I really love the myriad of possibilities with the N95 stuff, but the depth, the tastiness of the history and lore that we've explored for the N17 is so good as well.
Yeah.
I'll give you a Dark Angel answer. I sat on the fence.
Yeah, you sat on the fence. We'll wait till the episode's over and they'll get an answer from you, I guess. No, I like the new ones all along.
They're my favourites. Yeah.
Traders. Well, so what we'll do here is maybe jump into sort of a look at the things that make the Ash Waste Nomads unique. When we do this a lot of episodes, we talk about the gang. The gang layouts are always the same. There's a leader, some champions, juves, and prospects. We'll obviously go over the sort of more unique aspects to them, then their weaponry, and then we get to enjoy ourselves and talk about the spirits. But first, Nath, why don't we look at the gang? Now, the thing about the gangs is they're all inherently exactly the same. They have a leader, they have champions, then they have gangers, juves, prospects, hangers-on, etc., etc. And that's everything we need to discuss about the gang makeup themselves. Nath, you raised some really good points by scratching your chin then. No, so...
I know. Look, I think the most important thing with the Ash Waste Nomads is correct pronunciation. So we have Katragi.
The Katragi?
Which is... Come on, please.
It's like Tau. It's Tau.
Yeah, I was born here, so I'm going to do it the right Australian way. So
if anything, it's more closely related to like non-English languages. So, according to you, I would be the expert.
They do have a little bit of a Maori
they
tang
do
to
have
them.
some Polynesian sort of aspect to them.
Yeah.
Theory 3. The Ash Waste Nomads are actually just the Polynesians of Necromunda. Or
maybe they're known as great explorers. Maybe these are some lost Polynesians.
I was going to say, they literally were just like, let's go see if we can find some new hives, and left. And then they came back a few thousand later. They're like, who are all these Imperial dickheads?
Exactly.
Bro.
We're going to fight them.
We will fight you. No, so Ash Waste Nomads gangs, you have the Katragi Chieftain, who is literally just your champion, your leader. Like, it's your boss, it's your gang queen, it's your prime, it's your fortune.
If you know Necromunda and you've ever built a gang, you know what this character is because you need to have one.
And if you don't know Necromunda and you've never built a gang, why are you listening to us?
No, that's still good. You still listen to us. Still listen to us.
Go and play the game.
But go play the game. Go build a gang.
Done.
And if you're going to build an Ash Waste Nomad gang, you're going to need a car draggy.
You're going to need this part here. Then you have your sort of, with all the House of books, and that sort of ilk, you had your generic champion, and then you got your specialist champion. And the first sort of model we're going to be talking about is the Nakutari Watcher. That is your standard champion. So that's your bog standard regular champion. We're not really going to...
actually, they do actually specialise a little bit, these champions. Specifically, they're brilliant at watching Nakutaris.
So...
It says it on the box, mate. It does what it says on the box.
I've walked into it. So, Nathan, why don't you talk about the specialist champion there, the Waitari Stormcaller?
Yeah, the Waitari.
Waitari.
The Waitari, mate. Violent storms are a constant in the ash wastes, often descending from the rolling clouds or appearing over the horizon without warning. Stormcallers are the mystics of the Ash Waste Nomads, as far as hivers can tell, and have a connection to the ebb and flow of Necromunda's ravaged weather patterns that is ill understood. whether it is via some unfathomable warp magic or perhaps the strange archaeotech all stormcallers seem to carry, they can literally summon a storm or dismiss it from an area. A handy talent when it comes to concealing a raiding party or covering one's tracks. Now this is a really good meter character of the game, not necessarily because, you know, it's overtly special or whatever the case might be. Like, every gang has a particular specialist champion. But I think we start to dabble in things that are just even beyond the realm of acceptable knowledge within Necromunda.
Yes.
So every gang has its own, you know, weird champion, what have you. Much like the Malstrain, what was the thing called? I think it's the
Alpha.
Malstrain. Alpha. No, not the Alpha. The Coalescence. The thing that's all...
yeah. That's right. The Alpha is a character, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. The Coalescence, I've said this before, it's a beautiful miniature. I love it.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I think somebody from Necromunda would understand that more than they would understand a Stormcaller.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So they're going to look at the Coalescence, they're going to be like, yeah, that's a mutant or a warp touched, or if they have that kind of knowledge. Or it's a like, you know, they can relate it to being a scabby, they can relate it to something that they would have experienced or known of Necromunda.
Yep.
Whereas when the Stormcaller starts shaking his beads and rattling his stick, and he gets a lovely ray of sunshine on himself while everybody else is getting rained on, that would not make sense to a local citizen of Necromunda. They'd be like, what is that nonsense? I cannot compute that in my head, especially if they've not ever seen a psyker. Or
what's the saying? At a certain point, it's impossible to tell the difference between technology and magic.
Yes, Gandalf actually said that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Gandalf. But yeah, that's what the Stormcaller is. He is taking, or he or she, we don't know, is taking what they do, which it specifically states it's because they're holding archaeotech. Tell me again that they're not dabbling with Necron technology, but I have a totally different theory coming out for that later. But
I'm with you on this. Just to mention on that, because I did have that thought in my head. It is definitely the archaeotech option out of that read where they say, oh, is it warp magic? Is it this? It's archaeotech. It's 100% archaeotech.
It's right there in front of us.
Yeah, and it's something. It's some bit of equipment, some sort of correlation that they are able to have with the environment that allows them to do this. You know what I mean? Why that correlation doesn't expand into other parts of the Necromundan atmosphere and so forth, I don't know. But this particular skill set or this particular way of affecting the environment is their speciality and what they're capable of doing. Maybe they're like Space Wolves. You know, the Space Wolves where they go, we don't get our psychic powers.
Boo! No. No, that's nonsense.
I only bring it up because
we don't use the warp for our magic. Our abilities come from Fenris. Yeah. No, it comes through the warp.
Yeah.
You lying furry enthusiasts.
I know this has been a long episode, but the slight segue. I just feel so sorry for the Thousand Sons listening to it. Just like, you what? That demon, I can literally see the demon scratching at your armor. Like, and does that demon on Fenris? Oh, it's not a demon, it's a wolf just wanting to play. You know, they just have like these rose-coloured glasses or storm-coloured glasses, just going, no. This is all Fenrisian nonsense. This all comes from the ice. Yeah, absolute nonsense. But no, I don't believe that. I just think it's one of the funniest things that the Space Wolves do. They're just like, oh no, it's wolf magic. It has nothing to do with the wolf.
So you're telling us all we had to do was lie to the Emperor and say that our magic just came from our great pyramids. The pyramids focused, our love of Big E, and we would have been allowed to use mind bullets.
It's all about the narrative, and that's what the Stormcallers are as well. It's all about the narrative, baby. It's just like, I'm a giant magic user. Be scared of my control of the weather, and really, it's just a bunch of nomads running around throwing sand in the air and rattling sheets of metal and slamming empty coconut shells together.
Perfect.
It's enough to confuse the local citizens.
Yeah. But that's it. Like, it's. I love the Stormcaller as an option because it's that classic sort of feral, tribal, shaman, mystic, type character. And one of the things about the Stormcaller, they are always on a Hellamite. They cannot be taken off it.
Yeah.
And it's almost of you have like the old movies or TV series or even like fantasy novels and that sort of stuff about shamans and, weirds and that sort of thing, how they would always be on a mount, like they'd ride a donkey into battle or a lame horse that no one else would have use for, but underneath them it was a mystical steed. I love the fact the Stormcallers are always mounted, and the two things that make them who they are is their mount and their Stormcaller staff. And then this is another way where a lot of the rat skin stuff from N95 has come into modern Necromunda and has been rolled into the Ash Waste Nomads. The traveling mystic, like the one guiding the tribe, you could say, using their connection to the planet, whether it be through the magic or the warp or tech that was definitely not reverse engineered from Necron technology. I'm not bitter, but all of these things are there, and they are just such a cool little facet to the Ash Waste Nomads gangs in general. Yeah, I love them. I just think they're awesome. Yeah.
No, they are great, and just something you said them about, like how they lead the tribes. I can also see these as like nomads amongst the nomads, like moving between tribes and offering wisdom, offering advice and so forth, and just helping to create that connection, because the Stormcallers are important for what we're going to talk about later as well, is the connection with the spirits as well.
Yes.
So, but let us not linger too long, because we have done that quite a fair bit this episode. I guess the next one we can talk about is the...
you can do it. Come on, mate.
Thanks, mate. Is the Tana Noki Dust Rider.
Are you... It almost sounds like you're saying the Tana Noki, like they're a type of pasta?
Yeah, maybe that's where it started, You don't know. It could have been a few Italian Ash Waste Nomads.
It's the pasta enthusiasts of the Ash Waste Nomads. No, I agree. The Tana Noki Dust Riders, as you've said, that the Hellamite insects of the wastes, fearsome predators in the eyes of hivers, have somehow been trained by the Ash Waste Nomads, only makes the raiders more frightening to encounter. Many believe the reason the Nomads eschew normal vehicles is because they have no way of maintaining them, though there is a school of thought that states Hellamites make for much better wasteland mounts, and it is not for lack of parts, but rather the durability the insects possess. That and the terror they cause in their enemies when leaping out of the wasteland gloom. And if you get a... lame Hellamite, you don't have to replace a tire, you just kill it, eat it, make armor out of its carapace, and then get on your other Ash Waste Hellamite.
They seem to have an abundance of Hellamites. It's sort of like, we've kind of got too many at the moment. I think there's even the option in the gang list to take an unbound Hellamite or something. So just something that is just running along with the gang. Just like, I'm here too, guys. I don't think it's very special. I'll just have a quick look at it here. Yeah, right. So it's just a Hellamite that just is, like, as I said, attached to the gang, and just like wants to. I think you might need something else to take it, but it's very funny. It's like, if you just like having spare horses around, really.
Yeah, well, but this goes back to when we were talking about the N95 nomads, where they would maintain herds of these animals. They would, feed them, protect them from predators, and they would use them for all sorts of things. And in the case of the Helamites, it's so much, once again, leaning back on that Native American sort of herd tribes, or the steppe nomads with their animals. They would raise these herds, they would protect them, and throughout their lives, it was a symbiotic relationship. When you need to travel fast, you use a Helamite. When you need to protect your herd, you use a Helamite. When you need food, when you need clothing in the form of chitin, when you need, all sorts of things. You're using every part of the animal. And
White Scars are similar with their bikes.
Yeah,
you know what
absolutely.
I mean? Where and they have the spare bikes riding around with them, and they use them for food. And
Yes, that's exactly it. But I think when the Dust Riders came in, I much like 99% of the Necromunda community, I lost my mind, because not only were we out in the Ash Waste and this Nomad gang was there, but they're giant, are they fleas? They're fleas, aren't they?
yeah,
They're like
I'd say
sand
so.
fleas that you can ride and stab people.
Yep.
It's I'm a huge fan of Dust Riders. I think I have 16 Dust Riders. Yes, they're on sprue. Thank you for pointing that out with your eyes, Nathan.
Righto.
But they'll be turned into something eventually. I want to make a Rough Rider.
Probably Helamites, I'd
Probably
imagine.
Helamites, yeah.
So just another thing that you mentioned earlier, and I was trying to be funny, and I skipped over it, but was the fact that, a Helamite gets injured or so forth, and they could easily get rid of it. But the Stormcaller miniature actually has the Helamite with a replaced leg, bandaged up, and so forth. So that kind of relationship that you're talking about, it's also yes, we need you for survival, and we can get rid of you, and we can mercy kill you and whatever. But there would also be a very strong bond with the Helamite, I believe.
Of course.
Especially something like a Dust Rider or a Stormcaller. This has been their beast for X period of time, and there is there's a bond that can't be taken away. So if it is hurt or if it is damaged or injured, they are going to try and fix it, because that connection they have with the animal, which is sort of further engineers the idea that the Ash Waste Nomads, the connection that they have is so deep, not only with the planet, but with the fauna of the planet as well.
100%. And I think, especially touching on what I said about the Stormcaller again earlier, where, those mystics, they have a weird relationship with their pet / mount. Because, it's, you have the classic sorcerer idea of it's a familiar, or, they gain a relationship with the animal where they are able to, what's the word I'm looking for? They are able to sort of see past the immediate usage. They see more of a, this is my animal. I have this relationship with them. So he's had his leg removed. Well, I need him to be able to properly aid the chief in leading our people. So we need to replace his leg. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I tell you, I get what you're saying. It's more than just a point of responsibility. It's a care, it's an understanding, but an elevation of what the animal is. The animal is not a tool to just go off and wreak devastation or destruction. The animal is part of the whole makeup of what we are as Ash Waste Nomads. And outside of the recording, we talked about it as well, about the fact that you can take an entire gang of these.
With Tribes of the Wasteland, everyone can get one.
Yeah, yeah, it's like, they hand them out like Oprah hands out cars. It's like boom, boom, boom. You get a Hellamite, you get a Hellamite, sort of thing. So, but it shows you that level of connection that they do have with these animals, and how important that is, and what that means to their community, that they're able to run entire gangs like this. So there would be gangs that are purely mobile, like born in the saddle type of thing, and just non-stop. Yeah, yeah.
But that's the thing. When you see the prospects, I imagine them getting, younger Hellamites. They're getting Hellamites that they're starting to form the bond with, which is one of the reasons why in battle or in game you can't take them off those mounts. They're stuck to them because, no, I'm not at a level where I can leave my mount during battle. I must stay with them. They're very much like the scout riders of a steppe tribe, or when you see, and I'm going to keep going back to Native Americans, when the horse peoples there, where they were so well ingrained with riding culture, Native Americans, the Mongolians, where they would fall asleep while riding the horse, and the herds would just follow that straight line, because that's where the people were traveling to. I'm imagining these dust riders having, because they have their pouches and that around them, and they're basically, a lot of what they would have on them would be on these Hellamites. So they would have...
They become a pack animal as well as a service.
Just like you talked about at the beginning of the episode, where they would drop their backpacks because they'd have their stuff with them and they'd be attacking. It's almost the opposite. I don't need to drop my backpack because my Hellamite's got it.
Yeah, yeah. My service Hellamite is here to help me. Yeah, right. So, yeah, I guess one of the other real sort of specialists that we want to talk about is the Shader Hunter.
The Shader Hunter, yes, well known for their umbrellas and parasols.
Why?
Because they're shaders. They make shade.
Oh.
That was much funnier than anything you've said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. You can read that one then.
Didn't take that well, did you, mate? It's like you're losing your hair over it. Okay. Anyway, accompanied by their Arthramite spine worms, Shader hunters are experts, even by the standards of other nomads, at hiding in ash dunes and blending into the wastes. When fighting alongside nomad war parties, Shader hunters move in advance of the rest of the party to eliminate opposing scouts and ensure nomads have the superior battle position. So this is your Sly Marbo of your gang.
Except this you take like 19 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, these are your commandos then. These are your forward troops. These are the ones who are they are the ones that are going to breed the terror in the opposition, because you hear that maybe there's a Vox channel open to my Vansar scouts, and I can hear them discussing what's ahead of them, and then it's radio silence and maybe a few clicks on the handset. That's it. See you later. And that fear begins to creep in. You're like, where are my scouts? Where are my forces that are designed to give me the first warning, the first protection against what's coming?
Yep.
And then the next thing you know, gang members, the ones that are closest to where your position are, start getting picked off or having to die for cover or whatever the case might be. And this all happens all on the back of what the Shader hunters are capable of doing.
Yes. Like you're checking positions and you're just finding body parts.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
To me, the Shader hunters are what happens if you take one of the assassins from Assassin's Creed, you make them have a baby with an Ash Waste Nomad, and then you strap a large number of Hellamite and insect chitin armor plates to them, and then you just give them the most brutal weapons you can find. And we'll talk about the weapons later on, but before we get to that, the Shader hunters are all about killing you in the most hurtful way possible. Like, not just with violence or in pain, but, like, they're talking a lot of shit about you at the same time.
They're sledging you as they're killing you. You call that scouting. You call that hiding.
You call that being stabbed.
You literally hid on top of me. That's how I was able to get. That's how terrible a scout you are.
Yeah, but they're amazing. Like, they're so the opposite of the rest of the Nomads. The Nomads are a hit and run game. We've talked about this for 9 days now. Like, they're hit and run. They're long range. If they have to get in close range, it's at, rifle range, maybe pistol range. The Shadar Hunters and the Arthurite Spineworms, they are getting right up on you. It is tridents. It is claws and knives made of bones. It's toxin whips. They've got poisons all over their body that they're rubbing their knives in, and they're hoping they don't kill you, because they can run 3 or 4 dunes away, and they can listen to your camp while you're screaming in pain until one of your gang brothers or sisters has to put you out of your misery. Because the Shadar Hunters aren't just a weapon of war, they're a weapon of terror.
Absolutely, 100%. And when you couple that with the Spineworms, and exactly what you said, you couple that with what their weapons are designed to do. These are brutalizers on the ground.
Yes.
And you imagine all your indoctrination, all your training says when the Ash Waste Nomads hit, it's going to be a fusillade of fire. You get down. You're going to see these weird beastie things running by, and you just keep them at range because they want to stay at range. Just keep picking them at range. If you try to close that distance, you're just going to get shut down. Yep. And then when you actually reach engagement with them, you can just see this figure obscured by the dust, and it's just ripping one of your gang members apart.
Yep.
Like just tearing them limb from limb, and then just vanishing off into the dunes. We're hunting its next target.
Perfect.
Yeah, they are wonderful. They're a wonderful addition to the gang because I think they give you such a different element to play with.
Oh yeah, and they look freaking sweet.
They do. Yeah. Great looking miniature. When those new miniatures, the Nomads came out, we were just like, whoa. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Single one of them.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Right. Well, I guess it's probably a nice segue into the beasts and the animals of the Nomads. Yeah. So I guess probably we just mentioned them very slightly then, but the Arthurite Spineworms themselves, which is I guess the newest addition to the menagerie for the Nomads. Yeah.
So seen exclusively in the presence of Ash Waste Nomad hunters, the Arthurite Spineworm is perfectly adapted to survive the harsh and toxic environs of Necromunda. Able to burrow its way through ash dunes and solid rock with equal ease, they appear in close proximity to their target before latching on to an exposed area. Once a spineworm has locked their barbed fangs on, they're impossible to remove without also ripping a large chunk of flesh off as well. Their saliva has an interesting anticoagulant property that ensures any wound caused will not clot, leading to a high bounty being placed on them by Underhive rogue docs. So they are basically like a millipede snake toddler.
I was going to say, say goblin, but toddler is much better, yes. Just naughty no goods, just accompanying the hunter, biting the opposition, annoying the opposition, just to the point where it's like, I don't care about the hunter, I'm going to kill that little snake thing. And it is suddenly hanging off your dangly bits, giving you some anticoagulation. There is an even worse version
of the Millisaur, because the Millisaur was very similar. It was, they burrow, they get in, but they bite and they attack you in that respect. But I don't believe they had that same anticoagulant, because even then, if it's not a bad bite. It bites you, you rip it off. Yeah, you lose a bit of flesh. You wrap a bandage around that bad boy, head back to the cargo 8 and carry on your merry way. And then you bleed to death before you get before you get back to your camp or you get back to the settlement. Like, it's just a little scratch. Yeah, it's a little scratch that emptied 9 litres out of you, brother. But I love the fact that it's basically
Exactly.
they're a hunting hound in insect form.
Yes, 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 yes. You bang on the money. They are exactly that. Hounds in worm form. But I feel like more annoying
They'd be
as
so
well.
annoying.
Like, it'd just be like, and just like the chaos that would cause. Imagine that thing scuttling around your encampment, but it's the middle of the night, and you're just hearing these things just maneuvering through the wastes and so forth, and it's like, what in God's name is that? And if you're a veteran in any way, shape, or form of fighting Ash Waste Nomads, if you're hearing that scuttling, the hunter's either already been or not too far behind, and it is wreaking havoc on your small little encampment as well.
Can you imagine the terror that you would experience if they were like if you were in a rocky area and the scratching, the scratching as they're
Yeah.
chewing through the rocks, or they're scuttling across the rocks, like you'd be
Yeah.
hearing that. Like, I don't know about you, I'm messing my trousers. Like, because it's that click,
Exactly.
click, click, because of all those little legs, the click, 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 click.
Well, it would be such a weird
Yeah.
sound. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd just be like, what am I listening to here? Like, it's not something that's familiar to me. It sounds so alien, so foreign. But because it would just be dispersing the sound so much, you wouldn't even know where
Yeah.
to start to look. You know what I mean? And that's you looking on the ground. The other beast that we can talk about is the Ashwing Halamite. And this is like a whole
mate.
another
I
level
need
of
to buy
terrifying.
this kit already.
Yeah, no, they're really cool. I think like they're cool just in a 40k sense,
Yeah.
throwing in some flora and fauna onto your terrain pieces and so forth. But smaller and less domesticated than the dustback, Ashwing Halamites are flying macro insects controlled by large lures. Ashwaste Nomads use them as guard creatures, as once their lure has been placed upon the ground, Ashwings will treat the area as their territory and attack any who come near. So if in case it wasn't clear, these are giant flying bugs. So
Is it? Hold on. So, I don't know what you know about ants. I'm assuming you know a lot about ants because you deal with a lot of holes in the ground, and that's where ants live.
that's how it works. Yep.
The flying ants are males, aren't they?
Yeah.
And
Sure.
male ants are smaller. Hold
think
on.
so.
Let's just be
I
super
don't- I don't
professional.
know
No,
this stuff.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Underhive ant keepers.
We discussed the ant farm, and I named 6 of my favourite ants out of the 10,000 in there.
So, winged ants are not all males. They are either male drones or new unmated female queens. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say that they're not sending out Hellamite queens. So, the not unbound Hellamites, the Ashwing Hellamites, I'm going to say are males.
Yes.
So, because you'd obviously
Okay.
have the larger queens living in like the nests, or
Yep.
Buckingham Palace or wherever Hellamite queens live.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, but yeah, so I'm imagining that they're taking like these male drones, and because they're smaller, they've got like small ant syndrome, and so they throw the lures, and they're basically just like, grrr, I wish I was a bigger ant. I don't know. I'm
I'm
6'7". I don't know what short people say.
Righto. Fair enough. I could see that.
I'm genuinely thinking they're like drone males. Like I was just wondering about ants.
Yeah, no. I get that because but the territorial thing I think is really important, and again, it reflects upon the fact that the Ash Waste Nomads have worked a way in to use something that seems like a relatively uncontrollable creature of Necromunda. They've worked out a way to get it to behave in a positive way for their gangs, and that's by luring them in with some sort of, I think it's I think it's like food, maybe perhaps.
To be, because the actual model, it almost looks like a it almost looks like larvae on
maybe
the inside of it. Because if you look at it on the Games Workshop website, it genuinely looks like a worm that's been tied into the canister there. I think that might be a queen, or I believe it's probably a queen because it's there. It makes like screechy queen noises, and then the Ashwings hear that and they're like, we have to protect this lure from anyone who might come close, because in their insect brains, they know this is a very important member of their hive.
Yeah, definitely. So, and they would obviously want to either, I don't know, protect it or mainly ward off the enemies, because, you know, as you say, screechy queen noises, like once you hear Bohemian Rhapsody once, you're like, I'm defending that.
I'm defending that till the day we die.
Yeah, that's the most important bit of music I've ever heard. I'm an Ashwing Hellamite, and I don't understand what music is. Yeah. But I want to move on to the next one because I'm excited for this one. This is, sorry, I'm probably jumping the gun a little bit, but the next bit that we want to talk about is the brutes, the hangers-on, and the agents.
I have a bit of a rant in regards to this part of the Ash Waste Nomad list.
Righto. Okay.
So when it comes to hangers-on and brutes, the Ash Waste Nomads have access to one of each, and that is it. The hangers-on, they have access to the Nomad Arthramite Herder, and the brutes, they have access to the Arthramite Dune Scuttler. I understand why this has occurred. They want to remove the Ash Waste Nomads away from hiring your generic options that we all take. Rogue Docs, Sloppers, Ammo Jacks, etc., because it's taking a step of separating them away from the rest of sort of established Necromundan society. That being said, if I was in a campaign and an Ash Waste Nomads player said they wanted to hire a Rogue Doc or a Slopper or an Ammo Jack or any of the very generic options, slave Ogrins with jobs, what are they called? The Ambot. I would totally be on board with it. But rules as written, they can't. So,
do you know what? And look, I sort of understand what you're saying, like have access to the generic things and then work in a story for it. I agree with everything actually except for the Ambot. Oh, no, I just thought of a story for the Ambot. It makes sense because they find a disused one, a rundown one.
Not even that. They raid a mining colony out in the wastes and go, hey, we're going to weaponize you big dummy.
Yeah, and they've got the tech to do it. So they're just like, yes, absolutely. But even things like a whisper merchant, you could imagine that they would have as well. And this is, you know, something that stays closer to the Necromundan citizenry than most, and just is hearing what is going on. You know, is keeping its ear close to the ground, and even like a gang lookout, all that kind of stuff. All those things. Not necessarily that they would. I don't think it would benefit them because I'm pretty sure they don't have a gang hideout, but. That would totally like be something that you could see modelled into this gang, and exactly what you're saying. The sloppers, they got to eat, you know, they got to eat somehow. You just have him cooking up him or her cooking up a giant pot of Hellamite stew. Perfect. No problems whatsoever. But I want to read the section from the book about the herder because I think it gives a better understanding of what we've been saying throughout the episode about the affinity that the Ash Waste Nomads have with animals. The Ash Waste Nomads have a strange affinity for... It's like I've read that before. The Ash Waste Nomads have a strange affinity for the creatures of the wastelands, especially the dustback Hallamites that they ride into battle. More insidious than these surface-running creatures are the massive insects that live beneath the ground. Known commonly as Arthramites, these huge creatures often lie in wait for unwitting prey, burrowing under the surface of the ash dunes and leaping to terrible life when a traveller or even a vehicle moves over it. The creature then overpowers their catch, tearing and biting before ultimately dragging it beneath the sand or ash. Even on their own, an Arthramite can be more than a match for a human, and nomad Arthramite herders will train these creatures to do their bidding. Clad in the discarded exoskeletons of their chargers, an Arthramite herder is often accompanied by an Arthramite dune scuttler, sending them charging towards their foe with little more than a gesture of their hunter's polearm. The dune scuttlers falling upon the hapless target seconds before the herder himself joins the fray. Though dune scuttlers are by far the most common insects to be found in command of a herder, there are rumours of even larger, more terrible beasts that they can control, with herders often travelling deep into the wastes and returning with horrors seldom seen in civilised lands.
Like an amble, maybe?
Yeah, like an amble, yeah. And yeah, that's really perfect. But remember in one of the reads where we talk about how the spires had been destroyed, that's like...
Yes.
That is the titanic version of what a herder is doing. You know, and just drawing upon all manner of beasties and so forth that are out there. And we unfortunately don't get to see anything bigger than a dune scuttler. But I think the line in there talking about the big things that they draw in, that's not meant for necessarily, hey, we're going to see another miniature coming.
Yeah.
That is meant for the arbitrators of games going, hey, we're going to have Ash Waste Nomad boss fight. And that is going to be some giant thing that a bunch of herders have managed to bring to this particular fight or this particular encampment. And now you, or maybe even an allied gang, need to be able to kill this thing. So that to me just shows you that level that we're dealing with the Ash Waste Nomads. That there's so much unknown, and that's not just about who and what they are, but what their affinity with the planet is, what they can draw on, the things that is hidden so deep into the planet, or even potentially in areas where there's no resources. So the Imperium's never gone there, but the Nomads know those areas. The Nomads know the creatures that are there, and they're the things that they see as a resource in those areas.
It's funny you mentioned the sort of giant stuff that they can bring back from the waste, and that there's a read in here, and it's called The Prisoner of Ash and Sand. It's a little bit of a long one, but it ties back to something here. I commit here the tale of Rashia, a horizon scout for the Guild of Coin. Somewhere along the Meridian Ridgeway, South Segment 5, where the highway cuts through the eastern wilds of the Iradium Oceanus, her convoy of 12 ridge haulers came under attack. In the flame and confusion, Rashia was separated from her fellow guilders when her outrider monotrack was shot out from under her and she was thrown from the side of the ridgeway. She recounts how a storm then rolled in, as if it had been summoned by the Nomads, blinding everyone and everything. She staggered for a time, seeking the road and hearing the echo of gunfire in the distance, but never reaching it. Then, from the storm, a great insect appeared, and before she could ready a weapon, it was upon her, driving her into the ashen ground. The next thing she recalled was being in a cage made of ancient bones from some unknown beast, held aloft on the back of some gigantic, lumbering Hellamite, along with a dozen other guilders, both living and dead. Looking from the cage, she saw she was part of a great convoy of riders, hundreds of nomads and their insectoid creatures slowly making their way across the featureless desert. For days the convoy travelled, Rashia claiming her captors never once spoke or even looked at their prisoners, nor was she given food or water, and only by the grace of the vapour canteen she kept hidden in her coat did she survive. Many of her companions were not so fortunate. Then, at last, they came to a great pit in the desert, where Rashia soon realized contained the carcass of some long-dead insect-like creature, perhaps an ancestor or relation of the Hellamite. One by one, the nomads entered the carcass, and it was then that Rashia seized her chance to escape, fear lending her strength and allowing her to break one of the bars of her prison and flee into the wastes. Most curious of all was her account of how the nomads did not chase her, but merely watched her run, as if it had all been a test she had somehow passed, thus winning her freedom. So, this touches on so many different things we've talked about so far tonight.
Yep.
But the main thing is, she was in a cage on some gigantic lumbering hellamite. Okay, Sammy, maybe it's the size of a rhinoceros or an elephant or maybe like a squigoth. Pretty big, right? But she's in a cage with a dozen other people. That's not just some howdah strapped to the back of this hellamite. That thing is... It must be massive to contain a dozen people, because it doesn't state that they're just on top of each other. It states that she's in a cage, and if she has enough room that she can sneakily drink from this vapor canteen, she might have a couple of feet around her.
Well, I instantly think sort of maybe Warhound Titan size. You know, something around
Jesus.
that. Yeah. Well, that would fit a cage for 12 people.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
it would.
And you could imagine, because a Warhound Titan, like, it's big, but it's not... You could hide it. You could hide it if you really wanted to.
If you really wanted to, you could.
Yeah, so you could imagine a hellamite of that scale. Just this big lumbering thing, like, you know, never to be used in battle, never to be weaponized at all. Do you know, it's actually, remember, you've seen Dune, yes?
No.
You sci-fi tourist?
No, I've seen part of the first one.
I'm going to assume you're joking.
No, I'm serious. I saw part of the first one. I've not seen anything further.
Why?
I don't think I liked it. I don't remember.
All right, folks. It's been an interesting couple of years doing a podcast. Good luck to you all. Unfortunately, you've been listening to a sci-fi tourist, or somebody who's not committed to the genre.
Why?
Because Dune is a masterpiece of sci-fi.
What, like the original one?
No, the most modern version of it. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, it was all right.
Oh, okay. Anyway, they ride sandworms, and that's what I was gonna reference. But you've shocked me. You've actually shook me here for real. I'm not. Anyway, continue. Do whatever you want to do. I need a moment. I'm upset with you.
Yeah. Okay. So I picture this hellamite there to be something along the size of, like, if you look at the Age of Sigmar range, you've got Belthanos, first Thorn of Kurnoth, which is like a tree person on like a medium-sized insect. But I really want to say Alariel, the Everqueen's insect mount. That thing is ginormagantuan. Like, what is it? It comes on... it's like a 120 mil base or something.
Mate, I think this is bigger.
160 mil. It's a 160 mil round base, and that insect is basically edge to edge. I picture something like that, but bigger, to describe the insect that this cage was on. Like, I picture this is like Baneblade size.
Oh,
that's how I'm picturing the size, and it's not an insect of war. It's an insect of war. What a stupid statement. It's a transport insect. Like, it genuinely is used for transporting human cargo from point to point.
It's the Greyhound bus for the Nomads.
It's the Greyhound bus, and that's why, I can see. And where I was originally going with this, I can see these herders going out there and coaxing these massive sort of insects to come back to their encampment and join them and sort of tame them, or even just knowing how to lure them with food or whatever. Because yeah, they're so skilled with the Helamites in general, because they have the everyday usage of Helamites, but also they obviously then have the Arthramites in that as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But before I know you want to read the Dune Scuttler, and I will definitely let you, because you love a good beastie. But if you are going to, you need to get a brute in a game. That's personally, a brute is a non-negotiable, and which means you have to get a Dune Scuttler, which means, in my opinion, you have to get a herder, because of the two special rules. Like, they're they've got a hunter's polearm, mesh armor, and an ash cloak. Whoop-de-hoopty. But they're two special rules. Arthramite Whisperer. Now, the Nomad Herder can tend up to basically heal your Dune Scuttler. If your Dune Scuttler is critically injured and goes into recovery, roll a d6. On a 3+, the Dune Scuttler is just fine. You have a 4 out of 6 of just rolling a, don't worry about it, buddy, you're fine.
Yeah.
And then, if you want to, you can train said bug beastie. You make an intelligence test, all right, which your intelligence is 7+. And if you pass it, your Dune Scuttler just gets D3 experience.
Yeah.
Like,
it's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
You can do one of those skills every game.
Yep.
Like, what the hell, man? You get two Dune Scuttlers and then 2 herders? You're running basically a 50-50 chance of rolling, on average, 2 experience every turn for one of your Dune Scuttlers.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned before, like the Dune Scuttler, I love. Not only do I love it as a brute, I think the miniature is just perfect.
It's amazing.
Like, it is it's so terrifying, and it really exemplifies that whole affinity that the Ash Waste Nomads have. But it shows this. It's like a 6-legged. Just you gave me a description of it before, like a pit bull, like a six-legged pit bull, but armored up, fully armored up, and just a terrifying prospect to fight. And there's a small little read about it. I'll just give it here. We've been reading a lot, but I just want to read this one off. Their fearsome reputation is only aided by the fact that they're often used by nomads as shock troops to charge at the enemy before killing them in a flail of mandibles and side limbs. The only ones who seem able to control these hulking insects are large, imposing figures clad in cast-off carapace, and that's basically obviously talking about the herders. But the scuttler itself, again, sort of breaks that principle of the nomad warfare.
Yep.
And that's because it's not a nomad. It's not fighting with the same doctrines and ideals and concepts. It's fighting with its pit bull heart, and it is, I am just going to go thumping into combat. And we did mention earlier that they are able to, survive underneath the sand or the ash, whatever the case might be. But this particular version of an Arthramite is just full on head down charge, crush everything in my path. And it just, that having that breakaway from what is the normal expectation of what you're getting out of the Ash Waste Nomads is such a great thing to have as well. It's kind of like Kroot in a Tau army or Ogrins in a guard army. Do you know what I mean? So you have this normal ethos of how you play and fight and whatever the case might be, and then you have the just Looney Tunes extra miniatures or miniature capable of like escalating the game to a whole nother level.
But also, they have the clamber ability, so they just basically ignore terrain. You're upper level, and you're like, "Oh, you can't get me, little buggy boy." Yeah, no, I can. I will charge up this wall, and I will rip your face off.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's already tapping you on the shoulder before you finished your mocking sentence. You're like, you know what? I did that to myself. I tempted fate. Right, so we're nearly done with the little gang guys. The hired gun. So this is a nomad outcast. So this is, and you've described this to me perfectly before. This is scum.
Yep.
You know, this is like just your nomad scum, and they don't do anything great. But they are, I guess, a little bit different. And I want to do the read because I normally we wouldn't give much credence or time.
It is a very good read.
Yeah, no, and as I said, we normally wouldn't give much time to just a scum model because, you know, they're everywhere. They're in abundance. They're part of it. But within the nomad society, they are slightly different. There are always those that don't fit in, those that live on the fringes of society, and the Ash Waste Nomads are no different. It is unclear what leads a nomad to become an outcast, but there are small bands living on the outskirts of all the great tribes. Although nomad outcasts are shunned by the tribes, and there are credible reports of nomad hunting parties driving them away from camps, it seems that when a hunting party is desperate for reinforcements, they are willing to work alongside them for a brief time. So, working with them, working all that's not the issue. The issue is that an already undermanned civilization, we'll call them,
Yes.
right, or an undermanned peoples, are able to still have these fractures within themselves that they're able to create outcasts, but they're allowing these outcasts to live on the edges of their society. It's like you've done something particularly wrong or something particularly egregious, but you're still
one of us.
Yeah, you still belong, and we will use you when we need to. We will hire you if we need to, sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I just don't, and we've talked about this. It is sort of Underhive Lorekeepers canon that we're creating this idea that there is, especially in my head, that there is an overarching end goal for the Ash Waste Nomads. I don't see the outcasts as being part of that overarching goal. I see them as the fact that you've been rejected to the edge of our society is that when the great plan happens, you won't be killed off like the rest of the Imperial citizenry, but you're still not most certainly going to be accepted within the great new paradise that we create. So we won't kill you because we know we need you as a people. Now, if perhaps the Ash Waste Nomads were in a slightly different environment or a slightly different position, perhaps they are killing off the outcasts. But it harps back to what I was talking about earlier, where I think there is this overarching goal of, like, you know, when the bell rings, we all come together. But in the meantime, you're allowed to go off and do your own things, and that's how you get the outcast created. They've gone and overstepped a bound, or they've done something so wrong that it messes with the grand plan, and henceforth they get rejected from that. But I wanted to talk about them because I think they're an important facet for a people that don't have the numbers that the rest of the Necromunda do, and yet they're still able to boot people out of their society.
Which, if anything, proves that despite what people think, they are still very human. Like, the fact they have cliques, and the fact they have, like, cool kids versus, like, driven away from our camps by our hunters, you know?
Yeah.
Kids. Yep. But there's a little read sort of next to that I think is just fantastic, and you're going to love it.
Yeah.
I met one of them nomad outcasts last solstice. Gaunt he were, and badly injured like he'd been beaten. Tried to fool me into thinking he was a drudge escaped from the Orlock mine over at the stacks. Even managed to steal a drudge's uniform. He didn't fool me for a second, though. I could tell by the smell he was one of them nomads. Put a round right between his eyes. No one fools old Harry. And that's Half-Cut Harry, patron at Six Clans drinking hole. Classic Imperial racism, basically. He's met some drudge that's had the absolute piss beaten out of him. Thinks he's a nomad because he's been drinking in a pub for, I'm assuming, a month. And has shot the poor bloke because he thought he was a nomad.
Harry in his mind has done the right thing.
Done the right thing.
He's
Killing
just like,
nomads. He killed a scum, he killed a nomad, and, best case, he killed a drudge.
Yeah.
No matter what, Harry's loving life.
He the truest defender of the Imperium.
Yep. But yeah, so nomad outcasts are hired guns.
You have annoyed me with the with the drudge thing. It's just annoying. And I said it earlier. They are still the evilest gang house.
Well,
but
next up there is the Nomad Harrier. Now, these are effectively nomad bounty hunters. So, while most Ash Waste Nomads seem to keep to tribal groups, Nomad Harriers move between the tribes at will, seeking out those that have made an enemy of one or more of the tribes and exacting retribution. This is a sacred duty within the tribes, and all reward them for their actions. They may join a war party for a time if their aims align, or if it needs some extra backup, but eventually they will always move on to their victim. Amongst the more gullible of Underhivers, Nomad Harriers have long been the boogeymen of choice, able to pass through even the thickest ferrocrete without a trace. Once a Harrier has marked you as their prey, your remaining breaths can be counted in the dozens. Whether a body is found with their face frozen in fear and their guns clipped emptied, it is assumed a Harrier has come to claim their due. Those that consider themselves wiser scoff at such fancies, putting these occurrences down to bad batches of chems or inter-gang rivalry. Yet even they hesitate when seeing a lone nomad silhouetted on the horizon and make a quick prayer that they are not the stranger's target. So, that's awesome. They are literal boogeymen. I love the fact that they are travelling from tribe to tribe, just doing whatever they want.
I see them as a displaced Shadar hunter.
Yes.
Everything that they've been doing, fighting for their tribe, just doesn't work for them. Maybe their little pet worm things are dead, and they've just gone, I'm capable of bringing fear and devastation of a whole nother level, but I'm not part of the grand plan of the Ash Waste Nomads. I am something else. I'm self-aware. I know that I don't belong within the great plan, but I do belong in harassing and destroying citizens of the Imperium. So that is my objective.
Yeah. Perfect.
I think they can be such a strong point to build a gang around, to build a theme, to build a concept around, because they're one of the parts of the modelling project that you can just really go buck wild with. It's sort of, as I've mentioned earlier about, the N95 nomads being really just go for it, and whatever story you want to bolt onto them, you can do. I feel like a Harrier could almost be like that as well, because the exclusion from the nomads as a greater can be self-imposed as well, as opposed to the outcast, which is, they have been booted out. The Harrier can be like, I just don't want to be part of this.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I love that picture of them as these hunters who are like, I just don't want to hunt individuals. I want to hunt for our people. But
yeah.
So in any scenario where it says you can take Hive Scum as a Nomads player, you would swap that out for an Outcast. And in any scenario, you would take a Bounty Hunter. As an Ash Waste player, you swap that out for a Harrier. Now, we have one sort of last type of gang member for this one here, the house agents.
Yeah, and I guess in our other episodes we've done on houses, we don't delve this much into these peripheral characters, but it feels necessary to do it with the nomads because of the way that they're attached to the gangs. So this is a house agent, and you really can't imagine a house agent operating with the nomads, but the tribes of the Ash Waste Nomads are defined by observers, safe within the spire of their various hives. It is not known if they are designations that the nomads themselves follow or acknowledge, or if there are any leadership structure within each tribe. Despite this, there do appear to be certain individuals who move within the tribes, helping different war parties and acting with a level of authority. The most famous example of this is the Lady of Ash, who has been seen leading various desperate forces within the Grey Waste Walkers. The assumption by many is that these individuals are akin to the house agents employed by the clan houses to protect their interests and ensure the will of the house masters is obeyed. Though, as with all things to do with the nomads, the truth is probably far, far stranger. So again, these are exceptions to the rule of what we imagine the nomads are, like a collective, singular, focused, driven group. This house agent, you could just see operating as an individual, moving from tribe to tribe, almost like the Stormcallers are doing in my mind, bouncing from tribe to tribe and assisting. But it's a very dangerous and very, precarious lifestyle, because you don't have the support of a gang when you're bouncing to another tribe, or perhaps you need to only move when a gang or a tribe moves, because otherwise you'd effectively be on your own. But what I do like about this house agent, as with all house agents, they have the varying stat lines that you can use. You have the movement 5 one with the better weapon skill. You have the movement 6, probably not as good weapon skill. And then you have the other movement 5 is sort of like your generic one. This as a modelling project, as something you can add to your gang, is really, really cool, because you can take the normal perception of what an Ash Waste Nomad is, and you can really play with it, because you've got the modified stat lines to really go, hey, maybe they're a little bit quicker, maybe they're much more better equipped for close combat, or they're much more better equipped for shooting, or whatever the case might be. One of the profiles there has better toughness, the other one has better strength. Can you represent that on the miniature? Absolutely you can. So this house agent is capable of really expanding your mindset and your outlook on what the gang is and how they work as a collective within the other tribes, and how they work with other gangs and so forth, and what that means to this individual about carrying messages, about coordinating and organising and so forth. So I think this particular house agent is not only a great modelling piece, but a great story arc for the Ash Waste Nomads.
It's very similar to your idea about the Harriers, that they are in fact, displaced hunters, where these agents, I wouldn't call them displaced. I'd simply say they almost seem to exist as the nobility, the noble class. Or maybe they're individuals who are recognised as intelligent, or recognised as honourable throughout the different tribes, so they have the ability to travel between the different tribes. So I can imagine you modelling them up, and I'd probably still use some of the hunter parts where they had the chitinous armour and that, but I would almost, instead of the chitin everywhere, I'd have, chainmail over the shoulder. They'd have the captured Goliath shoulder pad, or they'd have clearly weapons that are a little bit more archaeotech than the rest. Would be. They'd basically just be better. Maybe even chieftains from tribes who have been called up to sort of as part of a council over maybe a tribal coalition, as opposed to just an individual tribe. You're begging to convert up something awesome from this.
Yeah, and from everything that I got from you, what you were saying there, the two words that really strike through to what they are for me is wise travellers.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and then they are capable of perhaps being gifted really nice bits of weaponry, really nice bits of tech and so forth, and they become, the representation of their war gear becomes a representation of their status as well.
Yes. So we've talked a lot more than I expected to about them. So that's really, there's a character we're going to talk about later on. That's fine. why don't we have a look at some of the sort of more unique weapons and equipment that the Ash Waste Nomads have?
They're sort of Ash Waste only equipment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And look, before we jump into particular weapons and all that kind of stuff, I think the presiding thing that I found whilst reading the weapons is that there's two special rules that really sort of help define it as an Ash Waste Nomad weapon, and one of those is the shock special rule, which is a 6 to hit auto wounds a target. And you see this across all of their blast weaponry. So it must be, that rule says that's what that archaeotech is about. So from the pistol version of a blast weapon right up to the heavy blaster, all the iterations of it all come with that, because they're saying that's how this particular weapon works. That's how this, and I'm assuming it's some sort of energy weapon. The other part of it, and it further exemplifies my point, is the electrostatic weapons. So this confers the haywire rule to the weapon,
yes,
or the bit of ammunition, and it helps with destroying vehicles and helps with taking down anything that's basically running a battery source. With that in mind, when we look at the weapons, it's about trying to understand, okay, what comes from where, what's really cool, and as I said, they've got so many unique weapons. One of the ones that I will talk about is the chain lance, and I only talk about this not necessarily because I'm like, oh wow, it's cool. It's a nomad weapon, more so that it is a chain weapon. Like
it's a chain lance. Like those dust runners use them. They're awesome.
Yeah, they're rolling around with these chain lances, and this is one of those weapons that picks up on the rule of the electrostatic. So it has electrostatic discharger that you can have on the weapon, allowing it to have that anti-vehicle type effect. But it is a chain lance, which is cool because it's basically got like a little pointy tip at the end as a lance, and then a chain blade that rolls through. The other weapon that I guess that is really cool from the list is probably, for me, just the barbaric look of it, is the mono hook.
The mono hook is sick.
Yeah, and it doesn't come with all those specialist weapon rules and all that, but it is just something that you could see them using in the most brutal fashion. It looks like a tool, a weapon that has been constructed with the strength of knowledge of their technology, coupled with their requirement to have something that is easy to engineer and very effective to use. So, yeah, I'm really loving the weaponry of them, and especially the scavenge stuff. Like, there's a bit of artwork in the book of the scavenge weapons. Oh, mate, beautiful looking stuff. It looks just. I haven't played the game myself, but Fallout 4, where you can build your own weapon and stuff like that.
As someone who's played far too much Fallout 4, you are correct, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, that's like, they're probably my two favourite weapons off that list. But the chain lance, I feel, needs to get a special mention. I'm pretty sure it didn't make the chain weapon episode.
No. I think we talked about. We talked about some. Listen, no, it didn't. That's Steve's fault. So if we're going to talk, we don't want to jump too much into it. Blast weapons. We've talked about all that. I kind of really want to touch a little bit on the two pieces of equipment that Ash Waste Nomads have that just comes with every single one of them.
Yeah.
The Ash Cloak and the Sky Mantle. Now, the Ash Cloak is awesome. Designed to survive and maintain life in the midst of the ash wastes, an ash cloak provides protection against the harsh environment and grants the following benefits. All right, ready? All models with one of these count as automatically being equipped with a respirator. Using gas weapons? Too bad, dickhead. The fighter's controller may choose for the fighter to ignore any battlefield surface effects when fighting in the ash wastes. And as someone who's been absolutely shafted by battlefield surface effects before,
Yeah.
That would have been awesome on my Venser. And the fighter has a 4+ field armor save against any damage suffered as a result of weather effects when fighting a battle in the Ash Wastes. Once again, my Vansar needs some of these. And they also have the ability with the Sky Mantle to use the Hide in the Wastes double action. So if this fighter is at least 12 inches away from the nearest enemy model, they gain the hidden condition. Even if the current battle is not using the pitch black rules. They become revealed if they move, as well as all the normal triggers for becoming revealed. So they can just sit there 12 inches away and just be like, you can't see me.
Yeah,
They
pretty much.
throw the magic cloak across them like Frodo did, and all of a sudden they're a rock. Which is weird, because I can imagine even if an Orlok saw it, they'd be like, whoa, that's Dwayne Johnson.
Yes, I was going to make that. Damn you.
Between that, then you have the amazing sort of close combat weapons that came with the Shadar Hunters, but we mentioned them like it's the greatest mix of stuff like whips and knives made out of claws and teeth and tridents. They're basically like gladiators in the Ash Wastes, and everything is designed to just screw you. And I can't stop without leaving. Just last one, the Charge Caster.
Yes, I was about to say. Yeah.
It's the mixture of like, like insurgent rocket-propelled grenades mixed with 40k technology.
Yeah,
It's like it's blast, shock, blast, haywire. Like they're just designed to screw your day.
It's the rocket launcher version of their blast weaponry.
Perfect.
Do you know what I mean? Really great bit of equipment. Definitely needs a shout out, because what I love about this is all their weaponry is sort of really tied together, because they're not requiring the I guess from a design point of view, they don't need to have access to auto guns and las guns and all that kind of stuff. So you can make a weapon set for them that says from pistol to heavy, you can have a weapon that goes across the whole thing. Oh, you need another element that's like, definite anti-vehicle because we're in the Ash Waste. Here, have a charge caster. So yeah, some great stuff to fill out your numbers with, to give you some devastating firepower. But there is something we have been meaning to talk about. We've got to get to it. We've already been talking for, I think, the better part of 6 or 7 days. So I think we finally got here to the end. And that is talking about the spirits. The very unique element to what the Ash Waste Nomads are on and within Necromunda.
Where do we start with this? So, the spirits themselves originally came out in one of the Apocrypha Necromunda sort of expansions through Warhammer Community. And when it happened, it added this amazing aspect of the supernatural to the Ash Waste Nomads. And they sort of all of a sudden became this just... Not just your desert raiders, but to me, they became more old school ratskins. They had the sump spirits, and they were touching on something that we hadn't really expanded upon with them previously. It was ooky spooky, and originally I believe there was only 6 of them coming through Warhammer Community, but now what's happened is when you create your Ash Waste Nomads gang, you pick your tribe, or sort of where your the noted Imperial designation. I'm going to call them confederations, because in my mind they're not just individual tribes, but they're huge collectives of tribes. So you pick your tribe, and from that, each tribe has 6 different warrior spirits that sort of connect to that tribe, and so, before we step on this, there is a hierarchy of the spirits themselves. Each tribe has their own warrior spirits, but then above the warrior spirits sits, I guess I'm really leaning on Eldar terminology here. I'm sorry. You have a higher pantheon of great spirits. Now, there's a reading from the ruins of Yardlin that I want to bring up here because this is going to just get me going. So, this is the Great Tribe. Ignorant of the dealings of noble houses and returned gods, the Ash Waste Nomads of Necromunda gathered in the depths of the great equatorial wastes. Had any hiver been witness to the millions-strong tribal council, they might have thought all the nomads in the world were in one place. Such were the misconceptions as to the true strength of the Ash tribes. More strange than the horde of cloaked and masked nomads, or their menagerie of insect mounts, pests, and beasts of burden, were the individuals that led them. These were the great spirits, the living embodiment of each tribe's soul given physical form. For the Barcow, known to the wastes as the oil-run stalkers, came the Sump spirit, a creature dripping with the poison of the slag seas and covered in tentacles and teeth, ripped from the horrors of the deep sump. Next came the ghost Hellamite, the spirit of Urnag, or the dust wall crawlers, was clad in the exoskeleton of a dozen insect beasts and moved as easily on 6 legs as 2. Then there was the Storm Dancer, spirit of the Katoka, the lead sky seers, a figure wrapped in fluttering rags and robes, its form hidden within a perpetual swirling cloud of dust and ash. Finally came the most powerful of all the great spirits, the Lady of Ash. They called her Asungar, mistress of the Sungar and queen of the nomads, tall and lean, wearing the shape of a masked woman with taloned hands. All the scavenging creatures of the wasteland were hers to command, and those who walked the great equatorial wastes were wise to fear her coming. She was the spiritual leader of the grey waste walkers, and had been for as long as the wind had blown and the skies rained ash. To those outside the council of tribes, she was a myth, a horror story to be traded among travellers in settlements like Carrion Town or Cinderak City, few genuinely believing she existed. At her side was the massive grapplehawk known only as Terra's Shadow, an extension of her will and a reminder of why she bore the title Lady of Ash. Such a meeting of the great spirits had not happened in 1,000 great cycles, not since the last alignment of Necromunda's moons and the world storm that brought down the equatorial hive of Gorgothma. Back then, the Lady of Ash had led her people against the hive dwellers and their machine gods, punishing them for their transgressions against the world, and reminding them that they were but parasites feasting upon its ashen hive. Now the time of their rule was coming to an end. First, the hives had darkened. Then the world had cooled, and the seasons screamed in torment, unleashing a mighty storm upon the plains. Under its embrace, the Ash Waste Nomads had raided the cities and settlements of the Outlanders, tearing them from the face of the planet and leaving only corpses in their wake. So, this is so cool. Like,
I was going to say, what exactly is your follow-up to this? Because this is exactly what you're saying. These are the avatars of their people coming to life. You know what I mean? So this is the whole nother next level that, you know, across the Imperium you don't see this.
No.
You might see it with the saints of the Sisters of Battle, but you don't get this like within the Imperium and within the Astra Militarum and so forth. And this is the type of thing that nobody on Necromunda would have. You know what I mean? This association, this concept that something so big, so grand. And when I say nobody on Necromunda, I'm talking about the citizens themselves. They cannot correlate or relate to this whatsoever because they don't have that within their societies. They don't have this omnipresent sort of physical manifestation of a god, of a spirit.
And I've said that they're Phoenix Lords. Like I made that. I think it was the first just crackpot theory I immediately jumped on and sort of went with. But it's the best connection to it. Like, so Asengar is queen of the Nomads. She rules all of them. She's the spiritual leader of the Grey Waste Walkers, and she is one of the great spirits. She's the leader of the great tribe. At the end of this read, at the two paragraphs afterwards, she stands there and she just lifts her hands up, basically throws up a bunch of gang signs, and then millions of nomads just wordlessly understand what she's saying and go to war with the squats. But so she's the spiritual leader of the Sungar, all right? Now, in my mind, the Sungar are most likely the largest overall tribal confederation. So, because she is the leader of the largest confederation, she is the leader of the nomads. Then, I also believe her spirit, her placement in the pantheon of the nomad gods is up there with... Who was in charge of the Eldar gods? It was... who cares? But she... No, but she's...
she's the Azuraman of...
She is the Azuraman of the nomad gods. With... You then have the Sump Spirit, the Ghost Hellamite, and the Storm Dancer being, your was it Kayla Mencha Kane, your Vol, and your... I'm trying to think of another Eldar god.
Isha.
Kergarak. Isha, there you go.
Slaanesh is technically an Eldar god.
But, they are God, and I'm going to reel this back to spirits, I promise. But because they are then the personification of the will of their individual tribal confederations. Now, you are going to have smaller tribes, smaller confederations, etc. And I believe they will have their own quote-unquote great spirit, because I have a theory on the spirits.
Righto.
Now, you roll your eyes at me, Nathan, but you knew... I warned you before this episode even happened.
Yeah.
And you begged me not to do it. But I have a theory that these spirits exist as personifications of the worship of the nomads, because these spirits would have been as we said earlier, the original Iron Lords, or the original gods of the pantheon of the people of the Arrhenius continuity.
I'm all on board with the Iron Lords concept, and the Iron Lords basically making themselves gods. I don't think that's
what I believe. Yeah, I believe they've made themselves through technology as close to gods as they could become, and then obviously as everything's happened, they've maintained that position there. But let's tie this back into what we're talking about with the warrior spirits. Now, when you pick your confederation, you have to choose between the Baku, the Urnag, the Sungar, and the Kar-Toka. So that being the Oil Run Stalkers, the Dust Wall Crawlers, the Grey Waste Walkers, and the Lead Sky Seers. So you would obviously have your Great Spirit, but you can't bring them into the game. Instead, you have 6 of these lesser spirits, or possibly, in my mind, maybe even the will of your great spirit, or I like to think of it very similar to Greek mythology there, where if your great spirit is like Zeus and these lesser spirits are like his kids, so you're praying to your great spirit and he's empowering you with the ability of his children. And every single one of them is insane. Like, we're not going to sit here and read 24 different spirits. So, of the 4 tribes, why don't you pick your favourite, and then we'll go over their spirits, sort of like delve into them a little bit.
Well, I feel like the spirits are something that you love. Like, this is the part of the Nomads that you're just like, this is for me. Like, tap it straight into my veins, sort of thing.
You love your religious nutters. I love my ooky spooky, like, ghosty magics.
Well, just off the cuff, which one is your favourite, you reckon, out of all the tribes, I guess? You know, like, you got the Katoka, the Shunga,
Katoka.
oh no.
Hands down.
The Katoka.
Hands down.
Oh. All right, that's what I'm reading then. All right, so...
I did it to myself. Yep. No,
Yeah.
I did it to myself.
The Katoka, led sky seers, one with the great storms of Necromunda. No, I'm not going to do that.
I will kill you.
One with the great storms of Necromunda. The Katoka are the warriors of the Storm Dancer. Drawing upon the spirits of the storm, motion and blade, they dance through their foes, striking while seeming to appear and disappear at will. Sister to the Storm Dancer is the Chem Moon, which the Lead Sky Seers believe directs the storms and grants them knowledge of their movements. It is from this celestial body that they draw upon the spirits of Eclipse, Chem, and Chance to empower their bodies. So, within the nature of their spirits, let me just have a look here. So you have, and I will butcher the names, but as Sam mentioned, we're not going to read through each spirit. Otherwise, we're going to be here for at least another week. So we have the Stritoka, which is the storm spirit. You have Ositoka, motion spirit. Mirtoka, blade spirit. Hirtoka, eclipse spirit. Daytoka, chem spirit. And Odaytoka, the chance spirit. You also have Pass the Toka, which is the party spirit. Right, so anyway, so within each of those names kinds of gives you... Are you okay? You're annoyed at me. Each of those spirits seem like...
I shot the Orlock, then I double shot the Drudge again.
I'm just thinking of that song, Pass the Toka.
Pass the Nomad on the left-hand side.
Yeah, that's it. So each of those descriptions, like the Storm Spirit, the Motion Spirit, Blade Spirit, Eclipse Spirit, Chem Spirit, Chance Spirit, that gives you an indication of what they're drawing on there and what I mean, it's a random roll, so it's sort of...
Yeah, well, that's you're rolling one of these for each
praying to the Pantheon. Yeah, you're praying to the Pantheon.
So you roll a d6 for each leader or champion you have in your gang, and then you get that spirit.
Yeah, which is really cool. So you could have a leader who might have the Storm Spirit brewing within them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then their champion has the Chance Spirit. And I mean, they have elements that are capable of definitely impacting the game, but not necessarily, I think. There's not enough dominance here. Do you know what I mean? You just sort of, you know, they will be able to impact in a way that is more situational than anything else. But the flavour it adds to your game, you know, like if I had an opponent say to me, my particular leader feels the brewing of the Storm Spirit within inside them. I don't want to roll. I just want to have the Storm Spirit. I'd be like, cool. If you've got a really cool backstory as to why the Storm Spirit has attached themselves to your leader, then tell me that and then go for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, give me a good, solid reason that this spirit has latched in to this particular individual.
And honestly, just if you do go the Lead Sky Seers, just hope that you roll so many 3s and get the Mirtoka Blade Spirit, because the fighters' blades become keener. Their razor-sharp edges carving through armor, flesh, and bone with equal ease. For the duration of their activation, any attacks made by the fighter using a weapon with the melee or versatile trait, change their AP to -3, unless their AP would already be higher, and increase their damage by 1. You are ripping and tearing. I don't care. I don't care what you're going up against. -3 AP and increased damage by 1. Oh.
Yeah. It's absolutely brutal. And that's what I'm... Again, very, very powerful, but situational. If you get pinned enough with lasgun fire, you can have all Mira Toka that you want, but it ain't going to help you, you know? You're going to be sitting there hugging the cover going, why do I play against Escher? They're too beautiful.
Which is when you want to roll a 1 for that storm spirit. The fighter becomes one with the storm, appearing and vanishing with each rolling cloud front. If the visibility X rule is in effect, the fighter may be moved anywhere on the battlefield, at least X inches away from the enemy fighters, where X is the equal to the distance in which the visibility X rule. Their activation then ends. What's that? You're about to pin me with more lasgun fire. I'm just going to move myself out of visibility at all. I'm now behind a building, anywhere on the table. Oh, what's that? I'm a turn away from charging you. Look at me now. I'm riding a horse.
This is like the classic like pop smoke move.
Pop smoke move.
But it's in this case it's because it's the storm spirit. It's pop storm.
Pop storm
Bolt.
move.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Katoka, you read it in there. They're drawing upon the spirits of the storm, the motion and blade. It's all about hiding yourself, moving into combat, and then killing people with knives. But then there's a bunch of other options there, like, 'cause as you said, the sister to the storm dancer is the Chem Moon. Like, there's a bunch of stuff with toxins and the moon spirits. It's just so good, and it's so flavorful.
Yes, that's the point. That is the point. This adds so much juiciness to the way that you're going to be playing your gang.
Yes.
And not just about playing an Ash Waste Nomads gang, but about playing a gang that is so different to the other gang houses. There's something so divergent from what we normally see there, where, you know, there isn't these types of tables necessarily to roll on, especially when you think about, like, you know, an Escher gang or a Vansar gang. Yes, you got all these fancy little bits of equipment, but this table gives you that, you know, crazy religious mumbo jumbo stuff that you're like, cool. My guys are going into battle and they're stalkers and they're hunters and they're fighting across the dunes, but they're also going in there going mama da mama da mama da mama mama, you know, like little whispering prayers inside their head so that they can become one with the storm or one with the chem or whatever the case might be. But we do have 3 others that we need to jump onto, so I'll let you pick because I'm nice like that, because I already read your favourite one.
So you already read my favourite one. The other one I really like is the Barkhow Oil Run Stalkers. So the Barkhow, commonly referred to as the Oil Run Stalkers, claim as their territory the shore of the Poison Sea, allowing them to connect to the spirits of miasma, vapour and radiation that all settle within its depths. The hellish creatures that dwell within its depths are called forth to fight for them, the spirits of carapace and mutation empowering their twisted, hideous forms. Above all of these lesser spirits sits the great spirit of the Barkhow, the Sump Spirit, who spreads its miasma out from the noxious waters of the Poison Sea. Now, where the other tribes are really focused on, obviously, Ash Waste and that sort of thing, the Stalkers are obviously big fans of being in the water, being around those, you know, the sump barges and that, like we talked about before with your Ideneth Deepkin nomads.
Yep.
It's big on mutation. It's big on all of a sudden changing things, but also helping you deal with whatever's being fired at you for just that one turn so you can get away. Like, an easy one there, the Carapace Spirit. I roll a 5 and it's just, oh yeah, by the way, I don't care. You draw in the spirit of the Carapace from those creatures and your skin becomes thicker. you literally become tougher. You get a +1 modifier to your armor rolls, and if you had nothing, you just gained 6+. But you're not ever going to have one of your leaders or champions with no armor. Imagine this on a guy with, mesh armor. Cool, you've got a 4+ armor save. Plus you've got your cloak. Plus you've got, whatever else you're rocking on there. Hopefully you've grabbed a field save as well. Or what if you're rocking around in carapace armor? Imagine kicking around with a 2+. You've got Terminator armor.
True.
Yeah, this is a great one. Like, this is really helping you survive.
Yeah, but the way I look at these particular spirits is that they're all aspects an animal may have.
Yes.
So if you look at the Sum spirit, what's it say? Its ability to see, like the fire channels the spirit of the Sum, Necromunda its ability to sip in every location. So you can move through terrain with this one. So this represents not necessarily an ethereal creature, but a creature able to worm its way through a slime or something along those lines. The mutation spirit, so you get an increase to your strength and toughness. It represents a mutated creature, something that has become more corrupt and ruined by Necromunda, but has in turn become stronger. And then you have the radiation spirit, it gives them the radphage trait, which they basically become Vansar. Then you have the vapor spirit, again, sort of being able to ignore terrain. These are all elements that you could imagine a creature in Necromunda, whether it be mutated, warped, whatever the case might be, would be able to show, to exert. And that's what the spirits they're looking to align themselves with. Spirits of basically animals, basically spirits of the sea, spirits of movement, spirits of creatures and so forth. So this alignment and the Let's Guy seers, their stuff's all about summoning storms and chems and all this other stuff, whereas we begin to see some very unique and very thematic structures set to what these spirits could do. I want to get into the next one though, which is Urnag, or the Dust Wall Crawlers.
Yes.
Claiming the exclusion zone around Hive Secundus as their territory, the Urnag are dustback riders without peer and expert insect wranglers. Their great spirit, the Ghost Halamite, gives them dominion over the spirits of chitin, toxins, and insects, while the fierce battles fought over Hive Secundus and its subsequent destruction has empowered the spirits of darkness, fire, and blood. Life within such a blighted region has made the nomads of the Dustwall Crawlers even hardier and more isolationist than their peers, leading some to believe they have been destroyed by the Malstrain, though others claim they have fallen under the sway of the Patriarch and now serve him. So with the table that you have here for the Urnag, there is the Kietnag, Harnag, Vaunag, Somnag, Sharnag, and Plusnag. And each one of those, the first one is a chitin spirit, toxin spirit, fire spirit, darkness spirit, insect spirit, and blood spirit. And as described in the read, these are all things, these that are associated with Secundus, associated with the dust wall, with the misery and the heartache and the actual just like desolation of that region. These are all things that are being embraced by the Ghost Halamite. So I guess the imagery that I see from the Ghost Halamite is that this is the destruction of the native environment, the destruction of the native fauna of the planet. And so you have this Ghost Halamite and the things that brought it low, like the toxin, the fire, the darkness, are all representative. But the things that have brought, that are its strength, its chitin, its insect spirit, its blood spirit, these are all also represented. It's almost like a yin-yang sort of thing, in that you have the darkness and the light, competing against each other, and that is what makes up the Urnag. They're not just, they're teetering just maybe perhaps on the brink of influence from the Patriarch and the Malstrain, but also still fighting the good fight, the overall arching fight that is the Nomads, the Ash Waste Nomads.
But also, this spirit to me personifies their war against the Gene Stealer cults. Just in regards to the way it is. So, for example, Somnag, the darkness spirit, roll a 4, and an Inky Miasma raises up from the ground, shrouding the fighter in the spirit of darkness. Until this round's end, this fighter can only be hit by attacks on a roll of a natural 6. Okay, you're basically invincible except for a natural 6 to hit you.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
That represents your opponent just stabbing in the dark.
Just stabbing in the dark. But
yeah.
my absolute favourite from this is the Valnag fire spirit. The fighter harnesses the tormented fire spirit of Necromunda, challenging its rage into frenzied attacks. Choose a friendly fighter within 12 inches. This may be the active fighter. For the duration of that fighter's next activation, or the current activation if the fighter chose themselves, add 2 to their attacks and 1 to any weapon skill rolls they make. Dude, imagine that on your leader or your Dune Scuttler. You're already combat monster brute. You've just given them 2 extra attacks and an extra weapon skill roll.
Can you do that? Can you
yes, you can. Any fighter.
Oh, right. Yes, choose a friendly fighter. Yes. It's not just a champion or a leader in this particular case. Yeah, right.
Your champion or leader is initiating the spirit and giving it to the Dune Scuttler, who now has 6 attacks with weapon skill 2+.
Oh, yeah? Pretty all right, I guess.
Yeah,
nothing to write home about.
Pretty all right.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy. That is. I didn't see it as that because I saw it as only being able to affect champions or leaders. But yeah, this is that fun stuff. Like you go, okay, why are they being affected by the fire spirit? So the rules are really awesome, and then you get to lie them in place with some really tasty lore. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed by this section of the book, the spirits. There's just something about it that, I don't know, maybe being a part religious nutter that I am, the spirits just really engineer a warm, fuzzy feeling about the Nomads for me.
Well, the last there are the Sungar, the Grey Waste Walkers. The most numerous tribe, the Sungar are also the tribe that the Imperium has had the most dealings with. Their great spirit, the great scavenger, is embodied by the Lady of Ash and grants them dominion over the lesser spirits of scrap, technology, electro, and life. And as the only tribe to trade with outhivers, the Grey Waste Walkers also call upon the spirits of Ash and Rhodes. For those amongst the settlements of Necromunda, there is no difference between the tribes, and they assume all nomads are part of the Grey Waste Walkers, a mistake that has cost many a foolish trader their wares, and indeed, their life. So they're actively trading with settlements in some cases. Like it's almost like we've been saying the whole time they should be doing that. But that's okay. The thing I like most about the Grey Waste Walkers is it's so generic. It gives you a different option that it doesn't matter. It will fit any tribe, any real lore you create for your gang. Like
well, if you just reel off the names of them, it's clear that they're generic as hell. Like the other ones I started at the top. This one, if you look at it from the bottom up, you have technology spirit, scrap spirit, road spirit, life spirit, electro spirit, and then one that's probably Ash Waste Nomads specific is Ash Spirit.
Yeah.
But all those other 5 words that I've mentioned, electro, life, road, scrap, technology, that's Necromunda.
It's just Necromunda.
Yeah.
But
yeah, forget the association with the Nomad. That's what you have day in, day out on Necromunda.
Yeah. But then my absolute favourite one of this is the Chaga. Because it rhymes. But coruscating energy surrounds the fighter as if static from the storm were drawn to them, which they direct into their weapon attacks. For the duration of the fighter's activation, all attacks made by the fighter gain the shock trait. And if they're using a weapon that already has the shock trait, its effects will trigger on any successful hit roll, rather than just a 6. No notes. Right. Perfection. Like, thank you.
So all those blast weapons that are rolling tasty, tasty shock, you just go, I hit you. There you go.
Yeah, the wound roll automatically succeeds. No wound roll needs to make. Anything that hits, you've wounded.
Yeah,
like
amazing. Amazing.
And if they don't have a weapon that has it, they automatically get shocked. So, yeah, like, 10 out of 10. Thank you.
10 out of 10, no notes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one you want to roll. You want to roll 14 of that one.
Yes. Yeah, right. And like, I will admit, there's probably a few like less powerful ones within this list. So there's, you get to increase your movement characteristic by 2. You get to put a blast marker on yourself and blast everybody. It's not too bad. The technology spirit's pretty cool. So you basically target an enemy model and then they've got to take an ammo test for their weapons, which is really cool. It's like the ghost in the machine. That test is the spirit is attempting to force the weapon to click. Is what you're looking for, and that's a really cool one for a hunter with very simple weapons that don't require ammo rolls, so like close combat weapons, whatever the case might be. No real pistols or grenades or whatever the case. And then you go blast them with this technology spirit.
Oh.
And the concept of like a Shadar hunter having that happen to them, it's just seeing the enemy coveting these weapons and just going, I have chitin blades on that I fight with. That's all I need.
Yep.
So you can bring whatever you want to this dance, but my spirit will take that from you because that's what you deserve for your cowardness. Now face me one-on-one as Correct. They go running off into the horizon. So that kind of link with the spirit and the particular characters, I think, is so strong. And then obviously there's the Lady of Ash, who you've mentioned a lot earlier before as well, who is, the embodiment of the Shungar, the spirits, and I guess even you said it was the whole dominion over these lesser spirits.
Yeah. But she's the queen of the nomads, and as sort of we've agreed and sort of we've decided, and therefore we are forcing all of you to agree with, she's Zeus. She's Asuraman. She's the queen of the pantheon of nomad gods. So by that position, she is the big bad. And as we know from as we suspect from Ruins of Yardlin, she's also a Hellmore. So she might also be the Imperial governor, technically.
Yeah, true. Maybe this is eventually like the Ash Waste Nomads will become legal. So we don't kill them anymore because there's millions of them and they're legitimate citizens.
Well,
so
it actually says in Tribes of the Wasteland that they're about 10% of Necromunda's population,
which is bonkers.
Absolutely when you have billions per, or on average, or in the bigger hives you have billions.
Yeah. Which is just, how do we get to that number? It's mind-boggling, but you've actually triggered something in my brain here about a small little read, well, maybe not small, medium-sized read from within the book itself. And this is I think it's The World Beneath the Wastes, and it is from, I think it's from Yeah, the author of My Time Amongst the Nomads, so Florence Sardrina.
Oh, this one's awesome, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yes, darling. I remember them clearly. The great council chamber. The chanting, the lights. Brilliant glowing egg bulbs of chrysalis white. I danced with them as one of them. The horns, the beat of the Yothoni drums, the songs of the hunt of sweet life. Beneath their masks, away from the danger of the open air, I tell you, darling, that is the pinnacle of humanity. Wondrous visions of a people free from hate, from fear, clean and untainted. The Shungar, their queen, her name translates as Lady of Ash, so bleak it does not do justice to her. A warrior of such grace and beauty. The nobles of the spire with their rejuve treatments and their etiquette, they are nothing to her. The Bakhao she introduced me to, those of the poison sea, their leader dressed in a costume of thick, winding reeds, and the Unag with their champion in his armour of shining carapace. Quite the charmer, and they have sky spirits, one they call Storm Dancer, all covered in swirling cloaks that kicked the very dust from the floor in a great swirling cascades. Oh, to go back, darling. Such wonders I have seen. So this is not only talks about what we've just come away from the spirits, but also the fact of that there is a great and mass population, a great and mass civilization outside of the civilization of Necromunda. And we've gone into it a lot over this episode anyway, but it's just a food for thought that the designers and the writers of Games Workshop have said there is a duality on Necromunda. What the Ash Waste Nomads are and who they are, we're only just seeing a very tip of the iceberg. I don't imagine we'll get more information, but there's so much here that we can begin to just extrapolate and take that with us. And the spirits allow you to do that so much as well. They allow you just to go, hey, I want that sentence and I want this sentence and I want to mash it together. And that's what makes my gang. That's what makes my campaign. That's what makes my story behind my gang.
I really want to do some Ash Waste Nomads now.
So do I, actually. I really do. I have a little inkling of a gang inside my head, but yeah. I think, is there any more spirits to talk about?
Well, no, we've talked about all of them there. So I think we're at the point where you and I are probably going to spend more time talking than anything else. We're talking gang ideas, buddy.
Yeah.
So Nathan, which one of us is going to go first?
You go first.
All right, so I think you should go first.
I don't think that's going to happen. My gang idea is basically from House Escher. No. Do you know, I had a gang idea that I was thinking of about, like, you know, basically outcasts, because I really like the outcasts of the nomads. These people who, as I said, even with a significantly smaller population than the main population of Necromunda, they still are able to exile people and still push them out. But doing that read part about the spirits, oh man, it stirred my religious nutter.
Yeah.
And I would do a gang purely focused on, like, the spirits. So they see their end goal not tied necessarily to military success or, destroying the Imperium or whatever the case might be, but more about being able to attach themselves to the spirits, being able to have an affinity, a unity with them. And they would, I'm just trying to think, they would have a lot of fetishes and totems and so forth. I think in my mind, they're very much close combat orientated. And when they go to war, I can see chanting. I can see, you are aware you're under a nomad attack, but at the same time, you're hearing this droning, this chanting that is constantly going on in the battle. So it's almost like, they're praying whilst they're fighting. They're a little bit Sister of Battle, a little bit Templar-esque sort of thing.
Yeah.
A little bit word bearers. But the whole premise of them would be that they don't bring a religion of their spirits as a way to say, you Imperials don't understand what's going on. They bring their religion as a form of vengeance for what has happened to their peoples. And so it is all about destroying the enemy, but not only just physically, but from a theological point of view, from also like an emotional point of view. So very much, I'm basically becoming a word bearer, but when they destroy a settlement, all the Imperial iconography is destroyed. That's one of the key things that they do. And they put up symbols and fetishes and all these other things that represent their spirits and what their spirits mean to that particular part. So if there's a road spirit, the road spirits symbols are stamped into the road. They're burnt perhaps into the road. Or if there's a technology spirit, all bits of technology are destroyed in honouring of their spirit, but then also sprayed over. So I guess the key thing here would be to my leaders, because they're the ones who are affected by the spirits. They would each represent a spirit from the gang. So let's take, for example, if I were to do the Shungar.
Yeah.
So I would have representations from any of my champions or leaders of an ash spirit, of an electro spirit, of a life spirit, of a road. Do you know what this is reminding me of, actually? Remember the old Warhammer battle wizards? And so you had
Yes.
light wizard, fire wizard, that kind of thing. I would have a gang that represented each one of these spirits in their leaders. And then the gangers themselves, the Jews, they would be the ones who would be attaching themselves to these particular leaders. So they would be of the same ilk, but not of the same intensity in the way that they portray themselves and their association with it. So you take the road spirit, which is just, how do you represent that? You're not going to have like bits of pavement or road slammed all over your miniature, but you represent it in like the wings of a Hellamite, of an Ashwing Hellamite.
Yeah.
So you have feathers, you have all these things that represent speed and movement without relating it to vehicles or technology or whatever the case might be. And that's what they adorn themselves with. So you can almost imagine this champion with these wings attached to their back purely as an aesthetic. It wouldn't have an impact on the problem of the game. But that is how that champion draws the road spirit to them. The scrap spirit. Imagine that warrior fully just kitted up in all different layers of scrap and bits and pieces. They almost look like a walking junk pile.
So you're literally building each gang member up as like a champion of their individual tribal spirits.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. And so, imagine the ash spirit. The ash spirit you paint, it's more about the paint job on this one. It just looks like a monotone type thing. Just greys and blacks, every part of it. Maybe a few little dots of colour here and there. But the whole miniature just looks monochrome. Just doesn't look like it belongs with the rest of this gang.
Yeah.
That would look so cool. The electro spirit would look almost like a tech priest. Oh, I really like this idea. Even me, I'm just like, mate, Nath, you've done a ripper here. Well done. High five yourself.
I'm genuinely imagining your what's the word I'm looking for? Your tech priest style. That's what I'm looking for. Spirit guy with like the captured archaeotech sort of like hanging off his sky mantle, and he'd have like all the techno gubbins, and there'd be like a tool belt on the side because he'd be getting there, he'd be tinkering with the the equipment that they're stripping out of captured vehicles, and that would be sick.
So I think the construction of this game, you'd go really leader champion heavy. Anybody who can roll on this table, you would try to include in your gang as much as possible. And as I said, the gangers and the juves, they're more like, sycophantic followers of these particular representations of the spirits.
Yeah.
So they're not necessarily dressing up like this. They're not as full on. They're paying homage and respect to that champion who does look like an electro spirit, who does look like a physical manifestation. So they might have a few little extra bits and bobs, but generally speaking, they don't quite represent. So initially, it's probably a gang made for many, many more credits than just 1,000, because you want to represent all 6 of those spirits. And then, that's just the Shungar, the most, I guess, generic. Not that they really are, but if you were to do Dustwall Crawlers, then you'd have the Chitin Spirit, the Toxin Spirit, Fire Spirit, Darkness Spirit. Imagine that represented on a figure, on an individual model. Beautiful.
Yeah, I like that.
And Religious Nutters.
Nutters, yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So, do you have a gang idea, or have you just been padding for time?
I have spoken to a couple of people about me starting a Nomads gang, and I've got a bunch of different ideas, and I've nutted down what I want to do, but I don't want to use that for my gang idea. Instead, I have sort of come up with one of about... It's actually kind of based on something you said towards the beginning of the night. I'm leaning more towards the N95 style Nomads. So I would effectively build those wandering trader types where they've got the big backpacks with all of their trading equipment and that over them. I'm really leaning into the idea of the original Confrontation sketches done by John Blanche, where they were the bigger hats. They were all very hodgepodge in their costuming, and lots of Giselle style long rifles, and they're very much so. They can go to the outside the gates for settlement, and they'll all be setting up. They'll be putting down their blankets and putting out their wares, and the members of the settlement will come out, buy what they need, ignore what they don't, trading food and water, etc. And then they would pack up and move to the next settlement. And they'd be doing sort of their route every 3 months or so. The nomads come and they set up out the front of the town. We don't let them in the towns because, they're nomads. Almost like the Khajiit from Skyrim. Those cat people. Yeah. Nomad has wares if you have coin to trade. But at the same time, I'm also going to be having sort of your leader would be your sort of lead trader. Your champions, one would be a mercantile champion, and the other would be a combat champion. So that mercantile champion would also have his backpack and the ledgers, etc., etc. But then the other champion is in charge of your defense. So when you set up your blankets and you set up your wares, he's the one posting members of the tribe on the outskirts, making sure there's no one coming to sort of rob you. And they're wandering the aisles at the same time as the punters, because they're making sure no one's taking anything without paying. So they would have the more close combat weapons, shotguns, rifle, lass weapons, that sort of thing. Whereas the traders themselves would have those extra long ranged weapons, because in a combat situation they're going to stay back, because not only are they not as skilled in combat, but they have all of the merchandise.
Yeah, they're the ones already there. Once the show starts, they're the ones who are going to bolt sooner or rather than later. And so, what can they do to provide support? Have long rifles that they can shoot from far away while still counting the coins. Just from what you were saying though about the aesthetic look of them, would you still have like face masks and hoods and cowls and all that kind of stuff?
No,
with the big hats.
No, with this gang, I would do them less. They would have rebreathers on their person because they'd be traveling through dust storms and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But the
So you'd really embrace that idea of the big hats and the flowing robes, but then still actually having like the physical aspect to their face. So, not just everybody's not wearing a face mask of some description.
Correct.
Wow, that's cool. That's really divergent from the modern.
I would take a step away from that aspect of it. But the vast majority of it would be really leaning into the traders and that sort of thing. And you know what? For an Ash Waste game, I would most likely run them as, I hate to say it, either Van Sar or Delark.
Yeah, righto. Okay.
No, I wouldn't run. I would run them as Orlok or Delark, I reckon, because that would allow me the sort of ability to play that still very defensive mercantile stance with longer range weapons.
Yeah. I guess with the Orlok, you lack that sort of sophistication of the weaponry.
Correct.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
it's
I
a
can
little
still
bit too bulky, a little bit too heavy hitting.
Whereas the Delark, I think, would be perfect in that respect because the access to long rifles, web gauntlets, etc. You know what? It has to be a Delark gang. The needle rifles, it would have to be a Delark gang that I'd run them as. But that's how I would sort of model this confrontation style nomad and put them into the game. Yeah,
I really like this idea because, as I said, it embraces what I loved about the N95 stuff. Proper traders, and these aren't Ash Waste Nomads. These are nomads.
Nomads of the Ash Waste.
Nomads of the Ash Waste. Yes.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
All right. So, before we finish the episode, before we do our quote, now that we've finished everything, we have finished, haven't we?
I don't know.
You know what?
There'll be something.
We have finished.
Do you know what? We have finished.
Yep.
Even if we haven't, we've finished. Yes.
Done. So, N95 versus N17. Which nomads do you like better?
I prefer the N95 nomads. However, I also prefer the religious nutter Ash Waste Nomads. Because I still see the religious nutter Ash Waste Nomads as slightly different to the collective nomads. I'm allowed to put my own spin on things. If gun to my head and I had to choose, I could not choose. I know there's something wrong with me because if I was to lean in one direction, it would be religious nutter Ash Waste Nomads.
Yeah.
I really feel like that's the way I would go. So the religious aspect or the spiritual aspect to them changes their whole dynamic, makes them something far greater, far better than the N95 stuff. But they do lack that individuality that the N95 stuff does bring. So gun to my head, I'm going to say the modern nomads are what I prefer, provided that you lean heavily upon the spiritual aspect of them.
Okay.
I have been swayed.
Yeah, I really like that. I think when it comes to lore-wise, I think the modern ones are better.
Yeah. There's just a little bit more meat on the bone.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, that has been a doozy. A long time since we've done a doozy.
It is so late.
It is very late. Yes, it has been. It's been a while since we've punched out one of these. So, if you got to this point, congratulations.
Well done.
Well done. You are officially allowed to go raid people in the desert.
Yeah.
You've got your Ash Waste Nomad card now. So, get out there, get yourself a Halamite or dress up a dog, ride around on that. It's close enough.
It would genuinely need to be a big dog, though. Don't sit on a Chihuahua or something.
Okay, fine. Dress up a cow. Go get a cow.
Dress up a cow. Oh,
Dress up a cow.
Perfect.
Yep.
Dress up a cow.
And then every time there's a slight change in the weather, wave a stick at the sky and say, you did that.
Yeah. So, that reminds me of the crazy theories that I've had in regarding the Nomads. What do you think is the most likely to be correct?
Oh, that they're all Aranaean.
Aranai.
Aranai, I love that word.
Sick.
They're all Aranai, for sure. There's this, even somebody who knows nothing about Necromunda and Ash Waste Nomads would just go, oh yeah, they're Aranai.
No.
I'll go ask my friends at work. They'll be like, oh yeah, they're definitely Aranai, for sure.
Yeah, I'm assuming all your friends at work listen to the podcast, but okay, that's fine.
They better.
They better. Yeah, okay, good.
I think so.
Everyone, thank you very much for listening. I will close this episode off as we like to do with a quote. And this one obviously comes from Tribes of the Wasteland. And it's not the one about the half-cut Harry shooting the drudge. Spare me from the breach of Oxpipe, the razor wind, the predation of Scuttler. Make me unto a timeful servant, dutiful and strong of back. Deliver my consignment safe to Hive's heart. Spare me the ire of worthy overseer, leadeth me safe from the wrath of the waste, and shelter my wretchedness from the eye of Nomad. And that is of the Cargo 8 Verses of Ignition, 4th Canticle. All right, scummers, the following members of the tribe have been selected to prostrate themselves before the almighty Storm Dancer. Tao Hansen, Drew D. Ben Hansen, different spelling though, I reckon they're cousins. JK, Fee McPherson, still bullying me weirdly enough. Not Richard, Josh Manning. Owen Bebb, Nico Time, Sam Bridges, Stephen Livingston, Draknar, who also just got Best Sport at an event recently. Rob Vanderpost, Fraugenstein, Dewey Sherwood, Peter McGlone, Elusive Badger, love you buddy, Simon Hansen, there's another Hansen, Kilgore,
The actual only Nomad name I've seen so far.
Kilgore,
Continue.
yes,
Kilgore.
CJ McClellan, Kenzie, Mike Wright, Fabio Vorheim, David Lindsay, Mike Bright, Dusty Cousins, weirdly enough, cousins of the Hansons, and Hansons.
And also Dusty Cousins,
And
because
also-
they're in the Ash Waste.
Yeah. Nice.
Makes sense.
Will, DC Liska, Gooka Minis, Yardi, Ian of the Endless, Painting Pieman, Procrastinated Painting, Bourbon, Tuka Kaikinen, Family Geek, Dan S. 1, 2, 3. It's a triple whammy. Dr. Fishy, no. Dean Richards, Matthew Barron, Matt Cook, Josh Penfold, and Ashley Kaufman.
And now the following names. You have been summoned by the Great Spirit, the Great Scavenger. Get your paws ready. You're going to be digging for scrap. Ian Sinnott, Ashley Kaufman. Did you read Ashley Kaufman before?
I did.
Oh, fuck, sorry. Ian Sinnott, Everett David Bradshaw, Charles Grant, Guillermo Castanera,
Guillermo Castaneda.
Lord Bobby. That's, pretty much exactly how the Ash Waste would pronounce it, how I did it. Lord Bobbington, Daniel Smith, Burp. Dean Richards, Ivan Bragg, Matty Pooh, Morskill, Alex Hart, Clayton Curry, Ted Mercer, Felipe Sampson, Wargamer in the Dark, From _ Somewhere, Alistair Z, Alfonso the Traitor, Simon Westlake, Chad Butman, Lloyd Goldsmith, Jonathan Blake, Jordan of Great Scott Hobbies, Hive Builder, the least Ash Waste orientated. Tom Davies, Matthew David, Joe Bates, Stuart Wicks, Martin Moser, Ed Strickland, Mike Stewart, Whispering Fog, James the Week, Garan Sandestram.
That's actually quite Ash Waste Nomadsy. Lots of said.
Yeah, I like that name. Bo Stephenson, Nate M, Mikhail Livas, Kakuna _UK, or otherwise known as his official Ash Waste title, Dan, Josh Reynolds, Brian Beers, Clown Grinder Cultists, Necromacho, Samson Kennedy, Calligator, Josh Reynolds, Grant Train, Treasy, Sandro Noblich, Dakamatic, and Life in the Ruins.
All right, I'm going to see if I can get all these ones done in one long breath. And the following names are going to need to take a deep breath. I've just been told they've been invited to go for a swim with the great Sump Spirit. Let's give this a shot. Nicole, Justin Hawkins, Michael Stewart, Patrick Winter, Bella Malleus, Glenn Wilkinson Tuff, Roger Range, Silent Key, Daniel, Jason, Jimmy Marshall, Rob Hacker, Gardner Seekins, Josh Brandfist, Scott and Lenny, Axel1313, Amon Bow, Eric McKenzie, Boss Muppet, Tom Hoddle, damn it, second breath, Brad Gillian, John Cochran, Sean Leary, oh, screwed that one up. Rob Knight, Joe Roberts, Craig Tuff, Jeremy, Kalen Novak, James W. Vote for Pedro, Chris Vasiliadis, Adeptus Aquinas, Damien B.
Wait. Okay, that's your third breath. Go on.
Oh, so close. Jeff Nelson, Christian Jench, Net Surfer 733, Alex John Baisley, Brum, Sean, Dr. Toe, most badass dentist in all the Underhive, Beat Dad Studio, Loved Dog, Aptum Kapjarowski, 3 Ogres in a Trench Coat, Paul Walsh, who's secretly Paul Welsh, and Jason Turner and Gabriel Campbell.
That was not bad.
3 breaths. I'm going to work on it.
I can't do that in one breath because I will go into a coughing fit.
I'm actually quite lightheaded.
That makes sense. Right. And now the following names, you have the most glorious of tasks, and you are going to assist the Ghost Hellamite upon the dust wall. Not actually on the dust wall, but fighting around the dust wall.
Yeah.
So you get to dabble with some Melstrains. And the following, Gabriel... I don't know if Sam's going to edit that out, but I had a coughing fit. Gabrielle Campbell, 50 Shades of Null, Amelia Wigg, Amelia Siv, Gildersford Radio, Cygnus Maximus, Damien Davies, Adam James Bruin, Adam Hicks, Danny Harrison, Chris Batty, Nick, Poseidon's Kiss, Jim Barb, Luke Dyson, Trent Duncan Jones, The Fanatic Lover, Genghis, Pani Mauser, Michael Brown, William Payne, One Punch Orlock, or colloquially known as Tom, Joe, Hivescum Wonka, Pylon, Tim Harrison, Harry Bob Submariner, Morbid Progeny, Hive Market Minis, Jason Sklenar, Alex, 108th, Morja 477, Dave Grant, Alex Adams, Overlord Bleak, Kieran Sweet, Barks, Ryan Taylor, Tired Ape, Hotshot Grot, David Sodden, Ben Davidson, Jesse Barden, Simon Browalski, Josh Hunt, and William Young.
Yeah, so you're all in the wastes, honestly. I think a lot of you are going to die. I think you got nanites in your brains. If you've still listened this long, I apologise for telling you you've got nanites in the brains and you're probably going to be eaten by, I don't know, a mutant or a scavvy or maybe each other. We genuinely don't know. They keep telling me nomads are eating each other.
There is some truth to it, but...
I thought our intros were weird. Our outros are getting weirder.
I mean, if you're listening this long, do you want to hear a secret?
Yes.
Should we tell them the secret?
Yes.
All right. What I was going to say is that